If you could please take your seats. All right, Boker Tov, Bruchim Habayim. Good morning, welcome. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Housekeeping, in case of an alarm, we're heading outside and to the right into H3. אז במקרה של אזעקה, אנחנו יוצאים החוצה וימינה, H3. אתם שומעים אותי בסדר? Can you hear me okay? Okay, thank you. So good morning, dear guests. My name is Gallant, Mikey. I'm the chairman of CENTEF. I'm honored to open the Terror Financing Workshop here at the World Summit. It's a cooperation between CENTEF and our partners at ICT, Reichman University, and Cognyte. I would like to thank Professors Reichman and Boaz Ganol for their spirit of innovation cooperation in creating a unique relationship between Reichman University and CENTEF. I would also like to thank Stevie Weinberg, who's been instrumental in jump-starting this collaboration. CENTEF is a US-based research institute, now expanding to Europe and the Gulf. Our sole mission is to expose and understand the means and methods used by financial networks that fuel terrorism, and to do so based on a financial and tech-driven approach, and to generate tangible impact to our societies. One of CENTEF's flagship initiatives is our Financial Reports for Terrorist Organization project. We take the complex financial operations of groups like Hezbollah and Hamas and present them in the format of corporate-style 10K reports. By translating hidden financial flows into something policymakers, journalists, and the general public can understand, we aim to provide a decision-making map that highlights where money matters most and where to act first. The CENTEF team is present at the auditorium here today, and I encourage you to connect with them during the breaks and share your thoughts, questions, and ideas. This workshop reflects what CENTEF is all about, bringing together a complete ecosystem, regulators, legislators, government agencies, technology companies, financial institutions, and researchers onto one platform. Terror financing is too complex, too global, and too adaptive for any single sector to handle alone. It is only through cross-sector and cross-country collaboration that we can successfully expose and disrupt it. Today's program will highlight this change as well as its opportunities, from understanding Hezbollah's global financial footprint post-2024, to exploring how terror groups are using fintech and crypto, to examining how Iran, Qatar, and Turkey provide an axis of financial support. So, there are very few true experts in terror financing, perhaps 1,000 worldwide. Compare that with millions who study terrorism, hundreds of millions who understand finance, and billions who care about money. If we can get even a tiny fraction of those billions more interested in terror financing, we'll create an army of people shining light into the shadows where these networks hide. That is what is in the heart of CENTEF's mission, to broaden awareness and mobilize a much larger ecosystem. Thank you for joining us today and taking part in this journey. And with that, I'd like to open our first session and invite maybe one of those very few experts, Dr. Matt Levitt, for our fireside chat, Hezbollah after the war. Thank you. Matt, good morning. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Boker Tov, pleasure to be here. Am I on? Can you hear me now? There we go. It's a pleasure to be here, though I don't really appreciate the kind words when you started off, because it's a crisis of rising expectations. Now people expect something smart.
I'm sure they won't be disappointed. Let me start right to the point. What is Hezbollah after the summer of 2024?
So it's actually a more complicated question than some might think, because obviously Hezbollah has been kicked in the shins operationally. It's really a fraction of what it was in ways that most all Hezbollah watchers, including myself, could never have anticipated. But the way I like to describe it is that Israeli security and military forces significantly degraded the two big baskets of threats that Hezbollah posed to Israel, namely significant damage to the rocket arsenal, numbers, and also the most dangerous precision-guided munitions, and then also the forward-deployed weapons, personnel, and bunkers and tunnels. But Hezbollah still has thousands of fighters. They still have thousands of small arms. They can still do tremendous amounts of influence and danger in Lebanon itself. And I think in particular, when we zero in on the money, I think some people have gotten a little too excited about the extent of damage done to Hezbollah. There was financial damage done to Hezbollah, but not as much, I fear, as many people suggest.
So with Iran, let's say, suffering certain damages, Syria changing hands, and especially the airports and the ability to land cash, etc. Qadr al-Hassan, let's say, effectively disconnected from the Lebanese system after the kinetic hits, etc., disconnected from the Lebanese system. So those are, let's say, negatives. But on the flip side, what seems to be a still fairly robust, let's say, criminal terrorist nexus outside of the Middle East. How is that affecting the budget and the flow of funds to the organization?
I'm going to pull you back just 1 second. Please. And before we get to the stuff abroad, I don't think people pay sufficient attention to the stuff at home. So for example, it's fantastic that there's a different government in Syria. We have issues with that government, but that is stopping weapons flows and money flows through the airport. They've arrested Hezbollah guys, etc. But Iran is still managing to get about the same amount of money that it was sending to Hezbollah before the war today.
How? Tell us how.
That's Shlav Bet, stage B. We're going to get there in a second. And it's just that it's not enough money today, given all the damage that the IDF did. And so that's their problem. Iran has been trying to pressure the Iraqis to formally allow them to use their airspace, and the Iraqis, based on significant U.S. pressure, have said no. As you mentioned, at one point they were sending money to Lebanon with people going on pilgrimages from Iraq. Then those Iraqi flights get full inspections. Then it was flights from Turkey. Those flights get. Now I'm hearing that it's not quite as many cases, but cases of people getting on flights from the UAE. That's still happening. But bottom line, it's money exchange houses and hawaladars. It's probably a dirty dozen. Some of them licensed in Lebanon, some of them unlicensed in Lebanon. And then to a lesser extent, there's some crypto involved, but it's still mostly the money exchange houses. On Al-Qard al-Hassan, which effectively is served as Hezbollah's bank, there's lots of good things to point to, and I think it cannot be overstated how important it is that the Banque de Liban, the central bank of Lebanon, I got to be careful what I say now, because there's someone who walked in who knows what he's talking about. And who could tell stories about me if I don't behave myself. It's very significant that Banque de Liban issued a circular saying you cannot provide financial transactions for Al-Qard al-Hassan. But the central bank does not regulate Al-Qard al-Hassan because Al-Qard al-Hassan is registered as a charity. And moreover, one of the big things we're concerned about right now is Hezbollah's ability to make money within Lebanon, its own shadow banking, its own shadow economy, in particular right now real estate. And the real estate market, again, is not regulated in the same way, and Al-Qard al-Hassan is able to still function in the real estate market. So there's lots of ways Hezbollah can make money domestically in Lebanon, through its own shadow economy and through the tentacles it still has into the government of Lebanon. Even things like having government money directed to this town and not that town, and then be able to go people say, by the way, I arranged for that. That's the best for them. It's not even spending their money. And then on top of that, now we can get to your question about outside.
Go ahead, please. So well, maybe I'll take a zoom out as well.
Do it.
What we're hearing in DC and in the region is that let's say the severe hit that Hezbollah took, together with the change of government with Aoun now leading the government, creates and the Lebanese armed forces in a campaign of a sort to disarm whatever that means Hezbollah. There's, as you know, there's argument about what that means. The organization is it's under pressure. Maybe in more ways, yes, in other ways, maybe no. So, to me, the question is money flows. Mm-hmm. And I understand let's say the domestic, the sovereign. It's also a political party. There are ways to play with the budget. What I am interested is foreign exchange, right? How does money flow? How is money generated? And then how does money flow into the country? And then I have a follow-up question. You decide where to start. Who makes financial decisions today?
So I like to be the last person from Washington, D.C. who will actually tell you when he doesn't know. Okay? And anybody who answers that second question right now is, and this is a technical term, is bullshitting you. Okay? And it's because so many of the people that Udi and I and everybody else followed for all these years are no longer with us.
Right.
Okay? So trying to figure out, and it's actually a huge lift for all of the intelligence services. Like, it was in some ways easier before. We knew these guys, right? Now they're all gone. People 3-4 levels down by default and by necessity are being moved up. There's also a top-down issue, right? Naim Qassem is no Hassan Nasrallah. There's a joke I keep hearing here that if we successfully shrink Hezbollah's budget so much that they can't afford to pay Naim Qassem's salary, the Israeli government will be happy to pay it for him just so that he'll stay. So we don't know exactly. There are some key people who are still around, but a lot of this is very opaque in the moment. So there's a big lift going on here. But your focus on the international, especially the international illicit networks, is really, really important. And I'm going to make it very, very relevant to us here in Herzliya. Yesterday, so first, there's a huge overlap between Hezbollah's illicit financial and illicit procurement networks. Hezbollah tends to reach out to networks that have been successful in the past in one or both of those areas and ask them to do more. So when the Syrian civil war started, they went out to a bunch of their well-known illicit financial networks and said, we want specific weapons for our elite fighters in Syria. The stuff the Iranians provide us is good for the regular soldier, but they're like third-rate knockoffs of a Kalashnikov. We want M4s, we want AR-15s, etc. And so we started seeing this tremendous overlap between the finance and the proliferation networks. Yesterday in Germany, the German government formally indicted a Hezbollah operative who'd been arrested several weeks earlier, I think it was in July, and charged him on procuring drone components for Hezbollah in Germany, in Spain, components from the United States, from China, from all over the world. And in the announcement, they noted that at least 2 of the drone engines that he procured were delivered to Hezbollah and were used in attacks. One of the engines that he procured was in the drone that hit Herzliya 11 months ago on Yom Kippur at an old age home. No one was killed, thank God. But like, this is tangible, this is real. And it's not just drone components and whatnot. You have to, it's not a big leap of logic to understand that when Hezbollah is under financial stress, they're going to reach out to their financial facilitators around the world. Now is the time, right? And so while it's true, as I said earlier, that Hezbollah, we believe, is still getting about the same amount of money from Iran today as it was before, it's nowhere near enough for what they need to maintain their base, to rebuild things, and of course now they're competing at a whole different political level with a government that is, as you intimated, maybe not going on full disarmament, but is actually doing a lot. I'm actually very impressed, much more than I anticipated, especially south of the Litani. So there's an opportunity now, but I really think we have to recognize that Hezbollah has opportunities in its arsenal, both abroad and at home in Lebanon, to get by, maybe not to get rich, but to get by. And so we need to pick up the pace of our law enforcement efforts around the world. We need to redouble our efforts to make it more difficult for Iran to move that money. I think these exchange houses, again, licensed and unlicensed in Lebanon, are very, very important. And I think that the praiseworthy Banque de Liban action on Cardinal Hassan, and by the way, some other entities that don't get as much attention, should be the very first, not the very last, of these types of actions.
And so thank you for this. I think it really helps set the stage. I suspect that not everyone in the room has the same level of knowledge, not only about the organization, but maybe also about how it finances itself. Because a part of the Financial Reports Project, we've kind of exchanged drafts on what percentage of the sources are coming from where. I think a part that I would appreciate you kind of explaining to the group is, how does the, let's say, the global logistics and not only self-procurement, but in general, how does that side of the business looks like? What's happening in South America and Central America and West Africa, exports, Europe, Gulf? How does that look like, and how does Hezbollah actually navigate that, if that's the correct terminology?
Michael, how much time do we have? Come on.
Probably
Look,
8 minutes.
Here's what I'll say, standing on one foot. Okay. One of the things that's most impressive about Hezbollah's international finance and procurement networks is that they are diffuse, right? And therefore they're agile. So you have people who are supporters of Hezbollah. Some of them might be members, not all of them. And they have set up in not only, but largely in diaspora communities, and especially in free trade zones. Everybody talks about the tri-border area of South America, for example. It's only a conversation once the tri-border area becomes a free trade zone, right? And there's obvious reasons and benefits to operating a free trade zone. When, after 9/11, the U.S. put significant pressure on governments in South America to start doing more on terrorism in general, including on Hezbollah, key members of the Barakat clan, a major Hezbollah network in the area, all of a sudden...
Not near Barakat.
No.
Okay.
There's been enough protest on that already. Leave the poor guy alone. Start moving to Iquique, Chile. Why? Because it's also a free trade zone. And so, it's almost like when something happens in Israel and suddenly Jewish donor networks around the world activate. It's not so much that they are activated; they activate, right? There's a connection. And so it's a similar thing here. There will be people in Hezbollah who will task people. We need this. There'll be even more people who will just step up because they want to support the group to which they hold allegiance. And that is happening. There's no question about that. To me, the big question is, how effective are we going to be in curtailing that? There has been, over the past 10 years, a huge effort to get governments around the world to designate Hezbollah as a terrorist group. And it's happened all over the world. There was another government in South America, just did it yesterday. That's great, but it can't be the first and then only step. It's only effective if the designation then gives you authorities, and then you act on those authorities and you start enforcing your ability to make it more difficult for a group like Hezbollah to do these things. But because so many countries have designated, there is that opportunity. So there's now a very strong diplomatic opportunity to get countries that have already done something to now operationalize on that. And even countries that are uncomfortable with the way the war is going or what have you, they don't want groups like Hezbollah doing these things within their borders. And so I think one of the big things we need to do is kind of keep this apolitical, right? You agree with what a particular administration is doing in this country or the United States or whatever or not, that's one thing. But we all agree, we're not letting people who engage in textbook terrorism procure weapons, raise funds, or do other things within our borders. That's got to be the continued baseline.
Final question before we wrap this up, and I know we've condensed a lot into a very short period of time. How can we, as a, I would say as a community of, before I get to superlatives, but just law-abiding people who care about, forget about the Western world, Israel, the U.S. You just want to live a good life, and you want illegal organization to be outlawed. You want terrorist organization to not be able to operate, et cetera, et cetera. How do we, as a community of people who are, let's say, within the counter-terror financing world, how can we do better? How can governments do better? How can we allocate, how can we capture attention and allocate resources towards that field?
It's an excellent question and a difficult one to answer, because at the end of the day, there are so many bad guys out there doing so many different things, and we have to prioritize. Okay. It used to be that the United States in particular would just throw resources at every problem. We'd throw money at problems, we'd throw full-time employees at problems. We're not doing that anymore. We're realizing that well over 20 years after 9/11, it's just not sustainable. And no one else was doing it in the first place. Everyone else was doing already what we're beginning to do, which is a level of risk analysis. And so how do I prioritize the limited resources I have? So this is not poking my finger in the U.S. government's eye when I say, look, Hezbollah and especially Hamas were a much lower priority before October 7th. To the United States government's credit, immediately they jumped up significantly. We have a ranking system. With that ranking system comes with priorities and resources, et cetera. That makes a lot of sense. But ideally, we want to be able to be proactive and not only responsive. So now, sitting where we are, 2 years into this, being able to see that Hezbollah is not giving up, watching Hamas, say that if they could, they'd like to do October 7th over and over. So we have a responsibility to do what we can to make that much more difficult. And it can't only be the low-hanging fruit. On the Hamas side, for example, I like to point out, people get very, very excited about the Hamas Investment Committee. It's actually very interesting. There are opportunities there because there are people, one guy based in Sudan who has tremendous assets in Europe. I am one of those people who's been pushing the Europeans on that particular guy because there's something there. But at the end of the day, these are not liquid assets. Okay, at the end of the day, the actual Hamas Finance Committee has provided very, very little to Hamas itself. I'm not saying ignore it, but low-hanging fruit, shiny objects, that's not what we want. So it's being proactive. And I think that think tanks like mine, organizations like ICT and Reichman, academic institutions, groups like yours, CENTEF, we have a unique role, opportunity, and I'd say responsibility to kind of get this information out there. You started saying, not everybody is as much of a, Hezbollah finance junkie as maybe you and I are, but it's a fun place to be. Join the team. So we can't expect people to be aware and therefore be animated on this if that information is not out there. And unfortunately, not all the information that's out there is super. Right. And so to the extent that a group like CENTEF actually puts out these documents, like treating as if like a company, look, this is what it is. I don't need to tell you, you're doing it. This is why it's so important. A group like mine publishing in journals and in op-eds, specific facts and findings on things like how these groups are financing themselves so that the public can know. Let's be honest, government is often driven by what was in yesterday's op-ed or this morning's op-ed to help drive that conversation. That's important, but it's got to be carefully done research. And so I'm really thrilled to be able to be here and to participate in this with all of you.
Dr. Levitt, thank you, sir. Okay, with that, we'll go to our first panel, Dr. Wagman, Juan, and Omer. Right. So we're opening the first panel. Please check your microphones just to make sure that they work.
Yep. Up.
We'd like to start our first panel. We'll present the speakers. Actually, I'm going to ask the speakers to present themselves briefly, because you hear too much of my voice, and I'd like to balance that a bit. Dr. Wagman?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shlomit Wagman. I used to head the Israeli Financial Intelligence Unit and the Israeli Privacy Protection Authority prior to that. In addition, I led the Israeli delegation to the FATF, to Egmont, to Manival, and was chair at the FATF of the Operational Working Group. I'm currently scholar, research and fellow at Harvard University, and also working in the fintech industry. And fun fact, I recently had the pleasure of testifying in the US Senate together with Dr. Levitt, which was a pleasure.
Good morning. My name is Omer Frenkel. I'm coming under two different hats to this discussion. My current position is I'm a director of intelligence solution at Cognyte, which comes under the hat of the tech provider or gives solutions around intelligence to provide to agencies to overcome the challenges that we'll discuss. And before that, I spent almost 20 years in the IDI, in the intelligence scope of the IDF, and I led for about 4 years the inter-office effort against terror funding for Hamas and for the Gaza Strip, and that will be my second hat as a former intelligence analyst. Pleasure to be here today.
Good morning. My name is Juan Montaner. I work for Chainalysis. I lead the technical team for South of Europe, Middle East, and Asia. I've been working with many governments to trace cryptocurrencies related to terrorist finance and extremism. I'm very familiar with many topics with ISIS in Africa or in Central Asia, or Hezbollah, or Iranian, or even supremacist groups in Europe. I appreciate Sharon and Mikey the invitation. And my work in a daily basis is to support my team and governments to trace cryptocurrencies flows.
Wonderful. The title of this panel is Next Generation of Financing from Fiat to FinTech and Crypto. I'm just going to dive right into it. What we've been told, okay, and let's say by people we understand what they are talking about, is that 95, and I'm not saying this information is correct, right? But 95%, take that with a grain of salt, of flow of foreign exchange outside of Israeli shekel to the Judea and Samaria, to the Palestinian Authority, is done in, let's say, on the crypto fintech range, and in Gaza, in current Gaza, outside of the trade-based finance and the using aid as currency for, let's say, for obvious reasons, there's a lot of flow of funds through Binance and digital wallets, etc. I don't know if the statistics are correct or incorrect. What I would like to start by asking is, if you had to give a guesstimate of what percent of illicit, let's say, terror financing right now is traveling through techie, from fintech to crypto platforms. First thing that comes to your mind in terms of percentages, what would that percentage be today?
Very good question. Percentage, to me, it's very difficult to say. I mean, I don't want to say, as Matthew said, bullshitting. Well, we can demonstrate in court that 300 millions is being used by designated groups, 300 millions, combining Hezbollah, Hamas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and other groups like Taliban in Pakistan, 300 million. But the most interesting thing is that amount is growing every day because of the cryptocurrency adoption and the generations. Of course, crypto is not used by people with 60 years old. Crypto is used by people with 20, with 21 years old. So the adoption is growing exponentially as internet. So
yeah, just to give my 2 cents about it. I see it a little bit differently. I think that the modus operandi or the mode of operation remain the same, meaning using Hawala, using money exchanges, using money mules, using shell companies. He talked about, Dr. Levitt talked about the financial committee of Hamas. I think the mode of operation remained the same. I think what changed is the technical or the technological enablers. And one of them is crypto. Under the understanding that crypto, to some extent, or in some terror groups' view, is anonymous enough for the money not to be revealed. But I think if we're still focusing on the mode of operation, in my perspective, it remained the same. The difficulty is, and as the title of this session, when we're moving from fiat or we're moving from fintech as a traditional market to a new market, I think crypto will increase over time, again under that assumption that if you're using mixers and if you're using shapeshifters and if you're using off-chain coins or private coins, it will assist those groups to move more money. But at the end of the day, at least in the Gaza Strip, you still need hard cash to pay for something. This is why they're so hung up on the aid money, because it comes in the form of cash money. So you need still exchanges at the end to pull out that money. So I think the flow will remain the same. The amount of crypto will increase, but when we try to investigate it or we're trying to create the follow the money trail, it will remain on the same mode of operation.
Dr. Wagman?
Thank you. I think that, still the major trend is still Hawala, cash-based terror financing. However, there's a growing trend of using crypto. We don't see that much in this region, to my opinion, because it's a cash-based society. We do see, though, fundraising across the globe. But this is cases in which many times the donors do not even know where the funds are going. And I think that the fact that there are some checks and balance on the on-ramp and off-ramp creates a safer environment. However, I do want to say, if we'll speak about statistics, I think that the statistics provided by the blockchain analytics companies, speaking about, let's say, like 5% of illicit funds globally, it's completely misleading. If in the fiat economy, we know, the estimation about, the shadow economy is about at least 15% to 20% for tax-related reasons. How the hell can we assume that within the crypto domain it would be only one-digit number? It only means that the tools that we currently have are not sufficient, and that the blockchain analytics companies currently are able to monitor a very limited amount of the activity. But happy to get to it in a minute.
Thank you all. And I will say, if it's tempting to divide the world into black and white, right? Legal and illicit. But in reality, as we know, the gray zone is extensive. And when you have a designated entity and you can identify the wallet or the sender, easy. But forget about mixers. If you're going through 2 or 3 or 5 middlemen, if you are giving money to a charitable organization and somebody trades it, if you're sending money to a Bitcoin ATM and somebody pulls it out and you don't know who that person is. But I like your, just projecting and saying, look, if it's 15 to 20% in other fields, why would it be different in crypto wallets or in fintech? Let me dive in. Dr. Wagman, maybe we can start with you. I think you answered the first part of my question, which is, do the platforms, the blockchain platforms, the fintech platforms provide enough, let's say, protection for authorities, for law enforcement, et cetera? Maybe you haven't. I would like to ask you about that. And not only a yes or no, but what can they do better? What can they do different? And where should per Matt's comments, where should the focus and attention be directed to?
Great question, thank you. As a person who was one of the architects in the FATF of actually designing the global regime of VASP, Virtual Asset Service Provider, we had this question in mind from, for the beginning, how it is possible to control this environment, this open environment, and we decided to set standards that will apply to everyone, including using the blockchain analytics system with the logic of if everything is on the blockchain, which is, by the way, much more transparent to law enforcement rather than cash, because you have the potential trails, digital trails to trace, you do need to have this industry developed. Back then it was like a dream because the technology was not exist. We see a couple of major companies that were developed that are doing blockchain analytics, which is great. However, I think that this is the time to initiate the second generation of blockchain analytics. Current companies are very limited with their abilities to trace that. Most of the investigations, to my opinion, are forensic and retrospectively. They do not prevent the activities when it happens. We should move and switch to the second generation of blockchain analytics, which include real-time monitoring, prevention of illicit activities, also doing some monitoring on DeFi and stable coins, which are actually merging with the traditional economy. And I'm saying that as an expert on fintech that actually wants to work with those platforms, and to look on the ecosystem much more broadly and look for clusters and patterns. When I see an Iranian network working and operating, a VASP, a singular VASP, will never be able to identify that they were used or misused by this Iranian network, because the method of operation is so complex, and there are so many, as you mentioned, middlemen and stop and layers, that they will never be able, with the current tools, even going back 7 hoops, 10 hoops, 15 hoops, they will never be able to do the analysis that is required. Therefore, they have to move to a much more mature approach that looks from the beginning on the clusters and know how to identify them, and be able to understand that this is also cross platforms. Also PPP, public-private partnership, is required to share this information.
If I can just build, please. We should hire you in Cognyte, because because I think that's exactly the approach, the technological approach that I think the industry is going. When I say industry, it's the technological industry, but also governmental agencies. The understanding that working in a single domain, in this case crypto, won't be enough. So we're talking about fusion. We're talking about the ability to take data providers financial data providers. We're talking about taking OSINT in general, company registries. We're talking about shifting our SIGINT, our communication interception into this area, our IP interception. And then you might have the chance to understand not just the specific sender or the specific wallet. You will be able to do full de-anonymization of that specific activity and the network associated with it. I think agencies have invested highly in the past 15 years in procuring a lot of endpoint solutions, each one for a specific domain. Chainalysis did the fantastic work, in my view, in working on the blockchain and giving their labeling from open source about specific transactions, about specific wallets. But that on its own is not enough anymore. And I think consolidating everything, centralizing everything into a fusion capability that gives the analyst at the end, and it doesn't matter if he's proficient in crypto or if proficient in financial investigations, the ability to get the full view in one location, let the data talk, and not just one aspect of the data talk, I think that will be the ultimate resolution.
Thank you for that. Juan, I forgot to congratulate you. Chainalysis recently bought 2 companies in Israel and opened an office here.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Mazel Tov. Let's ask I want to ask you maybe a more, I wouldn't say a more robust question. How do these organizations even transfer money through these platforms? You have an overview of, a significant overview over the blockchain. How do these guys operate? What do they do?
Of course, there are many groups, many individuals, but at the end, like in the financial system, they need liquidity. To have that liquidity, they have to go to people or companies with big liquidity, like big exchanges. They use fake IDs, or they use intermediaries, hawalers, because if you take in the platform any hawaler, there is a big exposure to big brands, big exchanges. The big exchanges, they don't know if that user, that business account, is using crypto for financing their communities, or for terrorist finance, or for double-use goods. I have to say that we see crypto today, this morning, is 4 trillion market cap, 4 trillion, which is a lot. Of course, as I said before, we have 300 million designated to terrorist finance. However, there are many wallets, like what the American says, walk like a duck, I speak like a duck. There are more than 2,000 wallets, in total 5 billion. They're likely to be related to terrorist finance. And BCTF in Israel is discovering some of them every month, every quarter. However, as Matthew says, this is intelligence, but how we put it in the law enforcement's hands, in the justice, to block, to say to the big exchanges, block these users. But at the end is a small hawalers, that shadow banking, that they come to the big brands to get that liquidity.
Dr. Wagman, I have to ask you, having been both on the regulators' side and in the private sector, seeing kind of the different points of view, and this is me going off script, but I'm very interested. Let me ask it differently. When you go on when you're a company, you have a business plan. When you are a military force, you have a plan of action and you use your maps and your intel, etc. What is the map or the roadmap that the government and the private sector, be it in Israel or outside of Israel, I know you've just come back from Boston recently, what is the roadmap that we're using? What are the maps that we're using to even know that we're seeing the full picture?
So that's a great question. I think that, the risk assessment, the understanding of what the threats are, is the major stone that every organization and government have to work by and understand. And in order to do that, when I was in government, one of my mandate was, let's conduct a comprehensive risk assessment nationally and understand what our risks are to be able to address them. And then you are prioritizing them, trying to collect data from private sector and create the full picture. You never know the full picture. Same happens at the private sector. In the payment company that I've been working at, you try to understand who is misusing you. And the best way of doing that, again, is technology. You must adopt the most advanced technology and adopt the approach of looking at clusters and patterns, not particular use cases. Many times when I was sitting with the police, when I'm sitting with regulators, other colleague regulators, or in the private sector, people give you a handful of cases and saying, this is the trend. And I keep saying, no, this is what you looked at and you found those results, but you have to look more broadly. And technology, and if we speak here about blockchain, is a great example. When you're doing zoom out, when you look on the entire ocean from above and look for trends in purpose, like look for trends and patterns, you can actually gain much broader insights. And in order to do that, all of those entities have to use first visualization technology and advanced technology. And you'll be surprised to what extent organizations do not use that and do not adapt that. Luckily today with AI, we have better accessibility to that. So even smaller organization or less sophisticated organization are able to conduct deep view and deep dive into this data, but it's still not enough. And I keep telling all the time the teams that I'm working with, let's look at the ocean and try to understand the trends. Then you'll be able to find the path to go.
Omer, I'm going to take, half a step back and then go two steps in. When you look at global economy, right? You look at macro, you look at flow of funds between countries, you look at trade deficits. Sometimes, if you know as a regulator that country X exported $10 billion worth of something into country Y, and country Y, you only see $8 billion worth of import. So you understand there's a gap. You know more or less what you're looking for. You were alluding to having let's say a broader view and amalgamating the different platforms and technologies in order to gain the full picture. How should one, or if we have in the audience sitting with us, let's say there was such a person, the person who is the overseer of financial warfare or counter warfare in this country. What would your advice be to them, and what systems would you recommend? Forget the names, but how do systems that they should be looking at, what should their dashboard be looking like? What systems they should be using? How does that even look like to see the full picture?
I'll divide the answer into a few sections. One, we need to reduce the barrier of getting into this domain. Dr. Levitt talked about that billions are interested in money, but nobody understands terror financing. I think when I was an analyst and I did my onboarding or wrapping up to be an analyst, nobody taught me about finance. Or nobody taught me how to read a spreadsheet. And I think that barrier prevents intelligence analysts from diving in and be as professional as they can be in this domain. So I'm not coming to educate or to preach to other agencies how they should do their ramping up and onboarding. What I am saying is that we need to, through technology, reduce that barrier. How can we reduce that barrier? For a few items. One, as Shlomit mentioned, is visualization. Being able to do a simplified visualization of how the money is being moved between the different, we call them entities. But an entity can be a person, can be a company, can be a phone, can be a digital wallet, can be a transaction, can be many things. Second, we want to enable the analyst to ask or to query the data in a natural manner, meaning I don't want the analyst to only if he has an MBA from Wharton to be able to query financial data. Even if he can't do it, if he doesn't have the proficiency to do it, he needs to ask in a natural manner, for example, like ChatGPT-like or co-piloting-like, and the system or the solution will still understand what is asking and will translate it to the financial aspect. That's another way to move. And the third one is through machine learning. And I think when we're talking about AI, we'll keep thinking about, I don't know, usually about chatbots to some extent. But I think machine learning, which is a subset of AI, is hardly ever used. One, because people are afraid of black boxes. Second, people are saying, why should I rely on an output that I didn't filter on my own? But I think machine learning, if you're working with the customer, with the end user, on the relevant parameters, what are the attributes that are relevant to you? What is the data set that is already tagged, and you're rest assured that the training set is relevant? Then I think, for at least for the prioritization part, the risk assigning part, I think that can dramatically accelerate the way that we're processing the data. Because if I'll just look at a list of 10,000 wallets, you know, it's somewhat of a gamble. What should I start with? But if I'm getting a score, and that score relies not only on the crypto data, it relies, as I said, on communication behavior, on social media activity, on geographical anchors, on financial data from providers, on open source that comes from news sites like Bloomberg, for example, then that prioritization is much more intelligent than the single analyst. Usually when we pitch it to end users, we're saying, listen, if I'll put an analyst and the machine learning on a single item, on a single wallet, let's say, the analyst will do a much better work, right? He has the familiarity, he has the expertise, he will get the job done. But when I'm working in multipliers, and now it's 10,000 wallets against a single analyst, machine learning, although it's statistical, will still prevail. And I think the more that we'll integrate machine learning, which is specific to the end user, specific to their flows, to their investigation steps, I think we'll have a better chance in, you know, overcoming that barrier.
20-second advertisement break. We're building, CENTEF is building an agent like that for all our information. So if anyone would like access to that agent, AI agent that sits on our platforms, reach out to one of the team, and we're happy to bring you in on the pilot.
I'll just interrupt for 30 seconds. From my experience, I agree with most of what you said, but other than the bottom line, from my experience, AI agents are working better than analysts. They are working better, they're making less mistakes, and they're learning very fast. And you're able to scale up in everything that is related to the financial ecosystem very quickly and rapidly if you know how to prompt that properly. If you want to learn more, happy in the break.
Last question to Juan, and we'll conclude this fascinating panel. Juan, I don't want to ask you, if we look at a heat map of the world, I don't want to ask you what are the hotspots. I want to ask you what areas that we're not looking at enough we should be looking at.
Well, I mean, when we think cryptocurrencies, we think something abstract in the cyberspace, but we're talking digital dollars, okay? Which countries, they need digital dollars at the end? Well, the 80%, 85% of the crypto transactions under $500 are in Africa. If we see the Sahel, we get Somalia, Ethiopia, all the Sahel countries, it's the biggest spot. Because there's not banking footprint, there are not many FIUs, there are not many enforcement, because at the end they need money in. So crypto is part of their own economy, and it's using for everything. A lot for legitimate, but there is a lot for money laundering. So Africa is the biggest spot.
If I just may add, I think that it's not necessarily geographic, but actually payments means. And we see that coins that are less supervised or less monitored by the blockchain analytics companies are those that are being most used by criminals and terrorists to fund. And for example, USDC versus USDT. USDT, in which the confiscation abilities are more limited than USDT for a variety of reasons, we'll not get to them into here, is being used dramatically more by criminals. So they know how to find those loopholes and they're going after them. If we speak about Hamas, once they realize that law enforcement are very good at tracing Bitcoin, they actually approach their donors and publicly released a message saying, do not donate any longer with Bitcoin, but let's move to another one. It was Tron in that case, which was less supervised and so forth. So they are very sophisticated, and it's not necessarily not only geographically, but also based on the monitoring capabilities of authorities, which means that it is efficient after all, perhaps, to be more optimistic, that the FATF standards and the global regulation is effective, and we know how to enforce that, and if and when countries are collaborating, which is also something that needs to be improved, then there is an enforcement, an effective enforcement.
And we know that, money is like water. It's not, you can't just block it. People need resources, they will find a way. If you close the door, they'll go through the window. You close the window, they'll go through the cracks in the floor.
It's normal. It's normal. Yeah.
It's just normal. And there's always the tension, Juan, we spoke about it, between do you want to block or do you want to supervise and understand what's going on? But that's maybe for a different discussion. With that, thank you to these wonderful panelists.
And Mikey.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so we're continuing with our second fireside chat. Doctor? So now we're moving to our second fireside chat, Dirty Money, the economic nexus between terror and crime. We have Ilit Ostrovitch-Levi, who's the head of the Israeli FIU, Financial Intelligence Unit. Brucha haba.
Toda, boker tov, good morning everyone. Thank you for inviting me.
Ilit, thank you for being here. Very briefly, just so everybody's aware, 30 seconds of your background and the transition between public and private and maybe how that comes into effect in your current role.
It's literally impossible to do that in 30 seconds, but I came in and out the public sector 5 times. Long way to go. I'm very excited to be here, by the way, because Shlomit is sitting here. She's been my mentor for over a decade now. She taught me everything I know, and she's still like, I was listening to her, and I'm just like ecstatically nodding for everything she says, yes. So I've been the head of Israel FIU, IMPA, Israel Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Prohibition Authority, which goes to your title of this fireside chat, right? Terrorism financing and money laundering together. Before that, I've been working for Meta as a compliance officer, for Novi, the crypto wallet that was never really a product, but I was there for a couple of months, had a chance to get a glimpse from the inside of Meta, and before that I was working at IMPA for a couple of years, and I've been working for the intelligence community for a couple of years, and I've been working at the Supreme Court of Israel and a private law firm again, and of course a bank. I was at the compliance department. I was the GC for the compliance department of a group of banks in Israel. So I guess the most important thing is that I have a 360 degrees view of both money laundering, financial crime, and terrorism financing, from the point of view of the regulator, from the point of view of the criminals, from the point of view of the banks. I kind of know this arena pretty well.
And we're fortunate to have you, and thank you again.
I'm very privileged to be here. Thank you.
Coming. Take us to the 30,000-foot view. How do terrorist organizations, which is our primary concern, work with or use criminal networks for funding?
I'd start by saying that I do not know a single terrorism organization, perhaps there is one, but I don't know them, that is based solely on legitimate source of funds, donations from innocent and legitimate persons or entities that theoretically might exist. I do not know them, of course, not those that were very interested in, like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Islamic Palestinian Jihad. We don't know a legitimate source of funds for those. There might be, to some extent, some percentage of their income is coming from legitimate yet stupid entities that are willing to donate, thinking that these funds might go to legitimate purposes. So most of the funding and the budget of many terrorism organizations are coming from crime, so that's one thing. Perhaps I'd start by saying that the vision, the purpose of terrorism organization is different from criminal organization. The criminal organization, the heads of the criminal organization, the soldiers, etc., have the sole vision, purpose, goal of making money. That's what they're working for. They want to make money. And in terrorism organization, and I'm putting a caveat here because I'm not talking about the heads of the terrorism organization. I'm not talking about, you know, all the entities that we know that are making billions of dollars from being the heads of Hamas, but I'm talking about the organization in it for itself. They want to terrorize society, countries, the world, whatever. The money is the mean to do that. It's a way to create terror. They're not working just for money, as opposed to criminal organizations do not have any other agenda other than making money, and everything in between, violence, whatever, is the purpose to get the money. So that's the main difference. But if you're looking on the way they're acting, the source of funds, the methodology, the patterns, everything, it's the same, right? Using business infrastructures. If you're talking about sophisticated criminal organization, you still have the, you know, simple criminals that are not necessarily doing that, but they're using business infrastructures, using shell companies, frontmen, opening bank accounts worldwide, wiring money from here to there, using this business structure, using similar patterns of either using money service businesses or exchange houses, whatever you call it, and using cryptocurrencies and using Hawala. And I mean, the way to transfer the money from here to there is similar. The patterns are similar. And now if you're looking at, so we talked about the means and the methods, and now if you're looking on the source of funds for both of them, they're coming from, most of the funds are coming from criminal activity. If you're taking Hezbollah, for instance, I don't know, 20 to 30% is coming for pure crime. For instance, drug smuggling from South America to Europe, and and then to Lebanon and other places, other countries in the area. So they're making a lot of money from drugs. It's like part of their business plan or business strategy. Crime is an inherent part of terrorism. So you can't really set the borderline between crime and terrorism financing, and this is why we're dealing in all FAUs in the world, and the international standards by the FATF are dealing both with terrorism financing and money laundering and fighting financial criminals, because money is money is money. You don't have different money for terrorism and for crime, and it's the same methods of using them. It's the same methods of fighting them. That's my 60 floor. Yeah, don't remember.
So Nili Lakshot, let me kind of dive into that. How can one draw a line? How can one draw lines between a terrorist organization? There's no, to the best of my knowledge, right? There's no Hezbollah Inc., Hezbollah LLC, right? There's no Hezbollah.
That's not a business entity. There are many, many, many business entities. Neither are called Hezbollah. Not bank account in the world related to Hezbollah has the name Hezbollah on it, right? But both also Hamas and any other organization.
Well, Hezbollah might be slightly different with the fact that it does have formal entities in Lebanon for political reasons, etc. And as you mentioned, there's a differentiation between criminal organizations that are mostly financial driven and terrorist organizations which we say are politically driven, right? You can say they have an ideology, but ideology is marketing. They operate to a political mean. How do you draw lines between, Naim Qasim's family, forget Naim Qasim, the heads of Hamas in Qatar have families. Those families, might have legitimate, financial, anything between them, behind them. How do you draw lines within these things between what's legitimate and what's not? And I'm asking that on two levels. A, who do you want to focus on? But B, also, if you talk about terrorism, that's one subset of tools that a country can use. And if you talk about AML and more things that are in the, let's say, the police realm, you have a completely different set of tools. Sometimes these are, foreign terrorists, and these are citizens of a country. So how do you, as a regular, how do you even draw the lines to decide what you can, what you can't, what to focus on, what not to focus on?
This is basically our, strategic plan, what you're talking about. The good news is that there is a very high international curiosity since October 7th regarding everything. So they care less whether it's a legitimate, is there even a legitimate business associated with Hezbollah? I don't know, but even if there is, we care less about that because we're talking here about the, big stones, big entities. It's a very, very, very complicated issue to analyze, to find those entities, to find those, I mentioned earlier, there are shell companies and there are business structures and there are bank accounts. I'll give you a hint to, a glimpse, to what we have been doing for the past 2 years. So literally 2 days after October 7th, I was approached by my colleagues in Germany, the Netherlands, and the United States. Everyone knows terrorism happens in certain countries, the financing happen in other countries, and they think that they have, it's not my problem, right? NIMBY, not in my bag. It's not my problem, it's Israel problem. We were very sympathetic to that, and we wanted to help, but we're not very much into that. And October 7th kind of changed this modus operandi. They kind of realized that they might have something to do with that. So together, make a long story short, because that's a long story, together we founded a groundbreaking, game-changing organization. It's called CTFTI, Counter-Terrorism Task Force Israel. And we created it 17 countries joined us. I'm not going to name all of them, but all important like-minded, or at least were like-minded countries. They are still like-minded when it comes to fighting money laundering and terrorism financing, including the three I just mentioned, and also Canada, France, Switzerland, Luxembourg, which is a very important financial hub, Estonia, which is a very important hub when it comes exactly to fintech and virtual assets.
We're opening a branch there.
It's a very important hub, and they did an amazing job becoming this hub, but that's for another workshop. And together we they came to help us. But very quickly they realized that they're helping themselves, because they started to investigate to see how they can help Israel, and then they started to dig in and dive in, and realizing that they have major terrorism financing structures within their own countries. They find all of Hamas entities, and of course we gave them all the leads. We gave them everything that we know in order for them to be able to start tracking. But then what they found is that they realized that they came to help us, but eventually they were helping themselves. And the good thing about that is that is the one thing that we do not need. We're talking here intelligence exchange. Okay, we don't need any approvals to do that. We don't need resources. We don't need anything. We just need counterparts and partners to do that. So again, it could be a very long story, but to try to keep it short, together we created a unique, game-changing intelligence map that never before existed in the state of Israel, that mapped all of the entities of Hamas worldwide. And when I'm saying entities, I'm talking about persons, either frontmen or the actual people, bank accounts in the bank, including IBANs, everything. We know exactly where the bank account is. And of course, companies, shell companies, real companies, money transferred. It looks like a 300 pages book. And together we created this intelligence map, and which enabled us, this is kind of related to the risk assessment that Shlomit mentioned before that, and it created the ability to focus, to see where we're going to get, because it's literally impossible. You have to prioritize. You can't get everyone, but we know where to get. And many times, since those are like-minded countries, both for terrorism financing and money laundering, sometimes the means are to find in the money laundering tools. For instance, in many countries, Israel included, terrorism financing is a predicate offense of money laundering. So it's easier for them to criminalize the terrorism financing and then indict and criminalize the money laundering and then confiscate the funds. So it's very complicated legal tools. But again, this line doesn't necessarily have to be drawn. It could be drawn, but it's very, very important to prioritize and focus on the big entities, the important entities. And what can I say? If on the way, I never encountered harmless entities in this journey, but we might encounter them, but it's less important for us.
I'm very encouraged to hear about this map and this effort to create an overview.
I just want to add something very important. We created the map, but it was given to the intelligence community, right? We're at IMPA, Israel FAU. Our mission is to conduct the financial intelligence analysis. Omer, I don't see him right now, he mentioned the professionalism of the analyst and to know how to. So at IMPA, not only we're the most professional people in Israel, but we're among the most professional analysts and FAU in the world. So they know how to analyze terrorism financing. We're, in the past 2 years, we're in the journey of educating the world, either our partner FAUs or the financial sectors in other countries, but we're creating the map and then we're handing it to the intelligence community in order to be able to move it forward.
Final question, 30 seconds.
You already realized that I don't know how to answer it.
That's okay. That's why we have signs coming up. Final question. And it's a kind of a variation of what I've been asking as a final question for everyone. where should we be focusing, we as a country, as a community, as investigators, and as researchers? Where should we be focusing our energy and our efforts and our time? What should we be looking at to make a difference?
In my perspective, we should focus on both supervision, specifically on NGOs in Israel, NGOs related in general, and NGOs related to terrorism financing in particular. And we should focus in supervision of money service businesses and money service providers, because they're not very much supervised, to say the least, in general. And in the past 2 years, we saw in Israel MSBs related to MSBs in the Palestinian Authority and in Gaza, and we saw the connections between them. And that's a very, very dangerous gap that must be harshly supervised, and that's something that we must focus on. We also must focus on criminalizing terrorism financing in Israel. We're very good in criminalizing terrorism, but terrorism financing is a whole different thing, and it's very, very important. The same way we're trying to indict and criminalize money launderers, we need to also keep away from society terrorist financing, which should keep on focusing on international cooperation, international information and intelligence exchange, and international. I know it is very, very challenging these days, but the good news is that as far as we're concerned, at the FAU, we are still in a very, we're not isolated yet, so we're very good in exchanging information with other countries, and that's that's a game changer. That's the key, because the terrorism financing happens elsewhere most of the times. And also, it's very important to educate financial sectors worldwide to identify terrorism financing, to understand the difference between terrorism and terrorism financing in order to prevent it from even entering the legitimate financial system.
With that, Ilit, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Now we're moving to our final panel. Iran, Qatar, and Turkey, the terror financing axis, Dr. Udi Levi, Omer Frenkel, and Roy Agagny. All right, we're moving to our final panel for today. Iran, Qatar, and Turkey, the terror financing axis. I'm going to briefly present, in my words, each of the participants. Excuse me if this is not formal enough. Dr. Udi Levi, to me, is the godfather of terror financing in Israel, former head of Tiltzal, of Harpoon Unit, and a knowledge source that we're all drawing from, and has been very helpful in setting up the thinking behind CENTEF. So, Udi, welcome. Thank you. Roy Agagny, CPA, is managing a financial research and investigative research firm, Megiddo, which is, we've done a couple of projects together, and I'm proud to have this group on stage. And Omer, whom you've already met, who's leading Cognyte, has decades of experience in intelligence in general and in financial intelligence specifically. So I think we have a good group of people with us today. Udi, let's set it off. How does the world look like right now? And I'm going to reverse the order. What are we not looking at that we should be looking at?
First of all, I think that in the last 2 years, there is a lot of changes in many aspects that we're speaking today about. Financial infrastructure of terrorist organization, from two main reasons, if I can say. First of all, I think that the Iranian becoming now in a very difficult situation. In most of the cases, we are speaking about the Iranian only in the aspect of the nuclear issue. But sometimes we are forgetting that they were one of the two countries that were the most financier of the terrorism all over the world. And I think that the last year, something a little bit changed with the Iranian because the financial difficulties. And immediately it's reflect in their capability to continue in finance organization like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the other. It doesn't mean that they stop. But there is more difficulties. You can see that less money now goes from them to Hezbollah. I have to admit, we didn't mention it, but I think that there is still a lot of money that they continue to move to Hamas by using specifically the crypto channel. This is a good question that we have to ask ourselves. How, even in the middle of the war, that almost all Israeli IDF in Gaza, Hamas still have the capability to get money and to finance himself? This is a good question. But they are still continue to finance the Houthis. But as I said, they have a difficulties. The other things, it's with the Qataris. I think that the war put the Qataris in a very difficult situation because today the spot of the world about the involvement of the Qataris in financing terrorism becoming more and more critical, and they have to be, let's say, more dangerous about what they are doing. So you see that they are trying to be less involved in terror financing. But it doesn't mean that the terrorist organization will not find. And as we see with the huge amount of money that the Hezbollah and the Iranian did in the past, for example, from the Captagon in Syria, now they move all this industrial to Yemen. So immediately there is no vacuum in the world. I think that it will take a little bit time now to see the new powers, how exactly the situation will change, what exactly will happen. But we are in the middle of this period.
And I would like us in a second to go back to we're almost 2 years after October 7th. And I would like us to go back into what Qatar's involvement was in financing this massacre and the war that followed it. Before that, I want to ask Roy. Udi gave an overview of what's happening in Iran, Qatar. I know that you've been involved in following some of these MOs and transactions. How are these guys, let's say, using their resources? What are their means and methods? Both let's say, on the black side, the white side, I think we know, but how are they using the gray space, the Qataris specifically? What are their means of operations? What are their MOs?
So let's just start with the Iranian, because in Iran, the big problem that they cannot move money in the bank system. So they need to create like a bank shadow, like a network that they can use money like shell companies and front companies and other entities, and they use this money with, I want to give you an example, a real example that actually happened 3 months ago. There is a Zarin Gallant family, a Persian family. There is only 3 brothers, but they built the largest network of money laundering into Iran. What they do, they actually registered more than 30 companies in countries like the UAE, Turkey, Hong Kong, China, and they chose these countries in purpose because they know the law enforcement and the financial oversight is very low there, is very weak. And they use these countries and they use this bank system to move the funds, and the funds actually came from unreported oil sales, especially to China. And the problem was that these funds were stuck in the Chinese banks. And they actually moved these funds through this network into like fake documents, trade invoices, but nothing is behind. It's just what we call the method, the TBML, trade-based money laundering. And in 2025, the US Treasury sanctioned this network, and they said that this money goes directly to the terrorist organization in the region, and also to build this nuclear program and developing the missiles.
I will make one observation that despite the efforts of the international community have come up and down in blocking flows of money to Iran, A, it goes up and down. B, there are legitimate venues. I don't know if you saw, if we discussed this, but the export of vegetables from Iran to the UAE, even to the US, is increased by 1,000% year over year. Now, when you look at only zucchinis, maybe it's less interesting. But if you look at the agricultural sector, which is, broadly speaking, is legitimate, and you see the increases in output, there are obviously money flows. And as we keep on saying, there are ways around things. So if you block X, Y will open, etc. Omer, I keep coming back to how can we see it, how can we monitor it, and by doing that, how can we prevent it? But things like Roy is describing, these setups of hyper sophisticated financial networks that I must suspect are not only, they're not only black. Otherwise, you would have identified them immediately. It's probably intertwined between, legitimate and illegitimate businesses. Maybe these guys are doing finance, these guys are moving metal, these guys are doing that. And along the way, whether it's 1 to 3 or 3 to 1, they're also moving illicit funds. So how does the country, how does the world go about, seeing this, understanding this? Maybe then we can discuss on how to also stop it.
I'll start my answer with an irony. The irony is that within the EEI, the essential elements of information, what is called in Hebrew tziach, of intelligence agencies, usually terror funding is at the bottom of the list. The immediate implication is that the traditional methods to collect data, usually over SIGINT and cyber, are just not allocated to this EEI. That pushed many agencies to open source, to OSINT. And I think the irony is that OSINT is better equipped to give answers to terror funding than SIGINT and cyber. I'll give you an example. There is a website called Wiki Iran, which holds records, leaked records, of financial entities from Iran that are dealing with either proliferations of arms, the nuclear program, and also transferring of illicit funds, including shell companies, invoices, and such. So I don't know who leaked it, okay? I have an assumption. I don't know who leaked it. But the fact that it already exists enables us to use it as a good data source. It enables us to get a baseline of what either that website or open source in general already thinks about the problem to connect it to other data sources. So I think to some extent, there is an opportunity to better utilize open source. And just as a reference, usually when I say open source, people think about social media. That's like the immediate reflex of when people are talking about. But open source is a much broader domain. So website is one element, and data providers like Moody's or LexisNexis is another example. And news sites and crypto and all of those elements are essential to understand the money flow. Because as Roy mentioned, and I think I super agree with what he said, everything is on the table. We're just not looking at it. Or we're just not looking at it in a way that we can make sense out of it. So I'm returning to my former statement for those that heard me in the previous panel. It might sound redundant, but I still believe that we need to do two things that we're not doing today. First is the ability to centralize the data from all the different sources. We're not doing it today. And when we're doing it in a manual manner. I think that's where technology can assist. The second part is through the AI. Because the AI doesn't just work on the specific profiles, on the companies, on the involved individuals. It works on the relations. We want to identify, detect, surface, prioritize suspicious relations. Just as an example, a person and a company can be tied to each other under multiple relations. A person can be the CEO, it can be a shareholder, it can be a director, it can be a stakeholder, and it can also be a linkage to another company that operates as a shell company to the first company. If we don't allow the data to visualize it to the analyst or to the investigator, there is no real manual way to surface it. So I think one, OSINT is the way to go, and SIGINT will be complementary, unlike other parts of the EEI. And second is the need to introduce new technologies that I think to some extent already exist in the market, but either not utilized or not utilized in that manner, and to focus on the ability to consolidate all of the open source into one section and then surface through the AI the problematic or suspicious indicators. I think that's the way to go. And in that case, Zarin Galam will be surfaced, by the way, also appear in Wiki Iran. That way ties to Chinese companies that are investing in agricultural products that are supplied by Iranian companies who might surface potential other financial relations. So I think that's the way to go.
Mike, I can add something. I think that Omer gave a very good example about Wiki Iran. Wiki Iran is amazing sources. I think it's 1 million of documents you have inside. But if you learn the material there, you can find almost all the financial infrastructure that the Iranian built for many, many years to circumvent the sanction all over the world. I can tell you that, and I think it's not secret, there is few people here that I spoke with them when they were in the government, that I think that this source gave Israel and the international community a great opportunity to shut down the Iranian economy or to cause them a real damage, to stop to finance for at least for a limited time flow of money for Revolutionary Guards and the other. The main problem sometimes is not the information and the intelligence. It's the willing of countries, especially United States and the other, to enforce the sanction that they impose by themselves. Because the information exists. You don't need even to make a very sophisticated operation. The second remark that I want to emphasize, it's related to what my friend Matt Levitt mentioned in the beginning about Card el-Hassan. Card el-Hassan, again, there is a huge of information leaked. I don't think that someone did someone with this in the beginning. But I have to tell you a very interesting scenario that a few days after we bombed the shelter of Nasrallah in Lebanon, I got a phone call from a journalist from a very, very serious journal and told me, Dr. Levi, please confirm me that you knew exactly the position of Nasrallah because the leak of Card el-Hassan. I have to admit that, first of all, I left many years ago, but I have very surprised from the questions. And I asked him, I didn't answer. I learned it from my father-in-law, Mr. Dagan, never answer about something like that. But I say, why you said? He said, because we checked very carefully the information inside, and we saw that there is information about the companies that built all the tunnels. So we sure that you knew about it because you monitor it. I say, no comment. But it shows you how much information you can get from those documents, from those leaking of documents. Unfortunately, I don't think that we are doing it. And the last remarks, I'm sorry that I'm taking. There is today millions of documents in Gaza. I have the privilege for a short period to pass some of them. It's unbelievable material that we have there to show exactly what Ilit said and the other, and what the former panel speak about the methodology, who were involved, who did. The problem is nobody taking very serious, nobody spent enough efforts to understand exactly how all this system all over the world work. But you have everything there. Everything is including there. And as Omer said, if you are putting all of them maybe in AI and the other, you can get unbelievable picture that will serve all the world. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. You answered. I was going to ask you how significant, impactful, lethal is the action, or are we just, moving around papers and dealing with intel all day, but actually not acting on it? I think you answered that diplomatically, that maybe we're gravitating more towards intel and gravitating less towards acting. Not, by the way, Israel, but in general, the world.
I think yes. First of all, this is something more philosophy, maybe. The issue of fighting against terror financing is not attractive. It's not attractive. You are not getting medals if you are doing something against money changer, or if you are stop the flow of the money. It's not like to bring the archive from Iran. But if you ask me, the effectiveness to stop the pipe of the money to those terrorist organizations is more critical than any active. And I can say, and it's not a secret that I say it, we can continue to fight in Gaza for many, many years. We will not win. But if, in parallel, millions of dollars continue to flow to Gaza, to finance, to give them the opportunity, because there is no alternative to the people there. The only alternative that they have is to get $200 or $100 from the Hamas and to take the weapon and to join to the Azadin al-Qassam, because they are not working. It's more than 90% the unemployment there. So the only alternative today to get money is to go to the Hamas. And if they still have the money, they will continue to recruit people, and it will be never-ending war. So we have to put in high priority the idea that we have to find a way to stop the flow of the money to Gaza, for example. This is something very, very important. I think that in Lebanon it's done better today because there is more, first of all, there is more involvement of the Lebanese government and the American and the international community. So it's more effective, and I think that we see the results. In Gaza, no. So if we will not fight now against the money that's going to Gaza, maybe it will take a long time.
You're saying that money is still going to Gaza.
Yes.
And I said I wanted to ask you, so I do want to ask you, and I'm going to take another minute. It's actually not a minute. This is probably a 2-hour conversation. We know the Qataris have been funding Hamas and Gaza for years. State sanctioned, Israel and the US dollars in suitcases going in through the ISA. I don't know. I have to believe that the situation is different right now. I hope to believe that the situation is different right now. If it's not, please tell me. How are they, maybe I'll ask Udi, I'll ask Roy, all three. How are the Qataris, right, still pushing funds into these various illicit activities, despite the fact that, as we mentioned here, there's a lot more focus and light on them?
I would like to answer you about that, and let's look about Qatar globally. Qatar, in the recent, let's say in the last decade, bought strategic assets in the key countries like the UK, Germany, France, also the US, and they don't just buy these assets they want to earn profits. The real reason is where they invest the money in the Western economies, they actually get some dependency on the Qatari capital, and that gives them the financial shield. And the financial shield actually protect Qatar from investigation or from sanction about things that everybody knows they are actually involved. And for example, Qatar holds 10% of London Stock Exchange, 20% of Heathrow Airport. They have financial institutions, Barclays Bank, Deutsche Bank. They even own the Citibank, they hold and sell, but they even own the Empire State Building in New York. So you need to think globally. The money give them the power to control. If you think about the UN, for example, they increase every year the money they put there, and also in the UNICEF and the other sub-organizations under the UN, and they have actually politically power over there. And this power, what we call the silent terror, because the money they invest in Europe, 1 billion euro in the last 10 years, the money don't get to the humanitarian aid or development. It goes to Muslims centers, to build Muslim centers, to mosques, and it doesn't stop there because the Qatari maintain these places. They bring imams and preachers, and this is how they spread the Muslim Brotherhood propaganda. And this leads to radicalization and causes terror. And what we need to think about the definition of terror is because we are now in kind of changing. This is like silent terror that we can see in Europe, that the escalation every year. And in Israel, we know it for many years, but now it's like everyone can see that.
I like it.
I think the notion of being a significant shareholder or sitting on a board of legitimate enterprises and owning trophy assets and the credibility that gives you within financial communities, it's overlooked. It's hard, it's overlooked because it's hard to see because it's hiding in plain sight, right? And unless you believe, you have to work under the assumption, you must believe that Qatar is a bad actor to say there's something wrong with it. Otherwise, they're just another sovereign fund. How are they different than the Norwegians, for example? I think it's an important observation, and I think us as Westerners, we have certain, not only frameworks, but we have built a certain economic perception and system that allows it. And the question is, you know, if we need to start changing the system to adapt to these specific things, are we changing fast enough? Are we efficient enough? Are we ahead of the curve? Are we behind the curve? Are we even incentivized to make those changes? Because as you said, you know, if you're having lunch every other Tuesday with your board member who just happens to work for a specific or a certain country, and he tells you, no, forget about that. Let's focus on the other 7 topics or whatnot. So there are ways about it.
I can give you another example from the US if we have the time. Briefly, okay. So in the US, Qatar operates through the Qatar Foundation of Education. This is a fund that everybody knows now. They inject more than $5 billion to American university. Sorry. And one interesting thing that is about the Texas A&M University. And Texas, everybody, if somebody doesn't know, Texas University is a giant university in the US that a few years ago they opened a campus in Qatar, what they call the Education City, and they actually conduct a mutual research in a very sensitive field like the nuclear research and cybersecurity. But what it's exposed recently, because leak information and because legal procedures, that Qatar state actually control the IP, the budgets, and every sensitive data that was in this research. And a very fascinating details is the head of this program was Ilham Al-Qardawi, professor. If this name is familiar, we are speaking about the daughter of Yusuf Al-Qardawi, one of the Muslim Brotherhood, very known ideologues, and this is an amazing part. And of course, the university, after public pressure, they closed the program, and under some reason that we know that this is not true, because there is security reasons, they're hiding that. And we can say that Qatar is everywhere, in education, in investment, in sports, media, humanitarian aid, you name it. So the borderline is now between the soft power and the terror financing has been blurred.
I'm just going to do the summary of everything here on stage together with these folks. Omer, 60 seconds. First of all, thank you for Cognyte for sponsoring this event and for helping us bring everyone together and for being such an exceptional partner, not only to us, but in general to the community. I'm going to ask each of you 60 seconds. After this, we're going back to our lives. What should we as a community be doing differently? Who should we be talking to? What should we be telling them to make the maximum amount of change, of impact, in the minimum effort between now and, let's say, the next conference a year from now?
Oh, 60 seconds. Okay.
60 seconds.
I think we need to invest in tech that will allow us to be predictive and not retrospective. We need to invest in tech that will allow us not to investigate, but to expose. I think when we're talking about Qatar, we're talking about reputation. Qatar have invested in their own reputation. That is what allows them or enables them to move money almost without any interruptions. I think that is the point, and I think we are, and I said it before, but I'll just repeat that as a final statement. I think intelligence analysts and intelligence agencies are reluctant from really diving into this domain. I think this is why the procurement of technologies went to other sections, and I think since money makes the world go round, we need to understand that we need to invest not just in endpoint solutions for I don't know, finance geeks that want to understand how the blockchain behaves. We need to invest in technology that will surface those networks, those hubs, those transactions, those relations. And for that, we need to focus on centralized solutions, and we need to invest in dedicated AI to this section, not generalize it. That's it.
Roy, 60 seconds.
I will give you one sentence that maybe be good than 60 seconds. The US need to enforce the real power that they have about the sanction, and especially in countries that like Turkey, the UAE, and Hong Kong, that this is the money go through this bank system and go to the terrorist organization over the world. And when they do that, I promise you, there is change very quickly.
Udi.
I think, from my experience, that if we are expecting from the formal system, the governments to improve their dealing with terror financing, it would be very difficult because, as I said, it's not attractive. And secondly, from the political reason, I think that today, because specifically when speaking about Qatar, we are very limited to take a decision against them because of political reason, and we will speak later about bribes and corruption, etc. But, and we believe, I have to admit that we believe in this aspect for many, many years. The private sector has a huge capabilities to manage a very sophisticated and very effective war against financial infrastructure of terrorist organization. We didn't mention the legal aspects, but there is a lot of activity there that's very effective against those elements that financing terrorism. We spoke about the crypto. Binance today is going to face unbelievable lawsuits against them because they finance a lot of activity in October 7. And there is, and as Omer said, a lot of companies ready now to spend more money to be involved, and they have a huge capability to get information and to use it. And there is another element, like Ili setting in face of me, that what they're doing, that there is NGOs that find a way to speak directly with the financial institution and to share with them intelligence that they will do something, and they will never say we didn't know about it. I think that we have to improve it, to do it in more coordination, as it will be effective.
I'll add my 60 seconds to wrap up this discussion, but also the conference. I think, or my view is that putting this topic, this subject, front and center in the public eye, in front of decision makers in government, creating pressure on decision makers to deal with it, supporting the law enforcement, the judicial system, the regulators in their fight and in their effort to fight against these phenomenons should be a top top priority, not only of every Israeli or American, but in general. Terrorism and the crime relating to terrorism impacts every law-abiding individual everywhere in the world. It's a zero-sum game, and criminal activity is worsening the lives of every person out there, period. So I think it is our responsibility as a community to push this subject, to put it front and center, to fight for it, to support the people who are fighting for it, to allocate resources to it, to enable more collaboration there, and so on and so forth. With that, I would like to thank everyone for coming and for joining us today. Our teams are here. We would like to continue this dialogue and this conversation, and you're welcome to go into our website. In a week from now, we'll have a summary of all these panels, including the videos. We would like to thank Cognyte, ICT, Reichman University, the CENTEF team and researchers, and everyone for coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
היי, שלום, מה נשמע? אתה שומע אותי? דיליי ממה? קצת. קצת. זה כאילו כן מגיע אחריי. מה?
It is now my honor to introduce our next speaker, Professor Yosi Shacham-Diamond. Professor Shacham-Diamond is director of the Scojen Institute of Synthetic Biology at Reichman University. He's leading scientist in micro and nanoelectronics. His expertise is on biochips and functional biosensors for synthetic biology. The floor is yours. Hopefully we'll understand what you're speaking about.
I'm sure you do. So okay, you can start the presentation. You know, Noam used to say that the name is Yosi Shacham-Diamond with an A, the German pronunciation, and I'm going to talk about, in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to introduce to you to the world of biodefense. I'm from the Reichman University, from the Scojen Institute for Synthetic Biology, which is a new institute taking care of synthetic biology, and I hope in the next, great, I've 76 minutes to talk. You have to change it. Okay. I only prepared for 10 minutes. Now, just to start to introduce you, biodefense is a name, and in Hebrew we say lehagen. In Hebrew, people always think that we are French. Totally different word. In other languages, people just use, in Japanese, people say only biodefense, or biodefenso. Chinese, they use the same kanji but different pronunciation. But the last line is, when we talk about biodefense, we also talk about what we call national security, because if a nation is secured, it's the defense itself. So I'm talking about biodefense, but you have to understand that there's another level which is called national security, which is also important for this issue. So there are two definitions to biodefense. One is defense against biological threats. However, we also look at the use of biological tools for unmet needs, which means not necessarily for detecting biological issues. We can use biology to detect explosives. We can use biology to detect people, presence, other features. So biodefense has a dual meaning, and I mean to them both. What's our message? Biodefense is a challenge. It's a complicated issue, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about it. But the main rule is you always want to be one step ahead of the threat. So in order to do it, you need to look at what's available today and what will be available in the next 5 to 10 years. There was a quantum leap in the availability of capability of biological tools. The reason biodefense was always an issue, but in the last 10, 20 years, there was a huge leap of progress in developing biological tools. The use of AI contributes significantly to that leap, the invention of technologies like CRISPR and other technologies, but it became more available. You can even do it yourself at home, things that people used to do in very expensive labs. So the problem statement, there are more threats, more tools, and what we call unknown unknowns, how to take care of it. So you need academic and government R&D centers, plus make sure that you do the technology transfer right. So the problem, the democratization of bioengineering and AI technologies, the threat of malicious use by non-state actors and amateurs, and the solution is detection networks, including biosensors, Internet of Things. You want to have a holistic solution detecting the threats, or open access platforms and do-it-yourself biolabs, empower underrepresented groups, and foster biotechnological innovation, which means everybody can do it. It's a threat. Solutions, more regulation, developing tagging techniques, barcoding. You want to make sure that there is some control on the source materials, on the development of them, to follow them, post-factum research. You need to know the threat. If you want to read more, take a look at this report by the DoD for 2023. Wonderful report. Talk about the biothreat environment, the naturally occurring biological threats, about the accidental biological threats, about the deliberate biological threats. There was even a nice book published in 2018. If you need to read more, you can come to me. I have a whole lot of library of publications. So this issue is on the open, and it's an issue, and the problem becomes more and more severe. The current key players in biodefense market is AI-powered biosurveillance, nanotechnology and biosensors, synthetic biology and genetic engineering, advanced vaccine platforms, and the contamination and sterilization technologies. I'm going to focus today only on synthetic biology. Now, this talk is about biodefense. We focus on biodefense, using biotechnologies to protect and defend, and using technologies to defend against hazardous biotechnologies. Solution, or one issue, I'm sure that many of you never heard about this term. Some of you know this term. I'm going to talk about synthetic biology very shortly, but you have to understand this term. Synthetic biology, it's a new paradigm. You can engineer life the way you engineer a radio, the way you engineer a car. People now can design biology, and I'm going to show you very shortly. You can redesign nature. You can correct defects. You can make it better or worse, but you can modify it. You create novel systems. In 1 minute, what is synthetic biology? Is combining engineering principle with existing biotechnology techniques. How do we do engineering today? We design, we build, we test, and we learn. If we are not happy, we go back and fix it. We want to do it in biology. The same way we design a computer, we want to design biology, and the reason there is a huge market for this, a lot of technologies are involved in synthetic biology. I'm not going to cover them all, but if you want to work in synthetic biology, it's some of computer science, physics, engineering science, chemistry, agriculture. Practically every known technology is involved, so it's a multidisciplinary field. Of course, medical sciences and life sciences. It's not a small market. Even today, if you look at companies selling products made by synthetic technology, is almost $30 billion, and this market is growing almost 20% a year. Huge investments in this field, so it's not only in the defense. I'm talking about synthetic biology at all. The biodefense market is a significant portion of it. I can give you the numbers, but it's not a negligible technology. So biodefense countermeasures, and the same advancements that create new risks also provide the tools to counter them, because synthetic biology allows very rapid response. You can design very fast. You can have medical countermeasures. You can innovate new materials and biosensors and bioactuators. And the other issue is biomanufacturing. For if you want to have an independent manufacturing base in Israel or any other country, you can switch to synthetic biology. And Professor Farron Isaacs from Yale in Thursday will give a talk, and he's doing fantastic things. You can have spiders making polymers for you, so you don't need to use other resources. You can have nature making materials for you on demand. Synthetic biology provides new tools, new methods. You need to accelerate R&D. It will shorten the time from lab to market. It's a product-oriented design using engineering concepts. It's a holistic approach tailored to the context. Also, it will reduce cost, which is always good, including non-recurring expenses. It will accelerate the whole design process of new biological materials. Just to bear in mind that today in pharmaceutics, more than 90% or large number of the new drugs, they don't reach the market. So 90% of the R&D today in the pharmaceutics is not transferred to market. So what we arrange in this conference, tomorrow afternoon, we are going to have a session dedicated to the nexus between biological, and we are going to focus on biodefense along the lines which I described in the talk today. Shimshon Belkin from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, which he's the man that introduced me into this field, a good friend from 40 years ago. And he's one of the leaders in the world in this field of using synthetic biology or microbes that they work for you. You can ask the microbe, how do you feel? Are you aware of some explosive in the neighborhood? Tell me. So he is developing very interesting products using microbes. Asa Sittner from the IIBR will talk about when AI meets synthetic biology. I'm not going through over the whole slide, but I've added, but he can take an unknown material and tell you this is a toxic material without even knowing what is the chemistry. In the past, biology was an observation science. In the present, we build components. In the future, we'll do synthetic biology parts. And if today people expect that it will take 20 to 25 years, so we are still okay, AI will accelerate this process. AI, the use of AI will shorten the time of synthetic biology products. It will be available in, I mean, I asked Claude, the AI agent, he told me 5 to 10 years, but it makes sense. Our friends from Elbit will present their new solutions, so it's going to be an exciting session tomorrow. And this is what Farron Isaacs is going to present. I'm not going to talk about the whole slide, but he's going to talk like how to design Kevlar. You can, instead of Kevlar, which is a material which is needed for biodefense. So I would like to thank everybody in my institute, all my friends here from the institute, and Scott and Jennifer Tobin, and Liat, and Shimshon, and all the rest. And all I can say that synthetic biology is like normal biology, but cooler, and this is the future, and biodefense will depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Yosi, and thanks to the Tobin family for making the Institute possible in the first place. And also thanks to the Scojen Institute for being a driving force behind the move of Reichman University in the fields of science. We used to be only in the fields of social science. Now we're also in the field of science. We also have a brand new medical school on this campus called the Dini Rekanati Medical School, and the collaboration between Scojen and the medical school is moving us ahead. And now it's time for us to invite Dr. Udi Levi to the podium. Our next speaker is Dr. Udi Levi, who served as an intelligence officer in the IDF and other Israeli intelligence agencies for more than 35 years, specializing in counter-terrorist financing, money laundering, and tracking illegal assets. In 2003, Dr. Levi was appointed Chief of the Economic Warfare and Financial Division. As part of his work, Dr. Levi coordinated the entire Israeli intelligence campaign against Iran and fundamentalist terrorist groups. Perhaps we'll also hear about excess baggage, suitcases full of cash being sent to Hamas on a regular basis. Maybe that's part of it. So the floor is yours.
Hello, by your permission, not because I don't know English, I will speak in Hebrew. I know that you have a translation. I am doing it because I want that I will be very clear about what I'm going to speak with you. And I'm going to speak with you about Qatar.
We are here at the ICT conference, and I think that during it, many of the experts around the world convene counterterrorism experts, and it's one of the best platforms worldwide for discussing counterterrorism. We have been at war in Gaza and Lebanon for the past 2 years that followed the atrocious and most murderous attack in our history. And it's been a week since the very unique attack in Qatar against the leaders of Hamas, and very little has come up in recent days in terms of Qatar and its involvement, as it was the biggest generator of terrorism in this generation, and it brought about the dramatic increase in Islamic terrorism around the world. And if you will, it was the one that turned the international arena so corrupt. And the fact that in this respectable conference, Qatar is not a point of focus means that Qataris have done something right in their sense. Qatar has managed, and I'm sorry for using this so pompously, but it has managed to conquer the West, including the State of Israel, because conquering doesn't mean taking over territory. It's also your ability to paralyze your enemy's decision-making processes, and that's exactly what Qatar has done so successfully. But at the same time, Qatar has also built and continues to build and will continue to build all the infrastructure that is attempting to change the West culturally and economically in order to implement the Muslim Brotherhood's doctrine of the return of the empire. And geniusly and unfortunately with the help of Jewish and Israeli officials in worlds of financial advisors and campaigns, people who are the whisperers and who are consulting the advisors, they have managed to take over assets in Israel, Africa, South America, and elsewhere. These assets include culture areas, banks, fashion, the fashion industry, anything that might impact the international opinion and the decision-making. It has gone into academic institutions, universities that really impact the next generation of leaders and opinion leaders. It has propaganda that goes into the homes of everyone around the world and has poisoned the atmosphere. They have bribed many leaders in order to promote their interests and mostly neutralized any possibility of countering them. At the same time, they also used everything in their power in order to destabilize regimes, to support terrorism, and to help promote radical Iranian strategies that want to harm the West. And we have fallen into this trap like the blind. We have become suicidal democracies that are openly going towards their end. Qatar has built for decades, has built and supported Hamas, and the part it played on October 7th is crucial. It also financed Hezbollah and the IRGC and continues to date to help the Houthis, and also builds the Muslim Brotherhood's new outpost in Syria. Unfortunately, and in my honest opinion, Israel has been mistaken in its approach to Qatar. From the time it agreed that it will give money to Hamas, and by making Qatar a leading mediator, from documents we found in Gaza, and unfortunately, for some reason, Israel has decided not to publish them, show how Qatar has cheated along the way, conning everyone, not only Israel, but also President Trump. And while he strove to expand the Abraham Accords, they were doing everything in their power in Qatar to sabotage them. They went into the holiest of places in Israel, the most senior echelons, impacting dramatic decision-making in Israel. The only consolation one might have, if at all, is that Qatar wasn't doing it only to Israel, but throughout the West and the United States. And now Israel has played into the hands of Qatar, having attacked on September 9th. This attack came 2 years too late. This attack should have happened on October 8th, 2023. Qatar, as I've said, was responsible, one of the only exclusive parties together with Iran for October 7th. And if Israel had told Qatar and the world on October 8th that Qatar has 48 hours to bring all our hostages back while clearly threatening the stability of Qatar, its leaders and the Hamas leadership, it is more than likely that the world's opinion would have been different and the world's view would have been different than it is today. At the time, the world would have given Israel anything because of the terrible rapes and murders of October 7th, but Israel decided to embrace Hamas, to continue the policy it had embraced for years before then, and that is perhaps why the campaign in Gaza has developed the way it has, and the fate of the hostages is the way it is. And now Qatar has managed to be the one who's the victim and has managed to unite the Muslim and Arab world. Everyone has forgotten the terrible hatred between the Gulf states and the Shiite world, and now there are new ideas about maybe new defense, new security agreements for Qatar, and has perhaps even closed the door to be able to hitting and targeting any Hamas leadership and terrorists around the world. But we must not give up. We must wake up and reassess the situation. This assessment would not be easy. We would have to choose between the Qatari heaven they offer, but the price, which is an existential threat to the West, both in terms of the radical Islam rising and also the extreme right, else the rise in public corruption and raising a generation, the main motif of which would not be liberalism, but the religion of Muhammad and the sword. Or else the Americans should wake up and give the Qataris a warning, just like they tried to do in a way that was not done, trying to bring Qatar to the decision about what they're doing and how they're working. Because Qatar is not Iran. Qatar is a country that would not have a right to exist if it didn't have an alliance with a country like the United States. And I know it's hard, perhaps even impossible. And even in the Talmud it said that money makes a person blind, but if we don't do it, we will pay a heavy price. We can't wait for another 9/11 or October 7th, or for a situation where this small cancer will go into every institution in the West and will make us paralyzed. And therefore I call upon, especially against the backdrop of the attack in Qatar, to embrace and foster a new approach, a new policy vis-a-vis Qatar. Choose either the open door of the West or your involvement to have a negative impact on all of our values. And this path begins with the US administration. I know no administration will define Qatar a terror-supporting state, but perhaps it has come for a new definition. What is a terror state? But despite the difficulty and the complexity, I think that President Trump and Congress should set conditions to the Qatari in terms of their involvement in financing terrorism, in indoctrinating the West and what is happening on the campuses. The world in the West must be telling Qatar enough, stop. And despite freedom of expression, there should be limitations on Qatari lobbies in the West and certainly in Israel. Even though Qatar is not a terrorist state, we need to limit it. We need to set constraints on it so that lobbies and businesses will not be promoted. It must stop all the ability to bribe, because this bribing is the forbidden fruit, because of which leaders in decision-making not conduct themselves properly. Freedom of expression should also be re-examined. Al Jazeera cannot keep working in the same way it has been. It is not a media outlet. It is a way of indoctrinating and spreading hatred. The West should also also limit the ability of the Muslim Brotherhood to go into higher education and other educational facilities. They should learn from us. We failed in the 90s, and what we see today is the same education system that we have ignored in the 90s, and look what it has done in our territories. We cannot wait for that to happen in the West too. Israel, even though it's tempted and that there are many interests of its leadership, must make a decision that Qatar will not be a part of rebuilding Gaza in any way. I would recommend to the government to look into other alternatives and see where Qatar has managed to put a foot in the door in various institutions for reasons that are unclear. We must remember that even though it doesn't look like it, the US has a great leverage on Qatar, and that is its sponsorship. It is under its auspices. And if the US administration will end it, then it will be able to stop it. And even though the situation looks dire, even now, after the failed attempt to take out Hamas leadership in Qatar, Israel must give an ultimatum to Qatar. Tell it, you have very limited time to bring back all of our hostages. Otherwise, Israel will take every means necessary to destabilize your small principality in the same tools it has used against Iran and other enemies. An existential threat posed to Qatar will be the key to a change in the Middle East. It is the main tool for strategically harming Hamas and to bring back his hostages. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Udi, for those words of wisdom. Those $7 billion which went to campuses all over the world are making the Jewish students feel very uncomfortable. We're getting some of those students actually coming to study here. Some of them have been threatened. It's part of a work plan, all part of a work plan, a Qatari work plan. So in the fight against terrorism, your words, make a lot of sense. Okay, it's now my pleasure to introduce Brigadier General Gal Hirsch. First of all, it's always nice to embrace a paratrooper on this campus, because many of us are paratroopers. Gal is a former battalion commander of the 202 in the 35th Paratrooper Brigade of the IDF. He was also the commander of the commando unit called Shaldag. Serious warrior. A lot of experience, also a lot of experience trying to prevent the taking of hostages during his service in Lebanon. I see Eitan Azani sitting in the back here, who was head of the Lebanese desk in IDF intelligence, so I imagine you collaborated a little bit as well. And basically, Brigadier General Hirsch is now serving as Israel's national coordinator for the hostages and missing persons at the Prime Minister's office, and I imagine he has quite a few sleepless nights. Brigadier General Hirsch, the floor is yours. Shalom. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. 48 hostages are being held in enemy hands in Gaza, and in front of me, before my eyes, are always the dead who we want to bring back, and those who we are worrying about the risk of their lives, and 20 hostages, as far as we know, are alive. We have learned that many of you are hearing the reports in Israel, and I'd like to call to you, the living hostages, and say to each and every one of you, Evyatar and Avinatan, Eitan Horn and Eitan Mor, Ariel and Alon, Elkanah and Bar, Gali and Guy, David and Zivi, Yosef Chaim and Matan Engrest, Matan Zengauker and Maxim, Nimrod and Omri, Rom and Segev. We are continuously doing everything we can to bring you back home. Your names and your faces are well known throughout Israel and the world. You are well known among all of our soldiers, and Israel's emissaries around the world are also working for you and for your families. Your names are being mentioned day and night in Jerusalem and in the Kiryat posts in the command and control by the ISA and Mossad. Please do not despair. Please do not lose hope. So many are working towards helping you and your families. Many have already returned, and we are turning every stone, leaving no stone unturned, in order to save you and rescue you too. I am so sorry that this is taking as long as it has been, but it's important for me to know, for you to know, that we are continuing this with every tool imaginable, with every means available to us. We will not give up on any one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the war in the Gaza Strip has been ongoing for the past 2 years, and that is because there we have hostages, flesh of our own, and since the war began, they have been placed across the Gaza Strip. Obviously, we could have had a ground operation there very quickly, but in a very short way, but with great resources, the IDF and ISA are doing this slowly, taking a long time, and not using military force as it usually is used. Gaza is built in a strong way, it is fortified, and that is why we are so committed. We are determined to bring all of our hostages back until the very last, living and dead. Dear hostages' families, they have been given information, assessments, professional evaluations as best we can. We cannot and we're not going to embellish the terrible reality. The hostages were taken during a terrible failure. They were in danger. They are in a war zone and they are in the hands of dangerous terrorists. But we are committed to bringing them home, and we are being very cautious in the force that we're using. It's been true since the beginning of this war, but they're certainly true right now. And we are constantly adding more steps, more actions, more efforts that I cannot specify, so that they will be safe in any way we can. And I bow down my head to tell the families of the hostages in front of you, we are still failing. You, dear beloved, have been taken because we have failed, and they have yet to return, and the responsibility to do everything in our power to bring them back is ours. We're doing that with all the resources available, with the best minds, all the capabilities, and all the time. This mission has yet to be completed. Too long. It's been too long. I am living this with you, and I understand the terror, the anxiety, the frustration, concern, and anger. Together with my colleagues, I'm here for you 24 hours a day. Distinguished guests, after several campaigns against Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Judea and Samaria, Yemen and Iran, we are currently and at this very moment in the crucial, decisive campaign against Gaza, and namely Gaza City. This war could end immediately if Hamas would release all of our hostages, lay down its arms. Gaza will be demilitarized and some other entity would govern it, so that we will be able to maintain security control. This could have happened a long time ago, and it can happen immediately. Over a year ago in Washington, I suggested that there be safe passage for Hamas, but the Hamas did not want that. Over the last 6 months, since the last deal between January and March 2025, we were willing to enter negotiations to end the war as part of the Witkoff plan and as part of the Qatari plan, and with the support of the mediators and direct talks with Qatari and Egyptian senior officials, and with the support of the United States. According to the last deal, among the 11 sections that we did not agree on, Section 6 talked about the various issues that parties will discuss together with the United States to end the war, and the condition was that all of our hostages will be released, half of them at the beginning of the 60-day ceasefire, half of them at the end of the 60-day ceasefire, and having reached an agreement. We have never negotiated over a partial deal. The negotiation was always for all of them, even if it were in phases. On July 6th, the Prime Minister sent us to Doha in Qatar for another round of negotiations with great latitude and a clear instruction to agree to a 2-month ceasefire, even though we wanted it to be shorter, and to lead to a negotiation over the ending of the war, and most of all, to bring back the hostages. 19 days Hamas was leading us on there. Us and the mediators, us and our greatest friend, the United States. And even when we returned on that Friday early in the morning at 4 a.m. for consultations, we continued in practice to engage in the talks, and within several days we gave another proposal to the mediators, but Hamas ignored it. It was so busy with a campaign, the fake campaign about starvation, and was getting support of countries with short memories that so easily forgot October 7th, and the Hamas leadership did not want to reach an agreement. And after the cabinet made a decision to gain control over Gaza City and the 5 principles I talked to about beforehand for negotiations, the mediators came back with notes, and we agreed to that, and we responded to them, and we gave them our views. Not everything has been published in the media, but that did not lead Hamas to effective negotiating. Hamas and its leadership are the ones who have been sabotaging and torpedoing the negotiations. Unfortunately, I have seen expressions of distrust in this very simple truth. Those who look for support for what I'm saying can listen to our friends in the U.S. administration, this administration and the former administration. I have recently come back from Washington, and I participated there on a panel with Brett McGurk, who was very much involved in the negotiations, and he once again reiterated what was already said by Blinken and by Sullivan, and what's being said today by President Trump and his senior officials and his government. Hamas is the entity you want to blame. Don't play into their hands. They have propaganda. It's methodical, it's professional, psychological warfare that immediately targets Israel's emotions, and in such a democratic state, its messages are hurting us all. It's making the families crazy, and we have to say fearlessly that this propaganda is also activating it is making us respond, it is sabotaging our efforts, including those to bring back the hostages. This failure, the failure of October 7th, 2023, 251 were taken to Gaza. Together with Hadar and Oron, Avera and Hisham, who were kidnapped about a decade earlier, the number reached 255 hostages. In 2 years of war, with great efforts, we returned 207 hostages, 148 of them alive, 8 in military operations, and in negotiations we have brought back 78 killed hostages. They were killed on October 7th, they were killed in captivity, and some were inadvertently killed by our own forces, which is terrible. All the hostages, all of them were returned thanks to the IDF, the ISA, and a fierce Israeli policy with the help of good friends, indeed, but first and foremost, thanks to our warriors. And we would like to thank heartily the former and current US administrations, and particularly President Trump, Secretary of State Rubio, Witkoff, and Boller, and their teams. Only a combined effort will bring back, a combined military and political effort will bring back the hostages with determination. The Israeli policy is driven by mutual responsibility and our values, our willingness to pay a heavy price in order to bring our people home from captivity is what drives us. We will not stop exerting pressure in order to reach a deal to bring them all back. We will never give up. It is a very hard war. Blood, sweat, bereavement, and tears. It has a big price, a heavy price that needs to be paid, but we know that freedom and safety are not for naught, and certainly are not purposeless. In order to return hostages, we have released 2,017 prisoners, of them 288 world prisoners, life prisoners, 155 terrorists who should have been in prison for a long time. 41 of them were released when we got Gilad Shalit back, went back to engage in terrorism, were once again put in prison, were now released again. They are all murderers. They are all heinous terrorists. They are dangerous when they're free, but we were willing to release them in order to get our people back. We were willing to do that, and we are still willing to do that. And don't think this is easy. These are the killers of Israelis and Jews in the past, and also potential killers in the future. We bow our heads before the bereaved families, before our wounded, those who are injured in mind and those who are injured in their bodies, and before their families. But we also need to hold our heads up high and look this people in the eye, because they rose out of October 7th, they went out to war. We should hold our heads up high, and we should salute a nation that has already gone out of operations like Entebbe, and they got other hostages in other places out. And this nation is still fighting for each and every one of its hostages, fighting until the end. Hundreds of warriors have fallen and have been injured in battle, knowing that we are fighting to bring back our hostages and killing those who have taken them. Thousands of Israelis, men and women, are going to reserve duty, one for all for one. This is not a matter of numbers. The weight of the hostages is greater than any other number. This is a matter of value that is at the heart of us all. Each and every one of the hostages is ours. He's one of us, or she is one of us Israelis. This is what we are like, and thank God for that. Distinguished guests, we are in a unique hostage crisis, a mass abduction that the likes of which has never happened before. In November 2023 and January 2025, there were deals during which we gave prisoners, heinous murderers, in exchange for our people. And now we are looking into other possibilities. When 255 became 48, when the amount of assets in the hands of Hamas has gone down, what we need to give back in negotiations is not only releasing murderers or the number of trucks that will go in. The considerations are now political and strategic. Ending the war, withdrawing, borders, passages, provisions, making sure that Gaza is secure for a long time, Israel's safety and security for the long run. So now the negotiations is not the matter of just hostages. We're looking at the grand strategy. Israel, for Israel, and while they are just using us, extorting us, using the hostages as a bargaining chip. This has so much implications for Israel and the free world in general. If we fail, it's clear that our enemies will be able to gain so much politically by taking other hostages and other soldiers. They won't need an arms race. They won't need to obtain weapons of mass destruction or any supremacy in terms of weapons. We will be able to bring a country to its knees just by abducting and kidnapping its citizens. And therefore, our negotiations are cautious, are determined, but unfortunately, it is also taking a long time. And as the coordinator of for the hostages and the missing, I do not sleep at night because the welfare and well-being of our hostages depends on it. But I also can't shut my eyes and not see that our future also depends on it, and not just our future here in Israel. And because of that, the world is required to take action to talk about a world campaign so that no person will ever again be used as a bargaining chip. In this forum, in this summit, it is important for me to say, in February 24, in the Munich Convention, we said, and my friend, the Ambassador Roger Carstens, and various other officials from the various places in the world, talk about the global war on kidnapping. 5 months ago, we signed the Yellowstone Declaration on the same topic. 2 weeks ago, President Trump signed a presidential decree, which means that any countries involved in kidnapping American citizens will be sanctioned. The same kind of sanctions that terror organizations have inflicted on them. And this is important. It needs to be the basis for a united front against kidnapping and holding hostages in captivity. Out of the 255 hostages were citizens of 28 countries, some who are foreigners who came to Israel to work in agriculture or as students. The world remembers kidnappings and beheadings of Western citizens, journalists, diplomats, and military officials in South Africa and in various other places. But we have endured the biggest kidnapping terror attack. But it is a global challenge, not only an Israeli one, and therefore we need a combined global effort of countering, prevention, deterrence, and political, economic, cognitive, and military warfare against anyone involved in kidnapping. The world must make it clear that kidnapping hostages is not a legitimate means, but a crime against humanity. And to enforce it, we must all work together. I'm not sure that this message is really trickling, and I'm worried because the international memory is so short, so very short. The October 7th massacre and the mass kidnapping to Gaza should have been a test case, testing the world and having everyone support Israel around the world, because terrorism is an inspiration. If we don't insist on countering terrorism, on preventing kidnapping, on bringing back all the hostages and supporting the fight against those who took them, Israel is the front guard. It is the fort. We are the ones holding the fort, and what starts here in Israel will go through us, will be an inspiration, will reach every other country and city in the world. And finally, distinguished guests, the state of Israel is making every effort to bring back all of its people, the hostages, the captives, the MIA, and this year, alongside bringing home of dozens of living and dead hostages from the Gaza Strip, we have also seen the return of Tzvika Feldman of blessed memory, who was killed and was buried in Syria after 48 years. We have seen how the archive of Eli Cohen, our man in Damascus, was brought here. We also saw Salah Abu Hussein come back from Lebanon. And just last week, we saw Elizabeth Thorkun come back from Iraq. So there's still work to be done. But along with my good friends in the ISA, IDF, National Security Council, Mossad, Prime Minister's Office, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and around the world, we will bring home all of our hostages and all of our missing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gal, for your service and for your sleepless nights. And as we approach the high holidays, the hostages are a knife in the heart of this country. As we approach the high holidays, and may the hostages return immediately. Our next speaker is Assistant Commissioner Stephen Nutt. He's the Assistant Commissioner for Counter-Terrorism and Specialist Investigations at the Australian Federal Police. He has served in Lebanon in the past. Maybe our paths almost crossed at one time or another in some of those regions. He has a tremendous amount of responsibility on his shoulders on a federal level, fighting terrorism in Australia. And thanks for keeping an eye on the Jewish community, because we know how vulnerable they are in Australia these days. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a tough presentation to follow, I must say, but I will do my best. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you to Reichman University and ICT for inviting me to speak, as well as the other Australian delegation. I also want to take the moment to say thank you for the last couple of days, and for the university and the victims of terrorism and their families for providing the space to talk about that. It's a very important subject, it's very powerful, and for me personally is the reason why I continue to be in counter-terrorism. As the Assistant Commissioner for Counter-Terrorism and Special Investigations in the Australian Federal Police, I lead all of our joint counter-terrorism teams across Australia, as well as our efforts to counter foreign interference and espionage. For context, the joint counter-terrorism teams exist in all states and territories in Australia and consist of the Australian Federal Police as the federal policing agency, our local or state police, as well as our intelligence service, ASIO. Where terrorism nexus is identified, the joint counter-terrorism teams will act to disrupt and prosecute any individuals that pose a risk to the community. In addition to this and the current situation, we've added a third line of work, which is establishing national security investigation teams, which focus on national hate crimes. Today, I'll give you a high-level overview of what we've seen in Australia over the last 12 months, in particular around the escalation of anti-Semitic crimes and our policing response. If this works.
Today I can also announce that we have established AFP Special Operation Avalite for anti-Semitism. This is in response to the attack last Friday morning that is now the third arson attack.
The Adass Israel Synagogue was deliberately set alight on December 6, 2024, and at a time when Jewish Australians and those of the Jewish faith were feeling extremely vulnerable. It is important to acknowledge that this was not just an arson on a synagogue. The damage to the building and the religious materials were obvious, but the effect of this crime rippled through the community, which continues to be targeted by bigots and criminals.
This arson was an anti-Semitic crime. To set alight a synagogue is to strike at the heart of the Jewish community. But if the purpose of this arson was to weaken the resolve of the Jewish community, my observation is it hasn't worked.
We will not let this go unpunished in Australia, and that's why we have responded with meticulous energy and relentless determination.
Our world-class agencies will provide all the support necessary to find the perpetrators and ensure they face the full force of the law.
As the video showed, the level of anti-Semitic crime in Australia was the lead item not only in the media but also the politicians. But of course it was also front of mind of the Australian Jewish community, who were scared and felt targeted. It was not a situation we have seen before. As I'll explain, we have seen the alleged involvement of anti-Semites, and Australia has not been immune from the escalation of anti-Semitism since 7 October 2023. But we've also seen criminals for hire doing the bidding of others, as well as the assessed involvement of the State of Iran.
Today I can also announce...
The escalation. Since October 2024, Australia has seen an increase in violent anti-Semitic events across Victoria and New South Wales, where an estimated 85% of the Australian Jewish population resides. The AFP assess these incidents have been highly organised and have involved several offenders with individual roles, and involving methods commonly used by gangs and organised crime. We have termed this crime as a service, which essentially involves outsourcing criminal acts to other criminal groups for payment. From the leftist screen, the arson attempts in Bondi, New South Wales, is where it really started. Between 15 to 20 October 2024, 3 attempts were made by a criminal network to attack Jewish businesses in the Bondi area. 2 of these attempts were allegedly have been mistaken attempts. However, the final attack on the Lewis Continental Kitchen was the intended target. People have been charged for this crime and are before the court, so legally I'm restricted on the things I can say publicly. However, I can say that ASIO, our intelligence service, has since assessed that this attack was directed by Iran, which is a new issue for Australia. In the middle, graffiti attacks, vehicle damage in Wallara in New South Wales. A month after the Lewis Continental Kitchen attack, the first of several graffiti and arson attacks occurred on vehicles, houses in Sydney's east, which is where the large number of Sydney's Australian Jewish community live. Following these attacks, several significant attacks occurred in December of 2024, the most significant attack being on the Jewish synagogue that was referenced in the video. We commenced Joint Counter-Terrorism Team Operation Hillfield as a result, which is on right of screen. On 6th of December, at least 3 offenders attended the Adass Israel Synagogue in Victoria, entered and poured accelerant in the building and set it alight. We have alleged that the offenders knew that there were people inside the synagogue at the time. This has and continues to be investigated as a politically motivated crime by the Victorian Joint Counter-Terrorism Team. There is more work to do. We have been working tirelessly. 3 people are already before the court for this attack, charged with offences including acts endangering life. But importantly, ASIO, our intelligence service, has since assessed that this attack was also directed by Iran. So we can see an escalation not only in frequency but in terms of harm directed at the Jewish community. In response to the Adass Israel synagogue attack, as we saw in the video, the Australian Prime Minister announced Special Operation Avalite as a joint agency in operation with the Australian Federal Police and our intelligence service to thwart high-harm anti-Semitic crimes. Special Operation Avalite uses Commonwealth legislation, so we've got national and state, national legislation to investigate and deliver high-impact disruptions in prosecution of criminal entities who threaten, direct, advocate or urge violence of an anti-Semitic nature towards members of the Australian community and federal parliamentarians. We have focused on prolific repeat offenders and high-value targets or high-impact offences. Another focus of Special Operation Avalite is the engagement with community groups and leaders to identify security concerns. This goes to the equation of what is high impact. I didn't want it just to be impact from our perspective, it had to be from community. So we wanted to make sure the concerns are factored into how we prioritise our operations and incidents and ensure that victim impact was at front of centre and at an early stage. Even though Special Operation Avalite was commenced in December 2024, we went back to 7 October 2023 and re-investigated all matters which may have involved anti-Semitism. You can see the AFP's reviewed 1,367 reports of crime, with 101 reports still under investigation and 27 of those being high-impact joint operations with the intelligence service. Over the last 9 months, Special Operation Avalite has charged 7 high-value targets with a range of offences, including display prohibited symbols, including display of Nazi symbols, use of carriage service, so the telephone or internet, to harass the public or Commonwealth officials. Australia has legislation that prohibits the public display of Nazi gestures and symbols, as well as symbols used to identify prescribed terrorist organisations, including Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and a number of more. As you can see on the slide, there's a significant concentration of reports of crime in New South Wales and Victoria on this side of the map. You'll see that 25% of matters are in New South Wales and nearly 28% are in Victoria. Operation Avalite's importance lies not only in the law enforcement reach and response, but our stance on hate-fuelled violence and reinforcing Australia's commitment to protecting the community. In January 2025, a series of further anti-Semitic attacks occurred throughout Sydney in close succession, including further attacks against synagogues, as well as attacks against a prominent Jewish leader, his former home, a childcare centre, graffiti attacks near a Jewish school. The escalation continued. Police investigations into these incidents revealed greater sophistication and attack preparation and at execution phases. 8 people have been charged for this series of offences and are before the court. The next instance, on the far right of the slide, escalated the community fear and political concern to new levels. Levels that went viral internationally and even caused some countries to change their travel advice about Australia. On the 19th of January 2025, a member of the public opened an abandoned caravan, and I haven't come across too many people who haven't heard of this job, to be quite honest, in the rural suburb of Dural, New South Wales, and discovered explosives on board the caravan, along with threatening note referencing the Great Synagogue in Sydney and the Sydney Jewish Museum. The Joint Counter-Terrorism Team in New South Wales commenced Operation Kissinger as a result. Almost immediately, the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team identified the involvement of known organised crime figures and doubted what we found was a genuine terrorist plot, and that's about forward threat, not the crime that we had already discovered. Regardless, we treated this as a genuine threat. After a lengthy and complex investigation, the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team determined that the caravan plot was orchestrated by organised criminals trying to manipulate favourable outcomes from authorities for other serious crimes they had committed. It is clear this is anti-Semitic. This is an anti-Semitic plot. However, primary motive was to manipulate the court system by taking advantage of recent anti-Semitic incidents and fear in the community. Again, a real escalation. The investigation revealed that the organiser of the caravan plot was also behind many other anti-Semitic incidents that occurred across Sydney. We assessed that because the caravan plot did not succeed as planned, the wannabe mastermind, and I'll say wannabe, it's not a mastermind, tasked other criminal proxies to carry out crimes as a service, including graffiti and arson attacks for financial benefit. The Australian Federal Police and New South Wales Police, so the state police, what we uncovered was disturbing and an unexpected driver of anti-Semitic attacks in New South Wales. It also made it really difficult to assess genuine terrorist threats from those that are manufactured by organised crime. And of course, now we have to consider the involvement of Iran. Our role in public messaging about this investigation was to disrupt the incentive for the criminals to take up the task, expose the manipulation by the organised crime and protect the community from fear and mistrust. But of course, this is of little and cold comfort to the Jewish community who still felt under threat. But by doing so, we affirmed the messaging to the criminal community that manufactured terrorist threats will be dealt with harshly and you will get caught. We had to break the model. The result, the caravan plot criminal network are either before the court or have faded in the background out of fear. The graph shows the first spike in anti-Semitic crimes after the Lewis Continental Kitchen and then the attack on the Adass Israel Synagogue attack, again both assessed to be directed by Iran. Then we see the spike initiated by the caravan plot and its organiser, including the other anti-Semitic crimes that we have linked. We then see the positive impact of Operation Avalite targeting anti-Semites, as well as the New South Wales Police Task Force also focusing on anti-Semitic crimes, reducing the actual number of incidents. The AFP and the New South Wales Police public messaging on Operation Kissinger, the caravan matter, on the 10th of March significantly led to the disruption of the criminal wannabe mastermind network as the whole crime of service network. From an Australian law enforcement perspective, when crime as a service crosses over into national security, this can erode democracy, leave the community fearful, and of course create an environment where hostile states can take advantage. To continue this work, I already mentioned the AFP has established national security investigation teams to investigate and prosecute politically motivated violence, which does not meet the threshold of terrorism, plus also the promotion of communal violence and hate crimes. We have seen from our own work that this is an international crime by its very nature. Yesterday, I heard the term used, transnational anti-Semitism, and I've got to say that seems to fit as a term. The AFP has an extensive international network, and we utilise this in all of our investigations, including these, and a presence in over 33 countries, including regionally here in Amman. We are committed to being law enforcement partners of choice. We implore anyone here that observes Australian criminals impacting your security environment to reach out. If there are Australians perpetrating anti-Semitism in your country or Australians online being prolific anti-Semites, we want to know. But of course, this does also extend to all serious crime. I have shown that the state actors and criminal proxies have fuelled anti-Semitism in Australia, in addition to the general rise in environment as a result of 7 October. While I do not think it's over, our police response has had a disruptive effect on the criminal networks. You would have seen that the Iranian ambassador to Australia has been expelled by our government, and we are also reforming our laws to counter state-sponsored terrorism because there was a gap. And in conclusion, I think there's no better way for me to conclude that a quote from the Australian Prime Minister on the 21st of January 2025, that every act of anti-Semitism is an affront to who we are as Australians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for coming all the way from Australia to this conference. It's very important that we have a significant delegation from Australia to this conference. We don't take it for granted, taking everything into consideration. And your care for the Jewish community is of utmost importance to many of us in this room. Also beware of Qatar. You never know where they're going to turn up, at which university they're going to turn up. And now you have earned a 1 hour and 10-minute lunch break. So we're going to convene here once more at 1:20 in the afternoon. who has served since August 2024 as director of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung's Israel office. He previously headed the executive branch of the Foundation's headquarters in Berlin and served as a senior advisor to the president of the German parliament and deputy head of the presidential office. We thank Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for all of their cooperation and collaboration with Reichman University and all the great things you guys do in Israel. And your presence is one of resilience for us. And when we see you guys, we feel better about ourselves. So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much for this warm words, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. It is really a big honor for us to open this panel at the Shabtai Shavit World Summit on Counter-Terrorism. Let me begin expressing also my gratitude to the International Institute for Counter-Terrorism and the Reichman University for hosting us and for this long-standing cooperation with the Adenauer Foundation, which means a lot for us. We meet today at a moment of profound turbulence. The October 7th attacks and the ongoing war in Gaza have reshaped Israel's security environment while also sending shockwaves far behind this region. For Israel, the challenge is existential, protecting its citizens against terror and aggression. For Germany and for Europe, there is a dual perspective, a deep commitment to Israel's security on the one hand, and a strong concern about the situation in Gaza and the destabilizing effect that the conflict has on the wider Middle East. In Europe, these dilemmas are at the center of intense political debate. How to balance solidarity with Israel's right to self-defense with the imperative of international humanitarian law, how to prevent further radicalization and anti-Semitism within European society, while also responding to the situation going on. These are not theoretical discussion or questions. They shape our foreign policy, our internal cohesion, and our international partnerships in the world. At the same time, Europe faces additional crises. The Russian aggression against Ukraine, rising of extremism, polarization at home, and the persistence of Islamist terrorism within European borders. All of this underscores that terrorism, instability, and extremism are not only local problems. They are global challenges that spill across borders and continents. It is precisely here that the Konrad Adenauer Foundation seeks to contribute. We are a German political foundation rooted in the legacy of the Chancellor Konrad Adenauer, was the first Chancellor of Germany after the Second World War and after the Holocaust, and we built also the relationship to Israel with David Ben-Gurion together, a relationship that we in this year celebrate with 60 years. And he was dedicated, as we are as a foundation, to democracy, freedom and security and international understanding. With more than 100 offices all over the world in Africa, Asia, Latin America, Middle East, North America, and Europe, we are engaged in dialogue and cooperation on the most pressing issues of our time. Here in Israel, the foundation has been active for more than 40 years. Our mission is to deepen the German-Israeli relations, to build bridges between Israel and Europe, and to address the challenges of extremism, anti-Semitism, and other radical developments. We work with our partners, like with the Reichman Uni, with different partners from academia, from the political spectrum, from civil society, from parliament, and always guided by our conviction that democracy and security must go hand in hand. Counterterrorism is not only about intelligence and military action, it's also about institution, political resilience, and trusted partnership. This is why the Adenauer Foundation invests in platforms like this today to bring together diplomats, policymakers, and security experts to explore how diplomacy and counterterrorism can complement each other. The distinguished ambassadors and experts that will reflect with us today the important reality. No nation can confront terrorism alone. It requires alliances, cooperation, and a shared commitment to its values that underpin our free society. I thank you so much for your attention and look forward to the discussion, and I would hand shortly forward to the panel, but probably you would like to address Avital. So please, thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Stiftung, and also for the very large presence of German delegates to this conference, including my friend Olaf, who I see on the right-hand side here. I can always identify where Olaf is. Okay. By the way, you're much safer with Olaf sitting behind you, by the way. Nobody's going to mess around. Trust me. Okay. All right. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Lieutenant Colonel Reserves Avital Leibovich, who's the director of the American Jewish Committee in Israel, but she's much more than that, actually. She's also a lecturer at Reichman University in our School of Communications, and she has been an outstanding officer in the IDF spokesperson's office for many years. She now does this also in reserves, but during her regular service, she was one of the stars of the IDF spokesperson's office, and really knows how to make the case for Israel. So thank you, Avital, for your service. It's you know, you're coming here as like part of the family, actually, and so you'll be serving as moderator. Then we have Veronika Smigolova, Ambassador of the Czech Republic to Israel. God bless the Czech Republic, what can I tell you? God bless them. Ambassador Corneliu, Ambassador of Cyprus to Israel. God bless Cyprus, actually, also. All right. Luca Ferrari, Ambassador of Italy to Israel. Okay. Buongiorno. Okay. Ambassador Jeremy Issacharoff, former Israeli ambassador to Germany. By the way, the present ambassador to Germany is Professor Ron Prosor, who teaches here and is now the ambassador. Good friend of Professor Reichman, who just joined us and is sitting in the front row here. Okay. We have Ambassador Simon Walters, His Majesty's ambassador to the State of Israel. Ambassador, I am guilty as charged. I am a UK citizen, okay? I was born in London. I'm very proud of all those British flags I see flying around. It's really cool. I like that British flag flying around. It's very patriotic, okay? Together with the rapporteur of the session, Mr. Felix Neumann from Kass, Germany. Okay? So, that's it. Avital, it's all yours.
Can you hear me? Great. Thank you so much. And thank you, distinguished guests, for joining me here today. Now, it's hard to believe, but we are today in day 712 since the surprise invasion of brutal scale, unleashed terror across Israel, shattering the nation's sense of security. In a relatively short time, Israel confronted 7 fronts. 5 of them are still active. Today, however, I would like to touch upon another front, the diplomatic front. Yes, I deliberately chose to use the word front and not arena, as it seems that Israel is using pressure, persuasion, instead of force, but the stakes are just as high. We will examine Israel's relations with 5 different countries 2 years ago and today, and looking forward. I would like to start with you, Veronika, as you are the only woman here besides me. Israel received an unwavering support from your government following October 7th. From your foreign minister to prime minister, president, defense minister, the list of visitors to Israel from the Czech Republic is very, very long. Your prime minister said on October 25, 2023, that he stands by Israel as long as necessary. How do you explain this unbreakable bond between our countries?
Thank you, Avital, and I'm very happy to be here. I must say this is something I am being asked a lot about, and I'm also thinking often about. I guess it starts a long time ago. We have to go back to our first president, Tomasz Masaryk, who was the first European leader who visited Yishuv in 1927 and became a strong Zionist supporter of the future Jewish state in British Mandatory Palestine. And basically when he was the first president of Czechoslovakia, then his ideas became the ideas of our nation. Then after the fall of communism, Václav Havel, another strong supporter of Israel, was kind of adopted Masaryk's ideas about many things and is also highly respected. So this is kind of underlying tone in the Czech foreign relations, strong bond with Israel and strong support to Israel. Also, I have to say, Prime Minister Netanyahu was supposed to travel to Prague on October 8th, and we were supposed to have government-to-government consultations on October 9th. So that brought kind of urgency and brought closer to us the feeling of October 7th and up to October 7th.
I would like to continue with you, Luca. Israel also heard loud and clear support from Italian officials. Your deputy prime minister said during his visit that, and I'm quoting, Italy stands firm with Israel in condemning terrorism. How close were the bilateral relations between Italy and Israel at that time?
Well, Avital, the relationship was on rising strongly. We actually, in October 23, we were supposed to hold a government-to-government meeting in Israel, and the two nations were going to sign about 15 agreements ranging from aerospace cooperation, defense, transport, and so on, cultural, archaeological. So, and we were even going to open a commercial office of the Italian embassy in Jerusalem. So I think things were going forward very, very well, and they were abruptly interrupted by the war. We hope that when this all finishes, we will be able to pick it up from there.
Thank you. Simon, I looked carefully at the long list of solidarity visits of UK officials to Israel after October 7th, and I was pleasantly surprised to see a very long list. From the Foreign Secretary to the Defense Secretary, from the Prime Minister Sunak at the time to the Attorney General. You were quite busy with all of these delegations. Please walk us through the bilateral relations at the aftermath of October 7th.
Thanks, Avital. Well, you're absolutely right. The instinctive response of the British government on and after the 7th of October was to express steadfast solidarity with Israel. Not only did we have a long list of very senior visitors, as you've just enumerated, I think I'm right in saying that James Cleverly, the Foreign Secretary, who visited here on the 11th of October 2023, was the first senior foreign visitor to go down to Otef Aza. We went to Ofakim, we went to Sderot, while some of the conflict was still, some of the clearing up operations were still taking place in the kibbutzim. And it was an extraordinary and horrifying experience to see what Hamas had done. As you may hear from my accent, I'm from Northern Ireland. I was born and raised there. The United Kingdom has long experience of terrorism of various sorts, both in the Irish context and also Islamist extremism. And of course, the largest single loss of British lives in an act of terrorism was in New York on 9/11, 2001. So we have a very long experience of terrorism, and therefore the reaction was one of instinctive solidarity. And that extended beyond merely diplomatic support for Israel's right and indeed duty to defend itself, and an understanding that the threat from Hamas would have to be dealt with very firmly. It extended to very practical military support. So of course, as is known, the Royal Air Force flew both in April and in October last year, dealing with the threat to counter the threat from Iran, the firing of drones and missiles. The Royal Air Force also, alongside our American allies, took part in strikes on Houthi targets last year. And those are very practical examples of the kind of contribution that the UK has made. I don't want to anticipate the second part of this conversation, but I think it is worth mentioning, though, that it was fairly early on that concerns began to arise about the conduct of the war. But nonetheless, sympathy for Israel was maintained. And sometimes people draw distinctions or look for distinctions between the approach of the previous British government and the current British government. But it is worth noting, if you look at the list of visitors for the summer of 2024, immediately after the Keir Starmer government came into office, you'll see another long list of very senior visitors. So I think that tells you something.
The practical part of being a coalition, participation of being the UK being part of the coalition and helping to defend Israel. I think that was a very important examples that you gave. I would like now to turn to Israel's geographically closest European country, which is Cyprus. The bilateral relations have strengthened significantly in the past 2 decades, from energy, security cooperation to trilateral summits with Greece focusing on regional security and more. What was the state of these relations on October 7th?
Indeed, the relationship between Cyprus and Israel has never been stronger. And on October 7th, just a month before, we had the 10th trilateral summit between Israel, Greece, and Cyprus. September 5th in Cyprus, I was there. And we planned another meeting with the Americans because the Americans see Israel, Greece, and Cyprus as, they are pillars in Eastern Mediterranean, which is a very important region, not only for the United States, but also for the EU, the UK, and so on. And unfortunately, for the reasons we all know, this changed within a night, within a day. Cyprus, as you know, has also excellent relations with the Gulf states, so we're even started talking about possible projects with Israel and Cyprus, with our Gulf partners, but then some other countries had other plans. But definitely this will not prevent us from coming to that point at some point.
Thank you for that. Jeremy, you will be representing and help us learn more about the German perspective, as you have been Israel's ambassador to Germany. And it's no secret that Israel and Germany share very special, unique relations. And how were, in your opinion, these relations were expressed immediately after October 7th?
Well, I think the immediate reaction of the Germans was very close to the shock that Israel society felt as a whole. Let's not forget that they have a profound commitment to Israel's survival and its security, as was enunciated by Angela Merkel in 2008, what is called the Stadträson, and I think that's very strong in their commitment. They've had an outstanding record with respect to the necessity of releasing all of the hostages as soon as possible. I remember the German ambassador to Israel, Stefan Seibert. We went, and he was one of the first ambassadors to visit the hostage forum. And I think that the successive visits of the German Foreign Ministry and the importance they've attached to this issue has been a very practical assistance to the families, and I think that's worth noting. Of course, they're obviously concerned as the war continued. I think it's fair to say that they want to see a clearer policy of Israel with respect to what the policy of the war is, what are the operational aims, and what is the day after. And how that also impacts the current events, how it impacts the welfare of the hostages. And as we're speaking today, I understand in Europe there are discussions regarding steps being taken against Israel. And I think this focuses on one major dilemma, is that a lot of times in the discussion people talk about steps against Israel and not, very specific and directed steps, because in the end the steps affect all of the people of Israel. And how can I say
Although
this?
you had some personal sanctions on a few ministers.
That is
so it's a combination.
That is one aspect, but I think steps I would urge. Look, Europe is our most important trading partner, one of our biggest investors, and I would urge them to sort of look at the situation of preventing how they impact all Israelis. Because let's face it, a lot of Israelis want to see the end of the war, also want to see the hostages released, and see, at least coming out of this crisis, some political process with the Palestinians. But I'll stop there.
But it's good that you mentioned this, because this actually brings us to the second part of the discussion. And feel free to give longer answers in this part. If you open Israeli media these days, you will see a lot of talk and discussions about political isolation of Israel in the international arena. And with your help, I'd like to examine that, where we are now in each of your respected countries. So, Veronica, let me start with you. So, if I'm looking at the last 2 years, there was an increase in anti-Semite rhetoric, primarily in social media. I have to say that there wasn't any case of really physical violence in the Czech Republic, but the social media, of course, was an integral part of this increase of anti-Semitism. But overall, with regard to the public sentiment towards Israel, Czech remains today still one of the most friendly countries in the EU to Israel. Do you agree?
Vital, I absolutely agree, although I believe that all the countries of my colleagues here also belong to this group of countries more friendly or friendly to Israel. I think it's because of the bond I talked about before. I think it's also because of kind of solidarity of smaller countries that were for most of the part of their existence surrounded by enemies, although we are now surrounded by friends. And it's also, I believe, because the Czech public did not forget how the war started. And it's all around the world, also in the Czech Republic. The social media is very quick. The current moment is the most important. And what happened a few weeks ago, not to say 2 years ago, is almost irrelevant.
So those pictures that, many countries around the world show of children in Gaza in a bad situation, destruction of buildings, I'm sure that in the Czech Republic people see it as well. So how do you still explain the very friendly kind of attitude? Is it something with the government? Is it something with the general sentiment in the political echelon, or something else?
I think it has also something to do with the communism we experienced, because of course everybody wants to see people in Gaza not to suffer and children not to die. But we also had, during the communist time, we lived through a lot of propaganda. So I think we are kind of more sensitive to being fed something we might see as a propaganda, although definitely not all the pictures of the destruction in Gaza are propaganda, and sometimes it's horrifying. But we kind of try to keep more distance from what we see and to analyze it from that distance.
Understood. Simon, I'm coming to you now. So from November 2023 until today, we in Israel here watched many anti-Israeli protests across the UK. I think the largest one was actually a month after October 7th. In London, there were 300,000 people there. A few organizations came together. That was really, if you remember the pictures on the bridge, it was quite astonishing. The turnout was amazing. On the academic front, there were as well protests, encampments, and some bans on cooperation with Israeli academic institutes. The recent example actually was just from a few days ago, where the Defense Ministry announced the banning of participation of Israeli students to enroll at the Royal College of Defense Studies in London. There were also, along the way, suspension of licenses of arms exports, and additional issues. So in your opinion, how would you analyze what happened to the relations? Because you gave very good examples of the UK being a part of the active defense on Israel a few times and the fight with the Houthis. Would you say that there was a deterioration? And if so, did it have to do with the political changes in the UK, public pressure, including immigrants that you have in the UK? Where will you put your finger on?
Thanks, Avital, and it is genuinely good to be able to have the opportunity to set out some of this and what we think has happened. I said in my earlier comments that concerns about the conduct of the war began to grow relatively early on. I mean, there are a couple of things at the very least one needs in order to conduct a just war, a justified war. I mean, first of all, you need a clear purpose. What is the purpose you're aiming at? Now, there was
You're talking only about Gaza, I assume.
I'm sorry,
You're talking about Gaza?
I'm talking about Gaza,
because
yes.
there were other fronts as well.
There were indeed other fronts. I am focusing specifically on Gaza, because that has been the source of the primary source of the disagreements you're referring to. So what was the purpose? Well, the purpose to substantially reduce and degrade Hamas's military capability made sense. But that was achieved relatively early on. And I think it is clear now that and we see it reported widely that there is deep skepticism at senior levels in the Israeli security establishment, in the IDF and elsewhere, and in society at large, about...
I would say there are, two opinions in this. I think the security establishment is split.
Okay, well, let me finish the thought. There is serious doubt, certainly in our minds, as to what further can be achieved through military action. I've spent a lot of my time as a professional diplomat working in conflict zones and in counter-terrorism, and it's very clear that you cannot defeat insurgencies or terrorists solely and only through the use of military force. You need to combine it with intelligent use of diplomacy and politics, and that is what is lacking. The other thing you need for a just war is adherence to the laws of war, and that includes, for instance, humanitarian aid. And that became a significant problem quite early on with...
When would you say it became an issue?
Well, you will remember the debates, the intense debates, even in late 2023, over when we could get Kerem Shalom open, whether the ports could be used for... the Israeli ports could be used for importing goods. The Rafah crossing, that became an issue relatively early on in the war. Similar questions about proportionality. The scale of destruction and death, is it proportionate to the objective that is being achieved? And finally, a question which I know is acutely sensitive in Israel, and I understand why, but the role of the International Committee for the Red Cross, absolutely essential in every conflict. They play a unique treaty-defined role. They're not just another NGO. They have a treaty responsibility, and they have not been able to fulfill that either in Gaza or in Israel, and that is a real concern. And the problem is when these concerns have been raised, and as I say, they have been raised with increasing intensity, not just by the current British government, but by the previous British government. The replies that we sometimes received seem to not understand the seriousness of these concerns, and we've seen this very recently. So there is undeniably, quite clearly, acute and severe suffering and hunger in Gaza. The IPC have classified it as famine, and we see people trying to explain away a couple of pictures which may well be propaganda, but that doesn't explain away the problem. The evidence for severe suffering in Gaza is undeniable. And the response to that needs to be...
Evidence based on who? Because the IDF and the Cognyte gave different numbers, including the IPC report, which was really
hundreds and hundreds of eyewitness accounts.
Standards. So there were...
Hundreds and hundreds of eyewitness accounts from people inside Gaza. I've personally spoken to people who have worked, doctors who have worked in Gaza. We've seen people come out and give testimonies to what the conditions are in Gaza.
No, there is no argument between that the conditions are bad because it's a war, but using materials which is based on distorted numbers and different standards, as the IPC report, it was denied officially by Israeli authorities. It's not something that I'm saying.
So I think this is precisely the problem, Avital. Seeking to explain this, seeking to explain this away, and not engaging with the very large amount of evidence on the other side of the argument. I mean, put it this way. Let's put it this way. Leave aside this Palestinian suffering, Israel does not want to be anywhere near a debate over whether there is or is not famine taking place. That's
There's
terrible.
No famine taking place. We know that there is no famine.
Well, you don't even want the debate to be happening. There was a policy announced by this Israeli government in spring 2024 to flood Gaza with aid. That was the right policy, and that is the policy we would like to see now. And so that is why our repeated raising of these concerns has required us to steadily take measures to demonstrate that if the situation does not improve, we're going to have to mark our disagreement on that by taking action, direct action, and we have done so.
So, following it up on what you're saying, I mean, I know there are 300 trucks that are entering Gaza every day and numerous tons of aid. 80% of the trucks are food as far as I know. I just heard a briefing from a COGA general last week. But where are the relations going from here between the countries? Because it seems that it's not going to a good direction. How do you see it progressing?
Well, I'm professionally obliged to be optimistic, and I can see a route to a very rapid improvement if the right decisions are taken. So, Sir Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, has promised, alongside a number of other leaders, to recognise the state of Palestine next week. The purpose, this is not intended as a threat, this is intended as a positive gesture, and it's really important to point to let me finish the thought. It's important to take notice of one of the things that we have achieved through this promise is to get signatures of the Arab League, Turkey, Indonesia on a document at the end of the two-state solution conference in July in New York, in which they all committed to a vision of the future in which Israel, alongside a state of Palestine, is integrated into a wider Middle East with normal diplomatic, economic and trade relations. It is, if you like, as some people have put it, not a two-state solution, but a 23-state solution. And that is a vision which ought to appeal and indeed be embraced by all Israelis. It's a vision which we wholeheartedly support. And so when we talk about recognition, we're talking about embracing that vision, denying the one-state solution of Hamas, which is to destroy the state of Israel, and the one-state solution advocated by some people, some extremists in Israel, who want to see Palestinians expelled. Neither of those visions, neither of those extremist visions will work. They're not acceptable. We stand against them. And our recognition will be a demonstration of our commitment to a peaceful future in which the two peoples live side by side. And you may call me naive for promoting that vision, but there is no alternative. There is no alternative which works for Israel and no alternative which works for the Palestinians.
Thank you for that. I want to turn to you, Cornelius. 2 years later, did anything change in the Cypriot-Israel relations, or perhaps it grew stronger?
I have an easier job than Simon. I mean, thanks to the proximity and to the high level of trust between the two countries, but also the excellent relations, Cyprus has served, first of all, as a hub during the war for the evacuation of foreign citizens from Israel and the return of Israelis. And let me share one personal note here that I was really amazed when we started receiving calls from Israelis abroad, because at that time it was only Cyprus as a destination from Ben Gurion, maybe another 2 destinations. So they were trying to come back to Israel via Cyprus. It's amazing. People ran away from the war, not coming back. Secondly, I mean, Cyprus has tried, and we're still trying, with cooperation with Israel to serve as, to create a maritime corridor for the transfer of aid to Gaza. We did this with the UK, we did this with our partners in the EU and with the Americans and other Arab nations in the region. So that's also very important. But the main thing, the main difference that I see is that the war brought more clarity in the Israeli optic about Cyprus. Before the war, it was Israel is the most important country, one of the most important countries for Cyprus. After the war, Cyprus is an important country for Israel for the reasons that I explained.
Sure, 100%. And I want to share with the audience that yesterday we celebrated your National Day. And I want you all to know that the ambassador arranged a special act of the Houthi missile. So we're 300 people in a place, in a venue in Tel Aviv, which suddenly everybody got the alarm on the phone. So part of the experience. Jeremy and Luca, I want to ask you both the same question. I want to talk about, again, Simon brought it up, the recognition of the Palestinian state. The Israeli response to the French-led initiative on this issue was quite harsh, as you saw it. Germany and Italy both agree that such a recognition at this time is simply wrong. They also said that this is or some people in Israel say that this cosmetic recognition is a price for terror. This was the Israeli officials' claim. And I want to ask you if you agree with it, or from your perspective, do you see it as a premature step that could lead to a counterproductive case that may create the illusion of a solution without really resolving the issue? And finally, and this is again to both of you, how is this issue overshadowing Israel's relations primarily with EU countries?
Okay, in terms of the... Quite a few questions there.
Very easy,
I'm glad
saving
to see
the best
we
for the
have all
last.
of 4 minutes to answer them. Look, first of all, personally, I think the issue of the recognition of a Palestinian state at this time, I think it's putting an emphasis on the wrong place. And it's not because I'm against the two-state solution personally, but I think the fact is that at this point, I'm not sure that that is going to help the Palestinian situation on the ground. And in many ways, once this sense of recognition comes and is emphasized in the UN, this will bring about a reaction in Israel to further move towards annexing territories.
But from a German perspective.
Right, now getting to the German perspective is that this is also not just about Gaza. This is also about the West Bank and their commitment to a very firm commitment to a two-state solution. And frankly, I think that they see that that is wavering away when you have announcements on an E1 settlement in near Ma'ale Adumim and other statements made that this is not just to have a settlement, but to bury the possibility of a Palestinian state. This is not going to go down well in Germany. And this is, again, I emphasize, I believe the commitment to Germany to Israel's commitment is still incredibly strong, but we are straining the relationship of a very firm strategic ally.
So where is it going now with this straining?
I was in Berlin over the last week, and a number of conversations I had, you can see a tremendous amount of dilemmas between what is the actual policy of the government. And if it's not just making announcements about E1 or other issues, it's about is Israel just simply excluding the possibility of a settlement with the Palestinians? And again, I have to come back to one thing you said. I've been under the impression after the last 2 years and everything we've been through, one of the major objectives of Hamas in the October 7th war was to prevent any historic reconciliation between Israel and the Palestinians. And if we come out of 2 years of suffering and almost 2,000 people dead, over 900 soldiers, including that have been killed, with no Palestinian-Israeli horizon, then in many ways Hamas, that's a victory for Hamas. And that's a victory I'm not willing to give them.
Thank you for that. Luca?
Let me pick up from what Jeremy so rightfully said. The other big objective of the October 7 attack on Israel was to postpone any possibility of a regional alliance of normalization between Israel and the Arab countries. And so we too believe that there should be a perspective of a two-state solution because we believe in the regional integration of Israel within the Abraham Accords, the normalization, and in a more distant future, the creation of a solid IMEC between the Indo-Pacific, Europe, and the Atlantic. Now, this also tells us that when we do these kind of things, we cannot burn bridges. So we do not believe in the recognition of the Palestinian state until there is a negotiation, until there is a Palestinian state to recognize. Today there is no Palestinian state and there's nothing to recognize. And these are my thoughts, but this is the position of my government, and this was very clearly said by my Prime Minister and my Foreign Minister. Another thing that we have to keep in mind is that if you need to talk to everybody. So, for example, the civilian population in Gaza is suffering this 2-year war. We opened, with the Israelis, a Food for Gaza program where we bought tons of medicines and anything we could bring to Gaza. We brought 1,000 Palestinians out of Gaza to Italian hospitals. So we try to keep the bridge with the Palestinian side. But we have to keep this also with the Israeli sides. You can't do anything without the Israelis. So you have to keep the relationship, you have to keep the diplomacy, and you have to remind our Israeli friends that the Americans are not their only friends. That there is a Europe, the Europe stands by Israel, and Israel is part of Europe. And because Israel is part of Europe and is part of the West, unfortunately for Israel, it is doomed to higher standards. It's very easy when you're an autocratic state to have lower standards. We see this every day, I'm sure you all agree, on the Eastern Front. So Israel, unfortunately for Israel, bad luck. You want to be in the West, this is how it is. You have to have higher standards. And so this is part of the relationship with this country, to try to bring this country into a community and not leave it outside of it. Thank you.
Thank you for a very candid answer. I want to thank all of you for being open and sharing your thoughts, and of course each and every one of you carry a role of contributing to the relations between your countries and Israel as well, so I'm sure you have a lot of challenges that you are facing, and thank you all for your friendship. Thank you, the audience. Thank you.
Welcome to Sir David Garrard's session on regional challenges in counterterrorism. Sir David Garrard was a British philanthropist and a public figure who has played a vital role in fostering strong ties between the UK and the State of Israel. Over many decades, he has supported efforts to build parliamentary and institutional connections between the two nations, laying the groundwork for mutual understanding and cooperation across various fields. In addition to his diplomatic efforts, Sir David has made significant contribution to the education. During the Sword of Iron military operation in Gaza, he has played a vital role in generously assisting Reichman University, ensuring that the institution could continue its operation and support its students during this challenging time. His long-standing commitment to supporting the academic institutions, promoting community warfare, and advancing Jewish education has left lasting impact. My name is Uri Ben Yaakov, Dr. Uri Ben Yaakov. I'm still not used to it, to this title. It's the first time I'm using it. Got it 3 weeks ago. So maybe this is also the time to thank those of you in the audience that helped me during this journey. I am the Chief Operation Officer and Senior Researcher at the ICT. In addition, I serve also a lecturer at the Lauder School of Government at Reichman University, in the fields of law and terrorism and OSINT. And I'm teaching also in the Department of Land Forces at the Bulgarian Military Academy, the fight against terrorism in urban environment. I'm Lieutenant Colonel on reserve in the Israeli Army, served 6 years in the Army. In the paratroopers, later on, I continue in various intelligence services. This is about me. A few words about the topic of our today's workshop. When I asked to chair this workshop, I hesitated. I hesitated because I'm used to different kind of workshops that basically describing what the terrorists are doing, the red team, the red if you wish, rather than the law enforcement agencies, which are the blue. And therefore I asked myself a few questions. I asked myself how important cooperation is. What are we losing when cooperation is not in place? Or do we really understand what is cooperation? I think that the first two questions are clear. The answers are yes, cooperation is important. And yes, we are losing a lot when cooperation is not in place. But what about the third question? Do we really understand why cooperation is so important? I'm not sure about it, and therefore I would like to open this workshop with a short ancient Indian story that presents, in a simple way, the importance of cooperation. It's called The Blind Man and the Elephant. The story is about a group of blind people that living in a very poor village. They left their home for a short tour in the jungle, and during this trip they suddenly bumped into something. It was an elephant, but they are blind, they didn't know that it's elephant. So they tried to determine what is this something by touching the different parts of it. Each person touches a different part of the elephant, and each comes away with a completely different understanding. The one who touches, I don't know, the elephant chest claimed that we bumped into a big, thick wall. The one who touched the elephant here claimed that they bumped into a giant leaf. And the one that touched the trunk talked about a giant snake, etc., etc., etc. The tail is a pipe. On one side, each of them was right about his own description. But on the other side, they were all wrong. Without the men talking between each other, without cooperating, sharing the information, analyzing it together, they will never discover that they bumped into an elephant and what the elephant truly looks like. And this is the way we approach terrorism. Each agency, region, unit, facts of part of the threat, shaped it by own experience, intelligence or legal framework, but the full picture requires collaboration, sharing of insights and recognition that no one, no agency or country has the whole view. This is the importance of cooperation within the counterterrorism policing field, in my point of view. We have with us today experts from different places around the globe. With your permission, I will invite you one by one to the stage, but only later on I will detail your background. So Detective Charlie Benaim, the NYPD liaison to Israel. General Commissioner Carlos Humberto Benitez Gonzalez, the commander of the Paraguayan National Police, Detective Mark Glenn Denning from the Joint Counterterrorism Task Force in Victoria, Australia, Assistant Commissioner Brigadier General Reserve, retired actually, Shaike Horowitz, and Brigadier General Dario Solomarbio, the Guardia Finanza Attaché to Israel. Please. Charlie, we will start with you. Charlie is the NYPD liaison officer in Israel, a role he has been held since 2007. 20-year veteran of the NYPD. He has served in the Intelligence Bureau, International Liaison Unit, the Organized Crime Control Bureau, and the Manhattan North Task Force. Born in Jerusalem, he served in the IDF 35 Airborne, this is the paratroopers, and holds a degree in forensic psychology from John Lay College of Criminal Justice in New York. Charlie, the floor is yours. מה שאתה רוצה, או אם יש לך מצגת, עדיף לך. כן. למה מה עשיתי עד עכשיו נראה לך? אתה לא מקשיב למנחה. זה שלך, נכון? כן. בבקשה.
Okay, good afternoon. First speaker after lunch. Everybody's in a food coma, including myself. Desperate need for a coffee. But before I go into my presentation, I'd like to share a short story with you and answer the question, why police officers are called cops. The tradition of the NYPD shield begins 175 years ago with the first officers to put the shield on their uniforms. Back then, police were called coppers because of the copper material the shield was made of, and later on, that term was shortened to cops. Since 1845, there have been several variations of the shield, all worn proudly by the men and women of New York's finest. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to stand before you today to speak about the New York City Police Department, its role in safeguarding our city, and challenges it has faced in the wake of recent global events. The NYPD is the largest municipal police force in the United States and one of the most respected law enforcement agencies in the world. With more than 35,000 officers and 18,000 civilian employees, it is responsible for protecting over 8.5 million residents, millions of daily commuters, and countless of visitors from around the globe. Its work spans counterterrorism, intelligence, community affairs, and public safety, reflecting the unique responsibility of policing the world's most diverse city. The October 7th, 2023 terrorist attack by Hamas in Israel reverberated far beyond the Middle East. For the NYPD, the event carried direct implications. As the largest Jewish community outside of Israel resides in New York City, the attacks heightened fears of retaliatory violence, threats, and unrest. The NYPD responded swiftly, enhancing security around synagogues, schools, cultural centers, and high-profile locations. Intelligence Division and counterterrorism units worked around the clock to monitor global developments and their potential impact on New York City. The department's presence reassured communities while maintaining delicate balance between vigilance and public calm. Following October 7th, New York City witnessed a sharp increase in hate crimes and anti-Semitic incidents. Acts of harassment, vandalism, and violence targeted Jewish New Yorkers, while Muslim and Arab communities also reported a rise in bias-driven threats. These divisions underscored the reality that global conflicts can inflame local tensions. The NYPD's Hate Crime Task Force has been working tirelessly to investigate these incidents, ensure accountability, and protect vulnerable community. The message is clear. Hate has no home in New York City. The NYPD's approach to combating terrorism and hate crimes is multifaceted and proactive. NYPD International Liaison Program. By stationing officers in key cities around the world, the NYPD gathers intelligence at its source. These liaisons provide early warning of global threats and strengthen relationships with international law enforcement partners. The NYPD has offices in Israel, Jordan, UAE, Qatar, the UK, France, Spain, Australia, Colombia, and in Washington, D.C., Arizona, and Los Angeles. The Joint Terrorism Task Force. In partnerships with the FBI and federal agencies, the NYPD participates in the JTTF, which unites local, state, and federal resources to investigate terrorism-related cases and prevent attacks before they occur. Operation Sentry. The NYPD Annual Sentry Conference is sponsored by the New York City Police Foundation. The conference is hosted by the NYPD and brings together hundreds of law enforcement officials from the US and around the world for dialogue on evolving terrorist threats and intelligence sharing. The conference is a hub for sharing intelligence tactics and threat assessments amongst domestic and international law enforcement partners. The NYPD Intelligence Bureau manages the Sentry program, enabling real-time responses to global and domestic threats. The REMI program. The NYPD REMI refers to the Radicalization and Extremism Mitigation Initiatives. It's a specialized program created by the NYPD's Intelligence and Counter-Terrorism Bureau to address threats of radicalizations, violent extremism, and terrorism at the community level. The purpose is to detect and prevent radicalization before it escalates into violence. Support individuals at risk of being recruited by extremist groups, domestic or international, work in partnerships with community leaders, educators, faith institutions, and families. The approach: the program uses community-centered strategy rather than only enforcement. Provides interventions, mentorship, and counseling for individuals flagged as at risk. Collaborates with mental health services, social workers, and educators to build resilience. In May 2025, Mayor Eric Adams announced the establishment of the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Terrorism, the first office of its kind in a major U.S. city, dedicated to fighting anti-Jewish hate. The office coordinates across city agencies on legal strategies, executive orders, legislations, and monitoring anti-Semitic court cases. In 2024, anti-Semitic incidents reached a record high in New York State, with 1,437 reported incidents, 68% of which occurred in New York City. Hate crimes against Jewish New Yorkers accounted for 54% in 2024, increasing to 57% in 2025. Together, these initiatives reflect the NYPD and City Hall's commitment not to just to react, but to anticipate and prevent threats to our city. To conclude, the NYPD stands as a shield for all New Yorkers, regardless of race, religion, or background. The October 7th attack reminds us that global effects can reach our neighborhoods in an instant, but they also remind us of the importance of resilience, unity, and vigilance. With strong partnerships, intelligence-driven strategies, and steadfast commitment to justice, the NYPD continues to protect the city we all call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you very much. I would like to invite now the General Commissioner, Commander Carlos Humberto Benitez Gonzalez. He is the commander of the National Police of Paraguay with 34 years of service, a veteran of the counter-terrorism intelligence and security operations. He held the senior leadership positions across Paraguay's police and security institutions and trained exclusively with international partners, including the US and the Interpol. He holds a master's degree in police science and has been recognized for his contribution to the counterterrorism and public security. Sir, please. This is yours? No, this is not yours. This is yours? I don't have PowerPoint. Ah, you don't have PowerPoint, right? Sorry. Please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a little problem with the technology. I don't have the PowerPoint presentation. It's a little bit, but a big problem. Okay, I'm Carlos Benitez, the National Police Commander from Paraguay. You know Paraguay? Where is Paraguay? It's in South America. is a little country, little but a very strong country, Paraguay. Good. Thank you, Mr. Udi. Thank you for this opportunity for staying here in this forum. Thank you very much. And other organizers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me on behalf of National Police of Paraguay to take part in this international forum that brings together experts and leaders in the field of security. I thank Israel for its warm hospitality and this prestigious university for giving us a space where ideas and lessons can be shared beyond borders. For us, Israel is a model for us. Throughout its history, it has faced complex and constant challenges, and it has turned adversity into resilience, innovation, and stability. From Paraguay, we look with respect at how security here is understood not only as operational task, but as permanent commitment to life, to freedom, and to the democratic values that support society. In Paraguay, we also face threats that test our institutions: drugs trafficking, organized crime, money laundering, and the work of illegal networks in sensitive areas such as the three-border area from Paraguay, Argentina, and Brazil. They also have direct link to the financing of international terrorist organizations. From our experience, we know that organized crime and terrorism are different phenomena, but they are deeply connected. In this context, Paraguay has been at the forefront in our region by taking clear decisions against international terrorism. We have designated groups such as Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran as terrorist organizations, fully aware of their role in the financing and carrying out illicit activities on a global scale. This decision reflects our commitment not only to internal security, but also to international security, because we understand that organized crime and terrorism are threats that affect us all. In Israel, the threats are different but equally serious. Cross-border terrorism, attacks of the civilian population, and constant attempts to destabilize daily life. What connects our reality is one shared threat. No country can face these threats alone. Neither terrorism nor organized crime respect borders. That is why security must be seen as a collective effort based on the exchange of information, the transfer of knowledge, and permanent cooperation. On this path, we highly value the opportunity for training and professional exchange that can be developed within our countries. But beyond specific action, we believe that what is essential is to maintain and expand this effort, turning them into a strategy of mutual benefit. Paraguay is a small and distant country, but it clearly understands that security is also a matter of principles. That is why we reaffirm that we are and will always on the right side of history, on the side of those who defend life, freedom, and the dignity of their people. This forum at Reichman University is the best example that global challenge must be faced with knowledge, with cooperation, and with shared commitment. Here is not only about analyzing problems, but also about creating solutions together that go beyond borders. Under the leadership of the national government, the National Police of Paraguay has a clear duty to protect our population, to preserve stability, and to ensure that future generations can live in safe societies. This institutional commitment unites us with you, colleagues and friends of Israel, and drives us to continue working together in building a safer future. Let me conclude with a message of solidarity and hope that the hostages who are still alive in the hands of the terrorist group Hamas may soon return to their homes, and that those who sadly have lost their life might also be brought back to the rescued dignity among their family. Our deep wish is that the people of Israel may achieve a lasting peace where the security and dignity of every person are always protected. Shana Toma Umetuka and Israel Chai, Toda Rabba. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now we will have Mark Glendning. He's a detective with the Australian Federal Police currently deployed in Jordan to investigate Australians who joined or supported ISIS. Since 2022, he has served with the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team in Victoria, contributing to major investigations into foreign terrorist fighters and cases addressing rising anti-Semitism, including the application of new legislation around the public display of prohibited terrorist organization symbols. Previously, Mark served 8 years with the Victoria Police in armed robbery, drug crime, and family violence investigations. He holds a Bachelor of Criminal Justice Administration from the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. Yes. This is yours.
Thank you, Yuri. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. As Yuri introduced me, my name is Mark Glendinning, and thank you to the ICT and Reichman University for having me here today in our delegation. So I'm a detective or an investigator with the Australian Federal Police, and I work within our joint counter-terrorism team in Melbourne, Victoria, where I've been there for the last 3 years. So today I will briefly talk about terrorist recruiters increasingly targeting young people more online, and we're seeing how we're coming across more youth terrorist offenders and their use of the online environment. Just a bit of background about the Australian Federal Police's role and how we approach conducting counter-terrorism investigations. Our JCTTs, or counter-terrorism teams, conduct these investigations with our state and territory police partners, which is where I previously worked, the intelligence community, our international law enforcement partners, in particular the Israeli National Police, and we leverage these international partnerships. Domestically, we approach this in Australia through the Commonwealth and state agencies, and we use both powers from the Commonwealth and Australian Federal Police and the State Police our intelligence agencies, and other agencies, for example, the Australian Border Force. We utilise our Commonwealth legislative framework under our Criminal Code Act, and this is, for example, we use our offences with terrorist offences such as acts in preparation, terrorist organisations, including membership, association, counter-terrorism financing, and foreign incursions. But our state police lead the first responses to terrorist incidents, but we, as a joint collaborative approach, will investigate the terrorist incidents, utilising both state and Commonwealth legislation. So these investigations prevent, respond, and investigate terrorist threats and attacks in Australia. This framework and structure means it's a coordinated and nationally consistent approach to combating terrorism. It relies on a strong, cooperative, coordinated and consultative relationship between the Commonwealth and the state and territories. As my Assistant Commissioner mentioned earlier, we have a presence in 33 countries around the world, and we do utilise our international partnerships. With our structure as well, it recognises the multi-jurisdictional and transnational nature of terrorism, and it means that we assist in mitigating any gaps associated with law enforcement's response, and it's a coordinated approach. So one thing in the previous slide is that our arrest threshold is reduced for counter-terrorism. Usually with other criminal offences, it's a reasonable ground to belief, whereas for a terrorist offence, my arrest power is reasonable grounds to suspect. So this just infographic here, I just wanted to include that just to how we approach, again, our counter-terrorism offender. So just our focus is obviously in the green castle, which is our symbol of counter-terrorism investigations. And that's obviously where I sit in the counter-terrorism team. Then obviously in the life cycle of a terrorist offender, it moves into the custodial management. And then we also have our enduring risk investigations. So the JCTT counter-terrorism teams are threat-based investigations, but our enduring risk investigations area is more risk-based investigations after the custodial management. So this is your post-sentence management, your post-sentence orders, your high-risk terrorist offender management. And then they obviously move back into the community. We have our known entity management, and also we have a convicted terrorist order scheme coming in, which is similar to a registry of convicted terrorist offenders. And sometimes terrorist offenders can just unfortunately keep staying in that cycle. So quickly, our current environment within Australia. Our national terrorism threat level is now at probable. This was raised in August 2024. It had previously been lowered from probable to possible in November 2022, but it has been raised. As we can see globally around the world, the counter-terrorism threat environment is diverse, it's increasingly complex, and has significantly evolved over the last 4 years. In Australia, we continue to witness an increase in threats and extremism across a variety of issues, including anti-government, anti-authority violent extremism, anti-Semitism, and the use of social media and emerging technologies to enable, produce, disseminate, and amplify messages of hate and violence. As you can see in the slide there, our current caseload from those risks within the AFP, 55% is religiously motivated violent extremism, 35% is our ideologically motivated violent extremism, and then we have 5% caseload of mixed or unclear ideology, which is that is now expanding. Across this caseload, we are witnessing an increase in the overall consumption of violent extremism material online, with individuals seeming to be drawn to violent extremist material more generally, rather than with strict alignment within ideologies. What is concerning for the AFP is the normalisation of violence across society today. This is facilitated by the unabated access to extremist content online, in combination with high levels of intimidating, violent or intolerant rhetoric that increases the exposure of extremist ideas and likely serves as a gateway for some to violent extremist beliefs and ideals, particularly anti-Semitic. A particular focus of our the investigations conducted by the joint counter-terrorism teams, particularly including my team, have involved young people. Identifying and disrupting threats of terrorism is becoming more challenging, and we're seeing this globally, given many offenders are previously unknown to law enforcement, and they have, as I said before, a mix of ideologies now. They tend to act alone and can mobilise violence quickly. I'm going to talk briefly and focus on youth in terrorism and the online environment as a topic today. So youth in terrorism, particularly in the Australian context. Since January 2020, the AFP, alongside our JCTT partners, have commenced numerous investigations, conducted operational activity in relation to 45 individuals, and they were 17 years old or younger, with the youngest being 12 years old. The AFP has seen a steady rise in the number of young people unfortunately involved in our CT investigations. And this, we believe, is the extremist groups are deliberately targeting young people as they're vulnerable individuals for radicalisation, including anti-Semitism. We are, as I said, witnessing an increase young people being investigated for terrorism-related offending, and this can be attributed somewhat to the increased time spent online, where we are seeing a concerning number of young people being radicalised, including through self-radicalisation and accessing and sharing propaganda. And as on the slide there, this creates this online echo chamber where these individuals that are vulnerable, they're youth, they don't have access to alternative content or critical thinking and other views, and it just reinforces this extremist ideology. The process used by extremists to radicalise young people often differs from adults, and there's unique risk factors and vulnerabilities with childhood and adolescence, particularly social isolation, peer influence, mental health challenges, neurodiversity factors, which we see a lot of, that are common themes, identity crises, grievances, active online engagement with extremists, and triggering or traumatic events. Where possible, the AFP tries or prioritises therapeutic pathways instead of an arrest to prevent and disrupt young people at an early stage, as entering young people into the criminal justice system is not often in their best interest. However, this approach may not suffice, and when an immediate threat is identified, a law enforcement response through investigation will be applied. So that leads into the online environment. While individuals may have offline influences and behavioural factors, the online environment allows for initial access to widely available violent extremist material. It enables communication locally and globally to fellow violent extremists, and often occurs with limited offline indications of their behaviour. Platforms include social media, encrypted apps, and gaming chat rooms or Discord servers. It can't be ignored of the importance of various social media platforms and environments in the exposure of individuals to violent extremist content. The numerous platforms and environments provide people instant access to this content of varying levels of ideological and violent intensity, from material which subtly hints at racist ideologies and associated theories through to overtly violent extremist material, including incitement of hate, violence, threats towards communities, including the Jewish Australian community. Multiple media outlets have reported on openly violent extremist or racist content which has been created in online environments, particularly Minecraft, Roblox, and other games. And this morning I heard and learnt about Magic City as a game, which is an emulation of Grand Theft Auto. We believe this has likely come about from the extended lockdowns and more time spent online during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is the challenges as a law enforcement with youth in terrorism. Obviously it's privacy is the first thing. Social media platforms are moving back to less moderated spaces, particularly Facebook, Instagram, with increasing privacy controls. In the past decade, both adults and minors have moved away from meta applications to less moderated platforms to be able to freely access and distribute material, which was racist and overtly violent. In addition, in Australia, we've seen courts show greater leniency and not impose harsher sentencing to terrorist-related offending, particularly with youth. We've seen reviews of police intervention when dealing with youth offenders, and how does that act as a deterrent? For law enforcement, there is an ongoing battle with investigating profiles and users and levels of encryption and anonymity, particularly with extremist material and violent extremists. For the future, the development of artificial intelligence is occurring at a great and rapid speed and has the potential to enable security-relevant activities, particularly the creation of propaganda material and the collation of material of security concerns, such as instruction manuals. In Australia, we are seeing a new law has been implemented this year that will raise the minimum age to 16 for social media accounts, including Meta applications, Twitter or X, TikTok, and that puts the onus on platforms to take reasonable steps to prevent underage users from creating accounts. So the key takeaway from this is that successful counter-terrorism policing with youth in terrorism isn't just enforcement, it's prevention, education and engagement and empowerment of our youth, and greater initiatives at grassroots levels such as at schools, sporting clubs, youth programs. Combating youth radicalisation requires coordination between law enforcement agencies, governments, including departments such as our education department, health departments, the private sector, academics, and our community. That's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, the next one will be Assistant Commissioner retired Shai Horowitz, served the State of Israel for 35 years and is one of the architects of the Israeli law enforcement counterterrorism doctrine. He commanded the national bomb disposal operations during the Al-Aqsa Intifada and served as the Israeli National Police representative to the Prime Minister, Counter-Terrorism Command and National Security Council. He also held senior operational roles in the police headquarters and led the Ministry of Public Security Community Policing. Today, Horowitz specializes in planning and management of large-scale security programs and counterterrorism doctrines, providing guidance to public and private institutions on various subjects, including personal security, infrastructure security, installation, and security technologies. Shaike.
Thank you and congratulations, doctor.
Thank you.
I have here something.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are a doctor, no?
People are saying so.
יש לי באוזן משהו, תבדוק אותי.
נבדוק תכף. יאללה. הצלחה.
תודה. Hello, everyone. Before I will start my lecture, I want to explain a little bit about the Israel police. I'm not a police officer anymore, but I'm still in the family. And in the law enforcement, where you're rich in, you are stay there for all your life. So I hope that I am here in my family, and I will try. Now it's okay? Yeah, ask me. Okay, to explain a little bit about the Israel police, and then we are going deeply in the topic of the cooperation between the Israel police and international law enforcement. First of all, you must understand that in Israel we have only national police, only one police agency, about 33,000 police officers that spread all over the country in district, sub-district, and station, etc., etc. And we have more 25,000 volunteers that came in once a week, independent of their missions, to help the police officer, but they have almost all the responsibilities and the force of a regular police officer. So it's very big and strong force of a police officer here in Israel. In Israel, not like in other places in the world, like Europe and other places, we have two main spheres of responsibility. First one is fighting crime, like every police agency all over the world maintaining public order, traffic control, etc., drugs, etc. But from the other hand, from 1974, I remember, after a very, very sad incident that happened in the north of Israel, again, one of the attack of terrorists against a school with children and a lot of hostages, and the army was a responsibility of the inside security in Israel. From the battle, we had a lot of casualties, and the government took a decision to transfer the responsibility of internal security from the army to the police. So from 1974, the all responsibility about the crime and internal security is on the shoulders of the police. From 1975, I saw before, it's not here, we established the Yamam, the Special Force, and we established the bomb technicians unit in Israel before it is handled by the army. So from 75, we are in the two spheres of responsibility. You see the principles of police activity. First is national police force, territorial responsibility, and when I talk about the territorial responsibility, it's not like in the States and other places. When something happens inside the borders, the commander of the incidents will be the police officer, the police, the head of the station, the head of the district. He lead all the field work inside the incident. But in the wartime, we transferred responsibility from the police to the army because it's a unique time. And let's go on. And all the time, you have to play with the balance, what to put your effort, to put it in the crime side or in the terror, but at the end of the day, the budget is very small, and like a magician, the commanders try to play with all these problems, and they find the good answer for the social demands at the same place. So let's go in our goal. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the topic that is in the very heart of the modern policing, is the international cooperation in law enforcement. In today's world, crime does not stop at borders. Not only today, but all the time, it's changed and crossed borders. What used to be a local issues have become global issues. Terrorism, cyber crimes, human trafficking, money laundering, etc., and drugs, of course. No single country can deal with these threats alone. So as you see, it's a global problem, not only Israel problem. What is our contribution to the family? The Israel police, as a national police force, relatively small but very, very important country, has developed a reputation in several areas. First of all, and I say we are not so happy on terrorism and counter-terrorism, because we had so many incidents from our establishment, and especially in the first Intifada and the second Intifada, and we learned a lot of how to deal with this problem. So we come to be a unique solutions for other partners and other police agencies all over the world, and I will talk about it later on. Second is dignitary protection, and we, after the incident of our Prime Minister, put a lot of effort how to fight this problem. Another topic is the economical crime and economic crime investigations that spread all over the world, and now with the blockchain and all the digital coins, it's a very big problem that all the world handle it, and today, this morning, we talk about it here in this room. Another topic that the Israeli police have a reputation, if I can say reputation, is rapid response in emergencies. Again, unfortunately, we had so many incidents here in Israel, and we need to learn how to deal with these problems, so we have a lot of answers for the problems. This equivalent experience is not only vital for Israel's security, but is also knowledge that other nations needs and seeks to share between themselves. What are the mechanisms of cooperation that we have now? Israel police engage in international cooperation through several main channels. First of all is the Interpol. Interpol, everyone knows the Interpol. Active participation allows information exchange of forged document, crime, suspicious financial movements, all kind of negative elements, etc., etc. And we work a lot with the Interpol. But I think the second topic is more important, is the bilateral agreements. And I think now in Israel we have something about 15 plus minus of liaisons from all around the globe. And this officer exchange that some of them come here and we send to other places, I think also something about, Charlie, 15 officers that Israel sent around the country, around the world. And they have all kind of cooperation about joint training and joint investigation around the world. The third topic is counterterrorism, and the counterterrorism cooperation, we are very famous, again, unfortunately. We sharing operational intelligence and help to prevent attack abroad, and later on I will tell you about some incidents that we handle also. And the last one is cybercrime, partnership with international agencies to fight ransomware, data theft, and online fraud all around the world. What are the challenges? Of course, international cooperation is not without any challenges. First of all, is different in legislation that complicate investigation, extradition. Of course, every country have their laws and legal concepts, and we try to find how to gap between the gaps, how to bridge between the gaps, and this is the first challenge. The second one is cultural and language gap, and you know, not everyone speak English, so some of the places you must find the right language. And just a small secret we have in Israel, all the languages you can find here in the police also. So we find for every country almost in the world the right person to can talk with the others in Chinese, in Japanese, etc., etc., etc. And the last challenge is balancing security with privacy and concern that democracies worldwide are facing. It's not so simple, this issue, because some of the places is unique, and you must to strong for the privacy of the people. Okay, some stories I want to tell you about cooperation. First of all, it happened in 1990 as a car bomb exploded nearby the Israeli embassy in London. As a result of the explosion, many people were injured. The relationship between me and the management of the London bomb squad was excellent. They visit here a lot of times, I visit there a lot of times, so, and this is the one of the most important thing, to know each other face to face. Not only by emails and, I don't know, telephones. It's very important to meet the people and look in the eyes, the white of the eyes, because when you have the friendship, this is the main goal, okay? And all the mingling and all the meetings that we have inside in this and the other meetings, this is the most important thing. Since the connection were so good, I connected one of the managers there in several hours. After 1 hour, I had a preliminary report on my desk, and the report was with drawing and what happened exactly, etc., etc. I transferred this report to the commissioner, and the commissioner transferred it to the Prime Minister's office, and they astonished how in a few hours they know exactly what happened there. So it's very important, and it's based again about personal and a lot of good friendship between us and the British police officer and the bomb squad. Such an event shows the importance of the immediate meeting of the professionals and global level. Another story is the crime international investigation operation against international organization crime joined with the FBI, the Interpol, and European police force to dismantle Israeli link networks, and unfortunately we have a lot all over the world involved in gambling, drug trafficking, money laundering, and cyber fraud. Counter-terrorism and security. We support in terror investigation abroad. Israel police helped a lot with all kinds of incidents that happened in Paris, in Brussels. We had a lot of incidents that we worked together with Buenos Aires, Argentina police agencies and their intelligence. It was in 1992 and 1994 against the embassy of Israel in Buenos Aires, and then against the AMIA buildings. And we bring a lot of evidence from the sea to the police that they can connect between the people that made this incident with the incident itself. Another thing that we share with the world is institutional and strategic cooperation. Like we work with the Interpol and the other agencies. We have a lot of joint seminars and working group with officials from US, Europe, and more. Not only on counterterrorism, we had with our Ministry of Internal Security very good programs with the Canadian, with the Germans, with the, you name it, all over the world. And Nathan is sitting here. He was one of the guys that bring most of the ministers of security from all over the world to a very big incident here. We try to share our knowledge about suicide incidents with all the countries in the world. I was in the few, we can see, workshop with Germans, with the Americans, with you name it, to explain what we learned from the incidents, what kind of things we think they need to take from us, and of course to build by themselves the procedures and the modus operandi of themselves. Another thing, we from time to time bring a lot of officers from all over the world, again, here to Israel, first of all, for all kinds of courses handled by the police. But the most important thing is not only to teach them how to handle incident, but also to meet each other. As I said before, the most important thing is to know each other, because ego is the big problem. So you need to find how to reduce the ego from the people, and if you know someone privately, the egos go down, it's become better. Okay, what you are looking ahead, the future of law enforcement cooperation lies in real-time information sharing. It's very important, not year after or 2 years after, to be in real time. Global data platform is a dream. I don't know if it will be happen, but it's very important, especially among professionals. Just to understand, the Yamam and the GS9 and the NOx from Italy, and that, they have all kind of common platforms that working together, and it's very, very important. And all kind of advanced technologies, AI, big data analytics, and biometric identification. Okay, to sum it up, in the Israel police views cooperation with international law enforcement agencies not only as an operational tool, but as a moral mission. It's upper than just a cooperation to safeguard the security of citizens anywhere in the world. The message is clear. Crime is global and must be a law enforcement together. Only together can we build a safer, more just world. Safer together. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaike, for the very detailed and practical presentation. Brigadier General Dario Solombrino joined the Guardia de Finanza in 1985 and has held key leadership roles in the fight against organized crime across southern Italy, a few provinces. He served as a provincial commander in 3 different major Italian provinces and was promoted to Brigadier General in 2019, holding degrees in law and economic financial security. He was named an Officer of the Italian Republic by the President of the Republic in 2022. Since December 2023, he has been stationed in the Italian Embassy in Tel Aviv as Guardia de Finanza Economic and Financial Expert. Dario.
It just means that I'm an old man, of course. Good afternoon to everyone. A warm hug to my colleagues from Attaché Network, and thanks to Mr. Jacob, Dr. Jacob, for inviting me to this summit. I will start with some basic information about tasks and organization of Guardia di Finanza. First of all, I think it's important to underline a big difference from Israel environment, because in Italy we have two police corps, police force, the national police, which is civil and depends on interior minister, Carabinieri, which are military and depends on defense minister, and then we have Guardia di Finanza. What is Guardia di Finanza? Guardia di Finanza is probably a unique model in the world, because we are a police force with a military structure, but we refer to directly to the Minister of Economy and Finance with general competence in economic and financial matters. At the same time, we are part of the integrated armed force system. We are also the only police force at the sea, and resuming maybe the most peculiar of our features is that over time the Corps has granted a wide set of powers, such as tax powers, caste powers, judicial police powers, that allow us cross-cutting aggression against economic and financial crime. As I mentioned above, we are the only police force at sea. So this means that our air and naval division has the exclusive responsibility for carrying out economic and financial police functions at sea, combating illicit trafficking and monitoring illegal immigration in territorial waters. This is, as you can imagine, an important and delicate task, because Italy is surrounded by more than 8,000 coastlines, and so every day we have to face the widespread phenomena of the illegal immigration by sea, especially in the south from Africa. Just some few words about our organization. We are almost 60,000 people, divided into different categories. In the slide, you can see the photo of our headquarters, which is located in Rome, on which three large macro area depends: operational, training, and technical logistics. About our operational activities, it is carried out by territorial units, more than 800 territorial units at a different level, of course, located through the national territory, and then by the high-end sea units, and also by special units that have a national competence for the most relevant cases in specific subjects. The most important our special units are the Central Service of Investigation on Organized Crime, on which 26 anti-mafia investigative group depends. They work closely with the Anti-Mafia Prosecutor Office. And another important, our special unit, Special Currency Police Unit, which is in charge to deal with everything is connected to money laundering and terror financing. What we are, what we do. These are, in the slide you can see our three strategic goals that we define strategics because are preeminent for us. And in addition to these goals, there is another one that we define structural because it's connected to our role as a police force. So we have to contribute to the maintenance of public order and safety, along with the other police corps, Polizia and Carabinieri. Something about our strategic goal. The first one is the fight against tax evasion, tax avoidance, and fiscal fraud. In this area, we support the revenue agency, but as economic and financial police, we focus our operational activities on the most important tax crimes, illicit crime, especially the tax fraud carried out by very often by structured organization through the issuing and the use of fictitious invoices, phenomenon that I know is very common also here in Israel, and the creation of shell companies. And this is a field where there is, in our experience, a very thin border with the organized crime, because they used the fiscal fraud to launder the money. Another area is what we call shadow economy, where a large part of tax evasion is hidden because Italy is made out by a lot of small manufacturing companies. Okay. Our second strategic goal is the fight against fraud on public funding from national or European Union budgets. Is the area of the waste of public money, of the white-collar crimes. And also in this area, we operate with autonomous activities or with judicial police investigation, or supporting the relevant bodies of the sector. Third strategic goal is my favorite, is countering economic and financial crime. It means the fight against organized crime. As you know, the organized crime is a big problem in Italy. We have at least 3 transnational criminal organizations, very, very powerful: Mafia, Camorra, and 'Ndrangheta. There would be a lot of things to do about organized crime. We can say in few words that after the strong state repression in the 90s, our organized crime began a process of transformation and immersion in the legal economy, renouncing to challenge the state and to kill the state servants, most famous the judges Falcone and Borsellino. And they understood that they could take the possibility offered by the globalized economy, the new financial technologies, the opacity of many legislation all over the world. So since that moment, they started to invest their huge illicit profits in the legal economy. This is why in this area, but not only in this area, our North Star is the principle follow the money, which means tackle the economic interest of the assets of the organized crime, and deprive criminal organizations of their financial sources through both criminal police investigation and verification on assets, financial verification on assets, also by using a specific software. Most famous is called Molecular. It's very famous also between the law enforcement abroad. What about Guardia Finanza approach to STF? First of all, 2 words about Italian CFT system. The main body is the Financial Security Committee, which include all the relevant bodies of this sector, including Guardia Finanza, and it was established according to the international legislation for managing the counter-terrorism financing and the implementation of UNO or EU sanctions. Another important organ is CASA, Counter-Terrorism Strategic Analysis Committee, which is a permanent roundtable composed by senior representatives of the law enforcement and the security agencies. Of course, as Economic and Financial Police Corp, we are strongly committed to countering the terror financing. Especially, and we focus our activities especially on the analysis of the financial flows that support the terrorist groups, essentially through the deepening of suspicious transaction reports, carry out border controls, anti-money laundering on-site inspection, police investigation. In this last year, we are investing a lot of sources on the technologies that allow us to explore the cryptocurrency payment. And then another charge for us is the execution of the freezing measures. Suspicious transaction reports, sorry. There are, as you know, some categories of subjects, such as banks, financial institutions, insurance company, professionals, and more, that are obliged to send reports to the FIU in suspicious cases established by law. The analysis of these reports is the pillar of our strategy against money laundering and terror financing. And it starts from the financial analysis carried out by UIF, which is the Italian FIU, and it is within the Bank of Italy. And then there is the criminal analysis carried out by our special unit that enrich the report with the data taken from our several databases. And then the most important of these reports are sent to our territorial units for the investigative development. That special unit is also in charge of the applying of the freezing orders issued by the Ministry of Economy and Finance on a proposal from Financial Committee. This is the summary of the freezing measures applied against Russian oligarchs, and these assets are still confiscated. Let's briefly move on to an operational case, just to underline how much is important for us the analysis of the financial flows, and in particular in this case of a suspicious transaction reports, in this case sent by money transfer, because in this report were highlighted some suspicious elements. Different payment, but made in the same day of the transaction, same agency, for the same amount to the same receiver. The investigation quickly started thanks to an international cooperation with French authorities. We identified the receiver, which was a Lebanese citizen connected to foreign terrorist fighters. But we don't stop it there, because starting from him, we developed a very wide investigation through wiretapping investigation, social media monitoring, financial investigation, and more. In this slide, you can see the results that we reached We discovered that 42 financial collectors operating in 49 countries received more than 1,000 transactions for an amount of millions of euro. Okay, just to close, a few words about the international Guardia Finanza engagement. It means why I'm here in Israel. I'm so lucky because Guardia Finanza, because of transnational features of the economic and financial crime, which are the heart of our mission, Guardia Finanza understood that we had to dislocate our officers in the main embassies around the world in order to promote and to implement the cooperation at an operative level. So in this moment, we have a network made by 30 attachés to the Italian diplomatic missions, 2 liaison officers, and 1 support officer, including, of course, Tel Aviv. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dario. I have many questions to you guys, follow up, but I think that the audience were very patient, so maybe we will open it for questions from the audience. Do you have any questions? Please. Please present yourself and then... Potential. Wow.
Wow, that's a pretty loaded question. Some of it is political, which I'm not going to touch. But generally speaking, I think it's important that the higher-ups understand that law enforcement nowadays is not just about crime. It is not just about quality of life and everything that is connected to that. Nowadays, terrorism is a big aspect of law enforcement. And like I said in my presentation, events that are happening overseas can real quickly affect other places in New York City. And so it is important for the NYPD to keep tabs about what's going on elsewhere, because and in that way stay ahead of the game, because we don't want to be just a reactive police department. We want to be proactive. So by fostering relationships and partnerships with other law enforcement agencies, we are able to learn how these agencies, and wherever they are in whatever countries, how they deal with terrorism, what we can learn from these agencies, bring back to New York, adjust it to our protocols, because we want to ensure that another 9/11 is not going to happen, not only in New York City, but anywhere in the world.
Thank you, Charlie. Other questions from the audience?
Yes, hi, I'm Ted. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for the great presentations. So my question for any of you, so what do you think is the most challenging part of your job in your career? What's the most challenging part?
Come to ICT.
I guess it's just the ever-changing nature of it. It just is always evolving. Technology is always rapidly advancing. There's always new emerging risks and threats. There's always something new. That for me I find it rewarding. And I think that's just global. It's just always, it's ever-changing. The environment's always, there's rapid advancement. We just need to keep up, and it's unfortunately it's one of the things that we try to do. But for me, I find that rewarding, but it's a challenge. Yeah.
I want to add some more. The most important thing is to be 1 or 2 steps before the enemy, not to wait until it comes. And you all the time must to think, what if I will be him? What I am doing to me? So all the time is like a chess. You must think to the future, find all kind of solution, try to see if it's work. Not any solution work, and implement it to the force. And of course, technology, procedures, etc., etc., etc. Not only about security, about everything. Crime also.
Anybody else from the panelists? Okay, audience, back to you. No more questions. Yes, please.
I'd like to know,
Can you present yourself, please?
the construction of your relationship in New York City between you and the federal agency, Israel and the federal agency, and you as a representative of New York City, the relationship with Israel. It's from New York.
Okay, so let me start off by saying that our program started right after 9/11.
2002. I remember the date. No,
Correct.
now
No,
they
you're
started.
right. You're right. And we realized that the NYPD is not going to rely on the federal agencies to share information with us because of what happened 9/11. We're going to go out and do it independently. And we've approached certain countries, and we've asked to send detectives, sergeants, lieutenants at the time, to learn from these countries how they deal with terrorism, and again, what we can learn, bring back to New York, et cetera, et cetera. Israel was the second post we've established an office. To say that our federal partners were happy about it, no. The first few years were difficult because the question was asked, why is the NYPD sending detectives? Why do we need them? We are the official representatives of the U.S. law enforcement community, and how are we going to, work with them, not work with them? And it was not an easy situation. But over the years, we realized that if we work together, we can actually support each other's mission, not only in Israel, but in the U.S. As well. For the Israelis, they've welcomed the NYPD with open arms, I must say. I don't think that we've had any issues with them sharing information, sharing tactics, sharing best practices. And again, over the years, even the Israeli police learned how to work not only with the federal agencies, U.S. federal agencies, but also with the NYPD. Sometimes the information goes parallel, and sometimes it comes just to us because it's a New York City interest.
Please. Please present yourself.
Oh, sorry. My name's Devin from the United States.
That's more important. Yeah.
With the Russia-Ukraine war showing the viability of commercial drones as IEDs, have you all started in your different departments considering them as a next front for terrorist attacks in terms of shopping malls, cafes, etc., and with relatively low cost, but the high impact that they could potentially have?
I will invite you to get the answer tomorrow, 4 o'clock, while we have a specific panel that deals with the future of terrorism, including technologies, AI. It will be interesting. So you will get your answer there. Please.
My name is Mike Morgan. I'm from Michigan. With the NYPD, you have those fusion centers now. One was the NYPD Shield that will release intel. But the same growing pains NYPD felt trying to work the way in with the FBI and the CIA and all that. In the private security sector, we're feeling the same growing pains because you won't give us access to some of the intel coming out of those fusion centers. I get access to it because I'm still a certified police officer in Michigan, so that helps my security company and us be able to be responsive to our executives and the clients we serve. Is there any future down the road that you guys will start letting us in, like you had to wait till you had with the feds?
Okay, so you're talking about the SHIELD program, where we have a whole nother initiatives that is called Sentry. And Sentry brings not only law enforcement officials from all over the US, but the private sector as well. And if you join that program, you will have easier access to the information that you might need. And I will be more than happy to talk to you afterwards and see how we get you on board.
Please.
Okay, I will start because I am from here. First of all, the spread of information is almost open. Just understand the IDF, the police, the intelligence transfer the knowledge together. A lot of the meetings are together. When I was the deputy head of the operational department in Israel, I have once a month liaisons and representatives that came from all the agencies to sit in my room, and everyone bring his topics, and all of the people are listening and saying. So the cooperation is very good. Here, inside Israel.
This is cooperation.
It works. This is cooperation. Yes. For us, it's a difficult question because, as I mentioned above as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, in Italy we have 3 police forces. So the relationships are not always easy. The overlaps are frequently, and jealousies as well. And so, but times are changing because there are so many challenges for us, like for every country, that we used to say there is work for everyone. There is work for everyone.
I want to add something. When we are in cooperation with other countries in the world, we are not coming there to teach them. Nothing. We are not teaching. We are saying how we deal with the problem and our procedures. You can take it and you can live it. But understand it's work in Israel. I am not here to teach you nothing, because you have your procedures, your regulations, etc., etc. And the main important thing of cooperation, they will take all the things they need to their procedures. Okay? We don't enforce them to take nothing. We not teach them. We just show them.
I'm going to try to answer your question from an outsider point of view. I've had a few opportunities to respond to a scene of a terror attack here in Israel, and actually observe how the different departments and the different agencies working together. And that says something about the level of cooperation between the different entities here in Israel. So they will establish a command and control room, post, tent, whatever the case may be, and you will have representatives from the police, from the ISA, from the military, from the local municipality, and first aid, EMS. They all come together. They all share the information. They all bring their capabilities, knowledge, and expertise to the room. They work the problem, and then they go back to fighting afterwards amongst themselves. But the idea is that there is a situation on the ground. We need to deal with it, and we're going to check our egos aside, deal with the problem, and then move on. And it was amazing to see how within a matter of hours, a terror attack scene is being processed and complete, where in other places around the world it may take sometimes days and weeks. But here, unfortunately, because of the experience that Israel has with terrorism, the different agencies, the different groups have learned to work together, including civilian entities like Zaka. Imagine a civilian organization that is working alongside the police, the bomb squad, the military on the ground, exactly where things happen. We don't allow that in New York. Okay, once there is a scene, it is completely controlled by the NYPD. We don't allow civilians to come in. But here, it's different, and it works.
The most important thing is the show must go on. So we must to bring the life as soon as possible back to the life. So you clean, you sweep the roads, and the people inside. The show must go on.
Thank you. The show must go on, please.
Thriving. They try the people will afraid to walk on the street. Just to understand, between 2000 and 2004, the second Intifada, we had in Israel more than 115 suicide bomber incidents. And most of them, not all of them, was inside buses. And my children, when I drove the car, told me every time, don't come close to the bus. Something will happen. This is terrorism. We are fighting to do something. terrorizing.
In Italy, we realized that the terrorism war in the 70s when a huge internal terrorism was born, but it was from the youth, left and right wing of the politician youth against the government. So it was an internal terrorism, but it was not less dangerous than the international terrorism because they killed a lot of state servants, etc. And it was a very hard period for our republic that was born in 1948, so it was so still young, okay?
I was just going to say, yeah, for me, I've only worked in this space for the last 3 years, but I think for me, it's just terrorism just goes against the heart of society. It just goes against the whole fabric of it all, and just tries to disrupt, destabilise it all, and yeah, whatever means necessary. Unfortunately, that was a very short answer.
Thanks. I was expected the students on the first row that just participate in executive course and spend 1.5 hours discussing this issue to say something about it, but okay, that's fine. You got your certificate already. Yes.
My next, because I prepared. Do you think that terrorism always has to include violence, like bombings, shooting, or physical attacks?
No. Financing is also terrorism.
Yes.
By money. Very quiet terrorism. There are no big, you can collapse countries. What do you mean? Suppose, who are the expert of money?
Actually, money is, you know, it's like definition of terrorism and financing of terrorism. It's the same, I would say, crime, yes, because we just collect. But what I want to ask one more: can you think that terrorism starts? Maybe you don't think so, but therefore I want to ask you as a professional. Do you think that maybe you can explain or share your opinion that terrorism starts from information? Do you agree?
What do you mean?
What I mean from information? Okay, I can draw an example. For example, I am some kind of person, famous person or not, and some media or people starts to spread information against me, some narratives and so on. Yes, and after it's, for example, I'm a person who leads some organization. Yes, and this media starts to spread information against me that I'm a bad person. I don't know, I am a terrorist, but I'm not. And all society starts thinking that I'm really a person who may be, who may hurt someone, who may, I am a threat of society, Israel, I don't know, USA and so on. And after it, some media or some group of lady me. I don't know. By that person. And after along for maybe sometimes, my organization or me become, I don't know, that some people want to kill me, make me hurt, and so on. And what is my question? How do you think the terrorism is not starting from information, from spread disinformation, some narrative against the organization, group, and so on, and after it's become physical terrorism?
So I will take the answer for that with your permission because we are short on time. The answer is yes, but not only. This is a very, very small part of what we call terrorism. We we see it mainly when we are talking about independent actors, but not only. It's becoming a bigger threat recently. And again, if you will come tomorrow, you will see how we see it in the future. Sorry that we are running on time. I want to conclude with your permission. So first of all, thank you panelists, thank you audience. One of the things that I didn't want to say in the beginning, and I still think that this is one of the major problems in the field of cooperation, is something that none of us mentioned, and this is cooperation between the civilian, the industry, and the law enforcement agencies, something that with the new technology becoming more and more important. And the second one is the place that we are sitting now, which is the cooperation between academics and law enforcement, and Charlie, we talked about it 1 hour ago. I got instructions from Edo saying that now, immediately, you need to go to the auditorium for one-on-one between former Minister Gallant and Leo Lotan. And if you behave yourself and you will be there on time, after that you will get tons of coffee and sweets. And he's Italian, so if he's saying that's something responsibility. Thank you very much.
אתה יכול לעצור את השידור?
Okay, nice to see that we have a full house. Welcome back from the workshops. It's now time for a one-on-one session. We promise you a good one. So I'm going to ask Colonel Lior Lotan. I yesterday read out his biographical sketch. I'm going to ask Colonel Lior Lotan to come to the stage. Colonel Lotan, the Shelig Chair in Crisis Management, will be interviewing Major General Reserves Yoav Gallant, Israel's former Minister of Defense. General Gallant, it's an honor to have you here with us again. Major General Gallant had a long and distinguished career in the IDF, spanning 40 years, including service in the Flotilla 13, Israel's Navy SEALs, as head of the Southern Command. In 2015, he joined the Likud Party, eventually becoming Minister of Defense in 2002. And it doesn't say so here, but he's an honest broker, and I have Professor Reichman here joining me on stage who wants to say a few words.
Not just 2 sentences. And I say it in Hebrew.
It is a very special honor for us to have here in this conference General Gallant, Major General Gallant, that is. As is customary with us, unfortunately, people who deserve honorary decorations most of the times do not receive them. However, Yoav, throughout the war, I don't know if he slept one bit. I understand that you had some sort of an improvised bed in the main headquarters in order to always keep your eye on things. You were never away from things. You were always in the field. And your experience, your lifetime experience as a fighter yourself, as a leader, you showed everybody. Unfortunately, the State of Israel should have paid a much bigger tribute to you. And so we're very happy today to say on our behalf, thank you very much for your service. It is a tremendous service indeed. And I hope that everyone sees you as their personal role model of something that should have been spoken from every corner. We're so very pleased to have you with us. We have always valued you, and when things are all summed up, I'm sure that they'll know to note your special contribution in one of the harshest times for the State of Israel. So welcome. Thank you, Professor Reichman. I'm so very sorry that I have to do this mistake that everyone knows about. One should never follow Professor Reichman's remarks. But I'm going to make an effort anyhow. So, Major General Gallant, commander of the Aza Battalion, commander of the South Region, he was also secretary of military secretary of Prime Minister Sharon, served as Minister of Education as well as Defense. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here with you. We are in very complicated and challenging days. As of today, there are several divisions that are maneuvering once again in Gaza. Almost 2 years' time after the beginning of Swords of Iron War, and it still seems that most of the work lies ahead of us. You, as Minister of Defense, was the one who shaped the goals of this war as were defined by the government. It's obvious that not everything was completed. Hostages are still in hands of the enemy, and the IDF is still fighting in Gaza. Do you think that all the war goals could have been fulfilled? We went to this war as a full surprise, and during nighttime on the October 7th, I phrased and defined the goals of the war, and they were all adopted by the government. There were 5 goals. 3 of them had to involve a full military force, and they were fully achieved while I was already serving as Minister of Defense in the summer of 2024. We managed to destroy the organized formation of Hamas, and in order to explain, we were attacked by a terror organization, but what attacked us as far as the forces was a commando division with 4,000 people, with pickups and gun machines, with drones and boats and parachutes, with companies, with battalions, and their doctors in the ground. They were fully organized. This is gone. This is all gone. The second goal that was achieved then, particularly after killing Def in the summer, followed by killing Sinwar, was to kill all leadership of Hamas, Hania, which was killed and definitely represents in full the military leadership. And the third thing, we've created freedom of activity for the IDF and for the government to do what we see was right to do in Gaza. We are now left with 2 other goals. One, bringing the hostages back home, and the second one, replacing the Hamas government through an alternative which is not the state of Israel, because we all understand the prices. These 2 goals make the difference between military decisive act and full victory. We need for that, for full victory, a political step. I'm not against killing terrorists. I've been doing it for 50 years, more or less, and I got my paycheck for that. And I'm very proud of this, and I'm all for that. So every military operation that brings about annihilating terrorists, with whether they're wearing suits or whether they're wearing uniforms and have gun machines, I'm all for it. And the operation that we are discussing has very meaningful opportunities, and is something that we have to put in front of us. However, a question follows, and I have still to hear how the military operation would bring about the 2 political goals that are above that, returning the hostages and replacing Hamas with an alternative government. And this is the government's to explain. If the government changed the goals of the war, they have to share it with the public and explain. If they did not, then they have to tell us how they're going to bring the 2 goals about. As I said, I'm all for killing terrorists, and there isn't a single person that we need to bring to trial. Either they surrender or pay with their lives. I said it from day one. You said that there are very clear military advantages in the current fighting that we see in Gaza or in recent days, the second Gideon chariots. But in order to obtain the 2 goals, bringing the hostages back home and toppling down Hamas, we have to do one at a time. We cannot do them simultaneously. What do you think about that? Things are very clear and distinct. The only order we can go by is, first of all, bringing hostages back, and then continue crushing Hamas and replaying it with an alternative. Because if you do it the other way around, you won't have anyone to bring back home. People live there on borrowed time, so to speak. And so we have to be very, very clear. First of all, hostages, followed by the rest. And unfortunately, we will continue fighting Hamas for many years. I have been fighting Hamas already in 1988. First Intifada in Gaza, as well as Judea and Samaria. And I continued throughout my roles in the army, and later on with the various military operations. Unfortunately, our soldiers keep fighting Hamas, whether it is Jenin, Tulkarem, Tubas, Nablus, Hebron, everywhere. So unfortunately, a lot of work is waiting for us still. However, if you take this mechanism we have formed vis-a-vis Hezbollah, we had some principles, we followed them. Ultimately, when the other side breaks the agreement, and unfortunately they do, we have authority to act. Same thing with Hezbollah. Same thing with Hamas, probably. We have to take the hostages back first and then act. The last 20 hostages is defined as a very difficult challenge, way more than the previous challenges of having hostages bring home. And I hear from you that this pressure of military activity does not give us a breakthrough. We don't see how it's going to happen. Well, Lior, you have a lot of experience in the military. You have participated in the most daring hostages release operations that Israel did, and you know very well that getting people from 30 or 40 meters underground from a tunnel that could be booby-trapped, it has one opening and it has people guarding it, it's almost an impossible task. And so I don't even relate to the amount of knowledge we have about where each and every person is. We have to bring the hostages vis-a-vis an agreement. I wish to make it very clear, to remove any doubts. Bringing back the hostages is first and foremost for the people who are still alive, and for those who are unfortunately dead, and for their family members. This is a value of the army. You never leave a person behind. Not a soldier, not a civilian. This is a Jewish value. You have to pay for people who are kidnapped. This is a Jewish value. And this is something that people in our nation look up to because they understand the natural justice. A person who is taken from their own home, from their own army base, it is our responsibility to do everything in order to save them. We have to say it very clear. Many people here have been in the battlefield. When a soldier is injured, sometimes you would say a whole battalion to release them. One has to cover up, one has to open a route, and unfortunately, people are harmed on the way to rescue a single injured person. Not to mention the last war where soldiers were killed in order to bring bodies, dead bodies back. So maybe it doesn't pay off. If it doesn't pay off, then the entire ethical basis on which the military principle of brotherhood of the soldiers relies, everything falls apart. And so there are no borders, there are no compromises here. This is something that is very obvious, something that has to be done. However, we are going to reach an agreement, and if we can reach an agreement and bring all people dead and alive immediately, excellent. If we can reach an agreement that brings half of them, fine, do that. And everyone who says they're going to leave some people in their hand, if they do, if they have just a little, a person, a person who's alive even, it is our right then to continue working against them because they're breaking this agreement. But first of all, the ones that we can bring back, let's do it. And time is running out, and I don't have to tell you what is the situation of the hostages. And I'm saying that not because of video clips I see on TV. I knew exactly what they were undergoing from the first days because I had all intelligence details, and I insisted on the women soldiers in the first day, going against all of my colleagues in the government. I knew exactly what was going there. Then some of them shared details, and I'm not willing to participate in this, and I look at it as if they are part of the army soldiers, men and women in my fire squad, in my section. Each and everyone should be brought home, and the suffering is unbearable and undescribable. And I'm saying from this stage very, very clearly, we had early opportunities of closing the deal. We called it January 2025. This was the last days of Biden under the influence of Trump. We could have done it in April, May, and even June, July, and even August, and September. September perhaps was borderline. However, the question is, how do you look at it? And I said to the Prime Minister in the full cabinet, you view bringing the hostages the risk, and I see the opportunity. That's the entire difference, and you have to seize opportunities. Yoav, thank you very much for this. We grew up, we were educated within a generation where the question was about the price, the risk, but never the responsibility of the IDF and of the state. And now we have a broader conflict and argument. And now I want to go, please allow one more thing.
You're talking about price, and you saw, and you yourself paid this heavy price. And just to put things into perspective, right now, during the Jewish holidays, but 39 years ago, this time 39 years ago, I was a young officer, and Udi Levi, who was then the commander of my unit, during his last weeks in office, he told me, look, gather all the warriors. In 15 minutes, 2 helicopters are going to land here. Go up in the air. A pilot has ditched his aircraft in Lebanon, and we're going there. We didn't know where the enemy was. We only had just general knowledge about the area. We got there. We took off in the helicopters, 80 warriors, and we landed back again because we were told to come back, and the pilot's name was Ron Arad, and that's what Israel knew how to do and was willing to do. We weren't alone then. We also had other units helping us, and so was I. I was up there too. Let me move on to another date that is a very important turning point in the war, and it's actually today, a year ago, in September 2024, a series of events take place that impacted the way that the war was conducted and managed on the Northern Front, and perhaps they still impact Israel's security today, from a sudden event, and today we're marking a year to it, of those pages blowing up, exploding in Hezbollah activists' hands, and also the attack on the missiles, and the ground operation combined called Northern Arrows, which brings Israel to a different strategic situation on the Northern Front and the Third Circle. Can you shed any light on the strategic, systemic aspect of these events? I can, yes, but I would suggest perhaps first describing what happened. The pager, the walkie-talkie operation in September stemmed from a constraint at the time. And the constraint was because Hezbollah had suspected these devices. They were suspicious of them. And there was one person who was suspicious. We killed him, and then it turned out that there were X-ray machines that were going to find it, and we tried to attack it in different ways. And then we found out that there were some devices that were being tested and could at any moment be discovered, and therefore we had to go into this operation. And once we did, and due to the very successful outcome, 2,000 terrorists that lost either a finger or an eye or an arm, and all the chaos that followed, we also had to activate the walkie-talkies that were sitting in storage, because Hezbollah was about to find out. They figured things out, and therefore there were less casualties in the second operation because they weren't carrying them on their bodies. Now, the discussion about the future of Hezbollah, all of that could have been prevented had they taken my decision on October 11th, which was supported by many in the defense industry. We, on October 11th, would have taken out all of Hezbollah leadership from Nasrallah downwards, all the famous names, Akil, Muhsin, etc., that entire group afterwards go out to the operation that took place a year later and take out all the missiles, destroy all the missiles and rockets in an operation that we were already ready for. And then during the ground operation would have made these 15,000 activists put on their vests, and then we would have killed them all. There would have not been Hezbollah as an active organization. That could have been the greatest success. Unfortunately, my suggestion was rejected. I will not go into the details about that. And the next phase was that this round on the 17th and 18th had ended, and we saw that Hezbollah were shocked. They had no intention of responding. They did not respond. We waited. And in fact, this operation was disconnected, it was detached from what happened the next week, the following week. Because 2 days later, on Friday, September 20th, the head of operations came to me, Basiuk, and said, the Chief of Staff is on a flight, which is why I'm contacting you. Of course, the Chief of Staff is his own commander, and I need you to make a decision, because we have the entire Radwan together with Akil, head of operations. All the leadership of Hamas is in a certain location that we know of, and what is the directive? And I said, go for it, ask the Air Force to go into action, and we will close all the details. The Chief of Staff landed, I spoke to him, we also had the conference call with the Prime Minister and others. It took me about 1 minute to make that decision that we're going ahead and we're going to take them all out. And it took 3 hours for this discussion to end, and I was pleading with the Prime Minister, we have to take action. They could leave very soon. We can't take this long to discuss this. We went out to it, and when they were killed, I saw the symptoms on the ground, and I saw Nasrallah going down to his bunker, and that happened on Friday afternoon. Claudine, who is sitting here, my wife, and I were about to visit the bereaved family of the first female soldier who was killed in battle in the Gaza Strip, not on October 7th, but afterwards in Kibbutz Mishmarot. And I was waiting at the parking lot, speaking on the phone, and the outcome was a successful one. It was all done, from 1 minute to the next. And on Saturday we made some preparations, and on Sunday, after Hezbollah had fired toward the Krayot and Ramat David air base, we went into another plan. Now, on Sunday morning, I told the IDF, be on your most prepared level. Bring all the 3 plans to preparedness. 1, destroying the missiles and rockets, which is later called Northern Arrows. The second, killing Nasrallah. And the third, a ground operation 4 to 5 kilometers away from the northern border in order to create sterile zone. We knew it was going to happen there because we had so much intelligence, and we had maybe dozens or hundreds of operations by the special units from early November onwards. The attack and the destroying of the missiles took place on Monday, September 22nd. To me, that was the most important day of this war. It began at 6 a.m., ended at 9 p.m., 15 hours. And in fact, Hezbollah had lost 80% or more of its capabilities. They had 5,500 missiles, heavy missiles, and very weighty rockets that could reach Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and even further than that. Similarly to the Iranian missiles that were launched here, maybe a little less detonator, a little less mass. They had maybe 700 or 800 left by the end of our attack. Of the 44,000 rockets, much like Grad or Katyusha, 40-kilometer range, less than 10,000 remained, and so on. And so that too was very hard to control. Add to that the casualties, those injured, etc. And when this took place, it was clear that we need to go on to the next stage. I asked the IDF to present to me the killing of Nasrallah, and it was clear that we were on borrowed time. So this plan was presented to me. I asked, what is the risk? And were the chances of succeeding? And the success chances were 90%. I said, how much explosives? How? And he said 40 tons, and I said make it 80, so that make the probability of succeeding 99%, because the Dahya is empty and they may escape. There were discussions about that. I don't want to go into all the politics around that, but let's just say that the Prime Minister left Israel on Wednesday, September 25th, with Nasrallah underground. There was a majority in the cabinet supporting the killing of Nasrallah. After opinions were expressed, but no votes had been carried out, and at any moment he might leave, to the point that he might leave before the Air Force aircraft will be in the air, because we'll have an alert that's too late. And yet, the Prime Minister went to the UN, and I said, let's vote on it, and we didn't vote on it, and that vote actually only took place by phone. On Thursday night, when the Prime Minister had landed in the United States, and the ministers in between said that they would leave the government because they heard that there were negotiations with Hezbollah, that Dermer and Sullivan were negotiating on behalf of Bibi and President Biden. And at the end of this, ultimately, at 4 p.m., after we saw the image forming that morning, and at 4 p.m., when we were approved just hours earlier, after having a phone discussion about this, I told the Prime Minister, my opinion is that we should make a decision, and the Prime Minister told me, I approve it, but I would like it only to be until 6 p.m. And why? Because the commander of the Air Force wanted to do it in daylight, because the structure is such that they need 12 aircraft, each one carrying 7 bombs of a ton each. So we need to do this in daylight in order to do the flight part, at least during daytime And at 4 p.m. I told the Prime Minister, we have to do this by 6 p.m. And the Prime Minister said, we have to do it at 6:30 because at 6 p.m. I'm going to be on the UN stage. So we had to kind of discuss this back and forth, and at 6:20, that was the final time. Next time ask me to do it, says Lotan. So at 6:20, the Prime Minister left the stage in the UN, and we had 84 bombs hitting within 7 minutes and killing Nasrallah. And the next day, actually 2 days later, the ground operation began, and the Iranians responded to that on October 1st by launching 200 ballistic missiles. And by the way, it was not Nasrallah being killed that motivated the Iranians, nor the missiles being destroyed, not even the killing of Hania 2 months earlier on July 31st. They were worried that we were going to occupy Lebanon and to completely topple Hezbollah. And one final word that will help answer your question, Lior. When I look at this process in Lebanon, unlike other arenas, there is an internal opposition to Hezbollah, which is significant. The Sunnis, the Christians, the Druze, and also some of the Shiites themselves, Amal and others, and therefore there is a chance of creating a new reality. But don't misunderstand me. We are in the situation we are in vis-a-vis Hezbollah for one reason only, because we're strong and they're weak. There's no other status quo, only that.
Because of our time constraints, I'm moving forward, and I'm saying that the influence of all the events that you are describing in Lebanon that brought a full operation with vis-a-vis Iran, how do you estimate? And there's another question that will follow that, so this is why we have to be very quick. How do you estimate the effect of the last fighting we had vis-a-vis Iran that regards their decision-making when they think of their next steps with Israel? One word. We have made a new plan when I entered my office as Minister of Defense. The previous plan was very complicated, not lethal enough, and did not provide a proper solution to what will happen following this operation, because we knew that after an operation we'll have a war, and our ability to act standoff is limited because of the scope of weapons. And so the conclusion that we came to after we had a war game in July 2023, I partook in this game all through together with the IDF. It took us a week. The decision was that the only way is to bring to full expression in Iran the full power of our Air Force, and actually get to a situation where you are acting in what we refer to as standing above your target. The moment you do it, you crush your target. This was done in October when we reacted and completely finished off the defense in Iran, the Persian Gulf, and their capability of manufacturing missiles. Now, coming to your question, when you look at the operation in June, and when you see it as an Iran leader, they lost all of their proxies in the area, Hezbollah, Syria, Hamas. They were building them for 30 to 40 years. They lost their defense capabilities. Missile capabilities were severely harmed. Most leading scientists were killed. Military leadership, Salami, Bakari, Hajizadeh, various leading commanders of the Air Force, or the Chief of Staff, were also killed. This is a physical, functional blow, but also a very, very harsh moral blow. The sites that were attacked, the plan regarding Natanz was fully executed, and this is 70% of their uranium enrichment capability. The Isfahan installation was also dismantled mostly, and the American effort using their B-2 and bombs was also necessary because we don't have the capability of breaking through the ground. They have a capabilities that are more than F-15 with a full load, and they use them more than one and more than two actually. And the worst thing is they don't understand how they were penetrated intelligence-wise, and in some of the cases they don't even know what harmed them, what is the weapon, how come they missed it, they didn't see it. And so as far as I see it, this brought for a halt for several years' time. But make no mistake, the Iranians will not stop. The thing they most want is to have a nuclear weapon. It is simply the most dangerous thing to obtain in the coming years because they understand that we will react and they don't want to deal with Trump, who is in the White House. It's another element of deterrence. The meaning is we have to get ready. Today, not tomorrow, today. One other question, with your permission. About 70 years ago, April 1956, Chief of Staff Dan Dayan gave a eulogy on the grave of Roy Rodberg from Nachal Oz, who was kidnapped by terrorists who came from Gaza, and there were also Egyptian soldiers. And he said in that eulogy, it is a eulogy that shaped many Israelis' perception. He says, this is our life's choice, to be strong and right, armed and tough. Because if we let go of the sword, our lives will be cut off. I think that after October 7th and 8th, we all agree that we have to have the strength in order to maintain our security. But what do you think? Is this only Sparta, the thing that we need, only having a sword in our hand, so to speak? Or do you see a broader future, a broader picture? This is Dayan at his peak days. First and foremost, the statement regarding Sparta is a miserable statement. This state requires optimism and vision, and we have all the right reasons to have that. And quoting Dayan, I will quote now Ben-Gurion. He said, the future of the state of Israel depends on two things, their might and their just. Might is everything that you talked about. Just is how do you behave inwards and how do you show it outwards. On a moral level, on your social perception and everything else. And I believe that we're not following the right road, but we can change it. And we will. And we will bring our state to the right position. Thank you very much. You have Gallant, and if I may take a bit of a detour from the academic directness, thank you very much for the lifetime you spent protecting our country.
Thank you very much for some very interesting facts that you may not have known about. Almost like a Netflix film, everything that's going on around here. It's an exciting place, the Middle East. We will now have a break and then move to the last part of today's program. At 4:40, we're pleased to offer you two open workshops in this beautiful auditorium. The workshop on hostage crisis and the redemption of captives will take place. There will also be a closed event on tech in war organized by Israel Aircraft Industries. Those who know, know. All right, so there you go. Coffee's waiting for you.
he handed me this one. All right. This one doesn't have a button. Oh, I don't need a button. Well, welcome to the session on Pidyon Shavuyim and the hostage issue. You know, as I know you all must certainly be, I was deeply affected, I should say shaken, by the yesterday morning's heartrending accounts of suffering by the hostages and the families of those still held hostage by Hamas. I understand that Jewish teaching calls captivity worse than death, and really makes the redemption of captives, Pidyon Shavuyim, forgive my pronunciation in Hebrew, but makes that the highest commandment. And I have, over the years, read the teachings in the Talmud and Maimonides and others, and it's fascinating to see that the dilemma in negotiating for hostages and the issues remain the same after hundreds, even thousands of years. I also want to, we're going to continue that discussion today, but first, it's going to be a follow-on, really, to the dialogue that Ambassador Roger Carsons and Lior Lotan had yesterday, and I do sincerely want to compliment them both on what was a superb exchange of ideas and thoughts, and beyond that, really to thank them for their determined optimism. I mean, in these dark circumstances, I mean, they're just extraordinary optimism that we will find a way through this. Gives us a ray of hope that we still can bring back more of those still held. But we're going to continue it with a larger group of people, as you see here, and a group of experienced practitioners. You know, enslavement for monetary, holding hostages for monetary or political ransom has been going, as I say, for millennia. This is not a new thing. And that thought alone is humbling, really, I think, to the notion that we can find easy solutions to end this problem and even to resolve the individual episodes. But we're gonna talk about that today. Contemporary terrorists have really utilized the tactic of hostage-taking from the 1960s on in a variety of forms: airline hijackings, kidnappings, barricade and hostage situations, mass abductions as a means of coercion, as shields to cause crises for societies and governments. And these are, it is unfortunately a powerful tool. It works. We're going to try to examine some of the developments that we've seen in these tactics, some of the innovations that we've seen in recent years. And really that is a lead up, of course, to the current situation in Gaza, which will be our main focus on that. I do want to forewarn the audience that you will hear an array of opinions, of candid expressions of opinions on this, and no doubt some debate. And in a sense, that is not because we want to cause any anguish or because we have any political agenda. That is inherent in these situations. There is risk. Whatever is done carries risk. And if I go back to the terms that were expressed in Pidyon Shavuyim, in the redemption of captives, really the risk is between the danger posed by leaving an unvanquished foe in the field versus the danger to society caused by the continuing captivity itself. And that's it in stark terms. And of course, coming to Israel as an outsider and trying to keep up with its events from a distance, I mean, I can really see on Saturday nights and the divisions, the anguish that this causes. So, with that, to discuss these difficult issues, really the ICT has given me a stunning panel of experts. I mean, what we have here represents probably something close to 2 centuries of experience in dealing with these issues. Ariel and I alone, we count for one of those centuries. So we have Gershon Baskin, who, as I'm sure all of you know, played a key role in the negotiations for Gilad Shalit, and has continued to be an important commentator and play a role in these issues. We have my dear friend Ambassador Roger Carstens from 2020, wasn't it? 2020 from 2020 to 2025, earlier this year. He served as the special president's envoy for hostage affairs, and in that capacity, really, has handled a record number of cases of hostage negotiations and wrongful detention negotiations, and brought back a record number of Americans, and so we recognize that. We have Colonel Avi Kahlo, who was the head of the IDF's Department of Prisoners, Missing Persons, and Hostages, and had responsibility for that. We have another dear friend of mine. I'm doing it alphabetically, by the way. That's the safest. Ariel Merari. Ariel actually, many years ago, it's in I believe, as I recall, in the late 1970s, you created the hostage negotiations and crisis management unit, which was really, I mean, he was a pioneer in this area, the first institutionalization of tactics and institutional memory on this. And we have Dr. Shabtai, who has been the deputy head of the NSC, the author of three books on hostage situations. In fact, I have two of them. I discovered I'm missing the third, which you'll have to sign for me. So he is going to be addressing those issues. The format that we're following is a mixed format. Some of the members felt comfortable, just wanted to go with a question and answer format. Ariel and Shabtai wanted, and because it works this way in terms of, because I know what they're going to talk about, I have a rough idea what they're going to say, it makes sense for really us to give them 10, 15 minutes, absolutely no more than that, to give a full exposition of a ordered process, and then we'll go back to a question and answer format. Actually, I suspect by that time we will be setting off a debate that will take us through the end of the session, and it will simply be my role at that time to watch the clock, and you all can have at it. With that, let me begin with a particular question, and that is, I'll begin with you, Roger, since you finished up yesterday. I'll make you the starter this morning on this. Now we're not going alphabetical. Look, hostage incidents are, as we've learned in the United States, are politically dangerous for presidents, for prime ministers too. In our case, the Iranian hostage crisis probably destroyed the chances of President Carter for re-election. And so they regard these as both dangerous. At the same time, presidents love to bring back hostages and bask in that credit. As I mentioned earlier, Roger, you handled a record number of cases, and you brought back a record number of hostages, so you made presidents happy. More importantly, you made the country happy. To what do you owe the success that you've had in bringing them back? What explains it?
Hey, Brian, thanks for that question. What an honor to be on the stage with you, the one person who's been writing about this topic and cataloging it since the early 1970s. We've had a great friendship as I've had this job because, to an extent, you start off tabula rasa. You have to figure a lot of these cases out from scratch. And being able to rely on people like Brian and some of the writings and some of the conversations I've had with the very people on this stage, my distinguished colleagues, helped me to, at times, come up with the idea or come up with maybe a process that might give us success. But to answer your question, what gave me success, I'm going to throw a few things at you that may surprise you. Number one, I am an optimist, but I also believe that things are out there. And whether you believe in God, karma, good luck, I would say is the logos of Heraclitus. There might be something out there that might show you favor, and I would often go into a negotiation praying for the very people that I was going to negotiate with and say, Lord, I'm about to talk to a dictator. Please move his heart so that I get someone back. Because at the end of the day, my good looks and charisma and the words that come out of my mouth, and let's be honest, I'm pretty good looking, but the good looks and charisma that come out of my body are not going to get the job done. I'm trying to move the heart of a dictator, and I'm not sure I'm smart enough to get it done. So I would rely on a higher power to give me at least some advantage. Now, if there is no higher power, at least I walked in with a little extra confidence that something's going to happen in this room that's going to be good. Number two, I always did my mathematics up front. And by the way, I won't talk forever, I promise. I did everything I could to find out who I was going to be negotiating with so that I had understanding on what levers I might be able to pull to get the job done. But the second I walked in that room, I might allow the first thing that comes out of my mouth to be planned. But after that first thing comes out and the other side starts to negotiate with you, I tried to hit a switch and go full-on intuition. And I often likened it to a boxing match or a wrestling match. You get to take your first punch, and after that, the match is on. You really can't predict what your third, fourth, fifth, and sixth moves are going to be. And it's the same in wrestling. And I thought that's how this goes. I can go in and tell President Maduro, we're going to do this. And then after that, the race is on. And I was constantly shocked by what would happen in these negotiations. And by trying to read the room, feel what was happening, that gave me more success than whether I would have kept looking at my notebook and going down a checklist of how you conduct a negotiation under high pressure. The other thing that I would say is that in dealing with the other side, I tried to listen to them. You'll find that everyone wants to be heard, to include the people that take our citizens. They feel like they must be, in a way, maybe not validated, but listened to, and in doing so, you establish this relationship and this modicum of respect. On my side, I tried, like the mic went off, it doesn't matter, I'm super loud anyway. On my side, I tried to be transparent and honest and recognize that the other side might not want to be. So when I showed up, I said, here's who I am, here's what I'm going to try to do, here's my offer. And by deciding not to play games over a period of years, they started to, in a way, trust what was going to come out of my mouth. And I think that gave me benefit as we started to get closer to winding down these negotiations. But in being transparent, listening to the other side, and trying to go in with an open mind and really engage and build trust, I probably succeeded most successfully with people in Washington, D.C. Because at the end of the day, the easiest conversations I ever had, it was talking to the dictator or the terrorist group or the person that took our citizen hostage. The most difficult thing I ever did was try to convince people in Washington, D.C. to align with me. And I often said I've been to 5 wars, maybe 5.5 if you count this one that was kind of squirrely. But I've been to 5.5 wars, and the most combat I ever saw in my entire life was wearing a suit and tie in Washington, D.C., trying to get people in the White House, the State Department, my own department, the CIA, the Department of Defense, the Department of Commerce, Department of Justice, to align and agree with a strategy to try to bring someone home. And maybe the last thing I'll say is, it was never about me, and I never brought one person home. Check it out, I never brought one person home. A huge team of people, often get over 1,000 people, they're the people that brought them all back. There were people from the US government, nonprofits, the private sector, congressmen, senators, importantly, the family members of those that were being held. It's a team sport, it's a team effort, and Roger Carson's never brought one person home, but I was honored to be a part of a team that together were able to get the result that the president wanted. How's that for a 7-minute answer to a very simple question?
All right, thank you. Avi Kahlo, I mean, you headed the IDF's, as I said, POW, MIA, and hostage unit. When I read the papers, and I will tell you that I read them daily, whether Jerusalem Post, Reds, when I'm in California, in looking at who handles hostage incidents, I sometimes get a little bit confused. I mean, we heard earlier today from Gal Hirsch, and so he's in the Prime Minister's office. We saw that David Barnea was appointed to lead the negotiations with Hamas on this issue. I think General Alon also played a role. Help me out here. And so what is the structure that Israel has created to deal with this issue? And did that change fundamentally for the current case, the Hamas case?
Well, Brian, thanks for the opportunity, and that's a great question. I would say that the outcome of the Israeli establishment when it comes to the MIA's issue, the hostages issue, is transparent, and it moves quite an evolution during the, I would say, 3 to 4 decades that we have some incidents, quite massive, I must say, because the Israeli obviously confronting this issue almost permanently in different arenas. So along the times there was kind of an evolution. I will skip the 80s, but I'll say about the 90s. It's okay? Yeah, okay. So we had kind of a flagship case in Israel that was Ron Arad, the navigator from the Israeli Air Force who fell in Lebanon and been in captivity in 1986, and ever since then we haven't found him up until today. But that was, and there is here Ori Slonim, who was one of the leading MIA's, I would say, policymakers in Israel late in the 80s, who very close, familiar with the case. But this case was so heavily been traumatic by the establishment that the late Prime Minister Rabin has decided in 1994 to establish an MIA department in different organizations, in the Mossad, in the ISA, Shabak, Shin Bet, and in the intelligence corps of the IDF. And during those times, it's really been getting into a process where it became a genuine effort dealing with intelligence on one hand, with negotiation on the other hand, and with obviously advising the blue side, which is obviously the Israeli government, following what Rogers have said here, about the complexities and the delegates' relations between political level and professional level. Which I have the opportunity to express in a few different incidents. Anyway, back there in 1994, Prime Minister has set the, I would say, rules of engagement for the community intelligence to move forward. And only 6-7 years later, actually, it's been getting more operational in its structure, where actually some, I would say, envoys to the MIAs, which is quite equivalent to what Roger has done, has been nominated, and the team as a whole has started to work together and brought some successes in the negotiation vis-a-vis Hezbollah in 2004, where we brought back 3 missing soldiers from Lebanon and another civilian, former colonel in the IDF, Elchanan Tenenbaum, who was held in captivity of Hezbollah, and later on in different other incidents or negotiations that we had with Hezbollah in 2006 to 2008, after the second Lebanon war, and afterwards the Gilad Shalit deal, which Gershon here can explain and tell us more than anyone else about it. The latter one was after the last operation, the military campaign in Gaza in 2014, where we had this team running for failed negotiation with Hamas due to political directive that are not pushing for any resolvement of this issue as part of the, I would say, the general conspiracy, understanding that we can contain Hamas, and Hamas is deterred from fighting Israel. Obviously, we meet this episode very tragically on October 7th at the end. Now, you've asked, Brian, and I will conclude with that for now. You've asked about what happened after October 7th with the establishment. Well, that was obviously a fundamental focal point for us, because the traumatic area and the traumatic event and the mass of hostages and the trauma generally we have in the public obviously changed the structure. The IDF has established a full administrative role for a function headed by a general, and Eitan Azani, retired, that is leading now, ever since October 7th, the effort from the IDF side, and he is actually setting the tone for the professional establishment with regard to the hostages. But on the other hand, some other things happened. First of all, I would say the tensions, which is obviously natural, but the tension between political level and professional level has been skyrocketing to a level that we haven't seen before. And that's obviously impacting, first, the dynamics within the system itself, the ecosystem between the establishment and political level. And second, obviously, that impacts most badly the negotiation itself. And we do see it up until those days, I must say. Second of all, the other bad impact that happened is that most of the, I would say, knowledge that is handheld by senior officials in the IDF and in the professional establishment in other organizations as well, has been actually erased and wasn't a part of the negotiating team currently in those days. And that's also impacted some of the ways that the negotiation team or the professional level can impact the political level. Once you don't have those people within the establishment that does not can, for example, challenge the political level, can suggest different angles for discussion, then you're losing ground as the establishment itself losing ground in front of the political level. So currently the situation is not that stable when it comes to the evolution. Obviously, once the war is done, and obviously we'll, hopefully we'll get all hostages back home, then I guess we'll see some new, I would say, stabilization of the situation. But currently it's pretty hectic situation.
I think you understand. And yet, I mean, despite the structures that you have created...
I haven't created structure.
No, not you have created. I mean, Israel has created. Gersh, you ended up playing a critical role as a back channel and in dealing with the Gallant Shavit case. How did you come to be involved in that?
First of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you for inviting me. I've been speaking with Hamas for 19 years. I have spent more hours talking to Hamas than I think any other Israeli alive who's not part of the prison service or the Shin Bet. I am currently in contact with 8 members of the Hamas leadership. I started because I've been involved in Israeli-Palestinian relations work for 50 years. In 2005, I met the first person I ever spoke to from Hamas. This was at a World Bank conference in Cairo, where I was the only Israeli there, and a colleague from Gaza, who's not from Hamas, who taught at the El-Azhar University in Gaza, the Fatah University, came up to me with a colleague of his from Hamas and said, Gershon, I want you to meet my colleague who teaches at the Islamic University, teaches economics, and he's from Hamas. And he came to Cairo because he never met a Jew before, he never met an Israeli, and he wanted to. We spent about 6 hours over the next 2 days talking. We didn't agree on anything, but it was a really interesting talk. And at the end of our conference, I suggested to him that we create a dialogue group. In the end, the dialogue group didn't go through because Hamas vetoed it, the leadership outside. But in the creation of the opportunity for a dialogue group, I not only found 4 countries that were willing to sponsor us, but I also went to Gaza twice to meet with his colleagues at the Islamic University. And with him, we went to the Hamas Prime Minister's office. And that was a scene when I had to give them my Israeli ID to enter the Prime Minister's office. And spent 2 hours talking with one of the founders of Hamas, one of the advisors to Ismail Haniyeh, Ahmed Youssef, who said at the end of the 2 hours that he would join the group. But again, that never happened. A few months later, in September 2005, Hamas kidnapped and murdered one of my wife's first cousins, Sasson Noriel. When he disappeared, the family had asked me to use my contacts with Palestinians to see if I could find him. I tried and failed, and a few days later, Hamas issued a video with my wife's cousin who had been tortured. He was an Iraqi Jew, he spoke fluent Arabic, and he spelled out what Hamas wanted for his life. A few days later, the Israelis found his body on the side of a road in the West Bank. He was butchered with a butcher's knife. Apparently, they understood that the Shin Bet was on their tails, and they decided to kill him. Standing over his grave in Jerusalem, and more than 1,000 people came to his funeral, I swore to myself that if ever again something like this happens, I'll do everything humanly possible. Sasson is with me every single day since 2005. When Gilad Shalit was abducted, a week later, the professor from Gaza called me and said, Gershon, we have to do something. I said, what can we do? He said, let's open up a channel of communication. He went to the Hamas Prime Minister's office. They called me and asked to speak to the father of the soldier. I'm sitting in my kitchen with my 2 pre-army sons, looking at them, thinking about them being abducted by Hamas, And one of the Hamas leaders is talking about a conversation with the father of the soldier. I arranged that conversation later that day between Noam Shalit, Zichrono Livracha, and it was with Dr. Razi Hamad, who was the spokesperson of the Hamas government at the time. The next day, Noam and Aviva Shalit came to Jerusalem. I met them for the first time, and I told them that I would be with them every day until Gilad Shalit comes home. 2.5 months later, I brought a handwritten letter from Gilad Shalit proving that he was alive, but more importantly, proving that we had a channel of communication that led to the people holding him. It took another 5 years before the officials in the Department for Missing in Action decided to engage me, and that was David Meidan from the Mossad at the time, who came into the job during Chol Hamoed Pesach in 2011 and had nothing, no contacts, no mediators, no open door. And I contacted him on the day that he was appointed. He said, give me a couple of weeks to read the file. He didn't even know where he was going to be sitting. A couple of weeks later, I called him, we met, and I started delivering messages back and forth between Hamas and Israel. That led to a series which is documented in a book that I wrote also, thanks to Ofer Dekel, who was the first guy holding the position of responsibility for the Missing in Action, who told me to document everything that I do, so I did. But more importantly, I have built a relationship with Hamas people over the years in exactly the way that Roger said, through honesty and transparency, obviously not holding the same positions that they do, but listening very carefully to them, which is why in the first week after October 7th, I had a Zoom with about 50 families of hostages who were, of course, panicking, didn't know what to do, and in an hour conversation with them at the end, I told them two things that I want you to remember. The first is, don't listen to the establishment when they tell you to be quiet, because they will. They'll tell you to be quiet, they'll tell you not to talk. I said to them, tell their names, tell their stories, put out their pictures. Everyone has to know every single one of those hostages. Being quiet is not going to help them. And the second thing I said to them is, at the end of the day, you are going to be facing the government of Israel. They're the ones who are going to decide whether or not your loved ones are coming home. And that's our situation until today. In my estimation, my last sentence, right now, as we stand at this moment, there is one person in the world who can bring the hostages home. That's Donald Trump. Because he is the only person in the world who can tell Prime Minister Netanyahu to make the deal that's been on the table for a long time. In September of last year, when I presented to the Americans, the Qataris, the Egyptians, and the Israeli government, Hamas was in September of last year willing to release all the hostages within a 3-week period of time on the condition that the war ends. And that was at a time when the bad deal of Biden was on the table. I called it a bad deal the moment it was presented, because it had a million exit points, and it didn't bring all the hostages home and didn't end the war. We are at a point now, and we know this, on Monday night, when the Americans gave the Qataris the final version of the Trump proposal, and the Qataris were sitting with the Hamas team when I got a phone call from Washington saying that this is happening now. We expect an answer from Hamas tomorrow that Doha was bombed.
All right. So, I mean, that's a riveting story. We're moving into Hamas a little bit faster than I wanted, but one of the issues that has come out here clearly is that there are the people holding the hostages, they're one set of adversaries, and then the complex political situations, organizational issues, communications matters on the home front also represent can represent an enormous obstacle to these cases. Let me back. Shaul, would it be appropriate for you to talk about your comments now? Because I want to back up and go a little bit into looking at it from the evolution of the tactics and organization, kind of how we got to where we are. So the floor is yours, Shaul.
Okay, so I would like to share with you a more historical perspective regarding the Israeli policy, how to deal with situations of POWs, hostages. Abductions, hijackings by terrorist organizations, it's a global problem, and I believe that my colleague can tell you a lot about it. But according to my studies, Israel is unique. And I would like to explain why Israel is acting a different way historically when it has to deal with hostages. So first of all, we can find the roots in our religion. The commitment to release abducted Jews, to save hostages, is part of the Judaism. And the time is short to discuss it in deep, but it's one of the roots of the Israeli policy. But it's not just the religious source, it's both the values of the Israeli society since the establishment of the State of Israel, and it's a key value of the IDF. And I'm not going to explain it because I think that General Gallant did it very well a few minutes ago. So the way that we are looking at the challenge of hostages has deep roots in the values of the Israeli society. Combine it with the religion aspects, and you can understand that the way that Israel has to treat this problem is very different from all other countries around the world. So this is one point. The second point that I would like to relate is that, unfortunately, from the establishment of the country, and even earlier, Israel all the time has to deal with problems of POWs and hostages. The War of Independence was quite unique because this was the only war that at the end we have more civilians considered as POWs in the Arab countries than soldiers. It happened because Arab countries occupied the Jewish quarter in Jerusalem, the Gush Etzion enclave south of Jerusalem, Nitzanim, and so on. This was the only time before the current war that women were in Arab prison. So, for instance, in Jordan, we had 83 women that were considered POWs, in Egypt 7. But anyway, at the end of the War of Independence, all of the POWs were released as a part of the ceasefire agreements with the different Arab states. And this procedure followed in the next wars of Israel, and unfortunately, Israel had a lot. So, if I will give you an example of the Sinai War, in Sinai War, Israel had one pilot as a POW in Egypt. Israel had more than 5,000 Egyptian soldiers, including what at that time were the first Palestinian terrorists, the Fadayun that were captured in Gaza Strip. And they had also 3 other Israelis that were captured before the war. But Israel had no problem, no political debate, no public debate to exchange 4 Israelis for 5,000 Egyptians and Palestinians. I mention this because it followed in the next wars as well. So the disproportionate figures that I think that are relevant only to Israel started not with exchange of hostages with terror organization, but in prisoner of war exchanges with Arab countries. Just to complete it, after some of the wars, for instance, the Yom Kippur War, Israel released as well Palestinian terrorists that were imprisoned in exchange of a Mossad agent that was in the prison in Egypt, and it was part of the deal. Now I would like to move from this point to the problem of hostages taking by terror organizations. The PLO, the Fatah, and many other groups were founded in 1964 or 1968, and this was the starting point of terror abductions of Israelis. Along all the history of Israel, if I have to summarize it briefly, the Israeli policy, no matter who was the prime minister or which party was in power, was if it's possible to release hostages by using military force, this was the preferred option. If it was not possible for certain reasons, then Israel negotiated. And Israel was ready almost always to pay higher price for our hostages. Only once in our history we exchanged one for one. It was the abducted civilian Shmuel Rosenwasser in 1970 that was exchanged for one Palestinian terrorist that was actually a symbol of the Fatah. He conducted the first terror attack of the Fatah, so it was one for one. But since then, always Israel was ready to pay more.
Bring another one. Samir Assad, the Jews, was exchanged for one.
Oh, it's a different situation. We don't have the time to go into the details.
I was proud to be part of
it. Now, I think that we have to divide it into two periods. The first one, let's say from 64 till the mid of the 80s, the dominant players were the Fatah and all the secular Palestinian organizations. And the second period that started with the foundation of the Hezbollah, that actually started to use abductions as a strategy not against Israel, it was against actually Americans and other foreign citizens in Beirut and elsewhere. And then in 1987, with the foundation of the Hamas, they joined the same track. So from then onwards, Israel had to deal with this phenomenon, with challenges from local terror abduction to hijacking to Entebbe, and the same policy that I mentioned before was relevant. Now, to meet the time, I would like just to conclude it with some points regarding the current situation. Along all the history of negotiations between Israel and different terror organizations to release hostages, the demand was exchange of hostages with terrorists in Israeli prisons. One exception. This exception was in 1973, September. It was called the Shenau Affair, that in this case, the demand of the terrorists of the Saika that hijacked a train with Russian Jews immigrating to Israel through Austria. The demand was to stop the immigration through Austria. But since then, all the negotiations were about exchange of prisoners. The current situation that we are dealing since the 7th of October is that this is the second time that the demand is a combination of release of terrorists from the prison, but as well strategic demands to end the war, to withdraw the idea from the Gaza Strip, to permit humanitarian aid, to rebuild Gaza and so on. So this is a new phenomenon that the government and the IDF and all the agencies has to deal with this challenging new type of demand. The second thing is that in all previous occasions, it was between wars, and exchange was afterwards as a part of the ceasefire agreement. Here, all the negotiations are going on during war. And again, it makes it much more challenging than ever before. And to make it even more complex, because it's a multi-front war with 7 fronts, each decision taken regarding the Gaza front has effects on the whole situation. And again, the decision makers has to take it in consideration when they take the decision how to deal with this challenge.
Thank you, and that actually, I think, sets up nicely what I suspect Ariel is going to address. I mentioned earlier that Ariel and I have been friends for half a century. We've done a number of things together, and I do recall, as he's about to speak. I'm, by the way, in addition to friendship, I'm an enormous fan of Ariel's scholarship and his actually intellectual integrity and forthrightness in dealing with difficult problems. Ariel and I were together in 1980 at the Council of Europe meeting on terrorism in Strasbourg. And he was an invited delegate from Israel. I was a consultant to the Italian senator that was the director of the Council of Europe's efforts on counterterrorism. I had never been in the Council of Europe before, and I have to admit that I was completely dazzled by the eloquence of the speakers. I think Ariel was more impressed by their hypocrisy. I do recall at one point in the discussions, a French delegate got up and began his speech, "Moi, je suis un Cartésien." Me, I am a Cartesian. I was unaware that the 17th century French philosopher Descartes had written much about terrorism, but nonetheless, I thought it was very cool. Ariel is not likely to quote 17th century French philosophers or claim Cartesian aspects, although I did look it up, and Descartes, part of Cartesian meant Descartes' methods, which were rigorous analysis. And so I suspect that is what we're going to hear from him. Ariel, it would be easier to use the podium, so you take it from there, and then that will really be the lead-in to our remaining focus of our discussion, which is going to be exclusively on dealing with the very difficult situation in Hamas.
Okay, well, does this work? I'm not sure. Is it okay? Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much, Brian. It's always a great pleasure to participate with you and in terrorism panels. We've done it quite often, I think, over the years, and it's always a pleasure. I beg your pardon. Actually, I apologize for preparing a written presentation, simply because I wasn't certain that I would be able to say precisely what I want to say in a speech that comes spontaneously. Now, I apologize for the length of the presentation. It's going to be 15 minutes. I hope not more than that. And I think what I have to say will be quite different of what my colleagues here chose to speak about. I feel that in this country and at this time, it is very difficult to discuss the issue of negotiations over hostages in a detached, logical manner. This is an extremely emotional subject. Naturally, people's starting point is emotional when talking about the situation now that we are facing in Israel. Identification with the suffering of the hostages and their families. This is something that we cannot just not focus on, I think, in this panel, at this time, in this country. And that is what I'm going to talk about. This is deeply a human response, I think, to be emotional about the subject of hostages here. But paradoxically, I must say, it does not always, the emotional approach does not always serve the hostages' interests. Nevertheless, despite the strong emotions, I'll try to address this issue in a balanced and rational way. The negotiations Israel is conducting with Hamas for the release of hostages in the Gaza Strip are unprecedented worldwide. We have heard here about the history of negotiations here and elsewhere, but now this is a completely unprecedented situation. Shaul Shai kind of touched upon this point, but I'd like to expand it a bit. Now, I know of no case in which negotiations were conducted for the return of prisoners or hostages in the midst of war, when one of the main declared objectives of that war, indeed the primary objective, was the release of those very captives, those very hostages. It is impossible to discuss negotiations over the hostages in isolation from the broader policy regarding the war in Gaza. regardless of the professionalism of the negotiation team, what ultimately determines whether there will be a deal is the policy of the government of Israel. Good as they may be, and I'm sure all of them are very good people, the generals and head of Mossad and all the other professionals that are part of the negotiation team are doing the mechanics, the tactics, but the decisions that really influence the end result of the negotiations are taken by the government. Everything else is minor, relatively unimportant. The two declared objectives of Israel's war are, first, the return of the hostages, and second, the elimination of Hamas as a governing authority in Gaza. But the real goal of the present government is the conquest of Gaza, the expulsion of as many Palestinians as possible, and the establishment of Jewish settlements there. Eliminating Hamas as a governing authority, which is one of the two main declared goals of the war by the government. This can be achieved, the elimination of Hamas as the ruler of Gaza can be achieved in either one of two ways. First, conquering Gaza and holding it indefinitely under Israeli military occupation, or, alternatively, handing Gaza over to the Palestinian Authority, which would rule with the support of Arab forces hostile to Hamas. These are the only two possibilities, I argue, to remove Hamas from power in the Gaza Strip. Logically, the first option, conquering Gaza, is destructive to Israel's interest because of the cost in Israeli soldiers' lives, the economic burden of rebuilding and maintaining Gaza, and the immense strategic and economic damage to Israel's global standing. Yet, under the pressure of delusional messianic forces now dictating Israel's policy, this is the path the government is actually pursuing, and this is the context within which we must discuss the hostage issue now. On October 7, 2023, Hamas and its partner organizations abducted 251 Israeli and foreign persons, including corpses. Every decent person empathizes with the suffering of the hostages and their families. Yet in the broader context, the hostage issue is one part of the tragedy, but not the whole. The media and protests constantly cry out for the hostages, and indeed 41 hostages have been killed in captivity. And the suffering of the 20 still held alive by Hamas is terrible. Yet since the beginning of the ground campaign, 460 IDF soldiers have been killed in Gaza. In June alone, 20 IDF soldiers, equal to the number of hostages still alive, were killed there. And the international political and strategic damage from the ongoing war poses, in the long term, an existential threat to Israel's future. Now, let's say something about public opinion on the hostage issue. In October 2023, just in the beginning of the war, Israel Democracy Institute survey showed that only 9% of Jewish respondents supported immediate negotiations with Hamas for the hostages release. Just 9%. even if this required halting the fighting there. I mean, everybody is for negotiations, but the question was, do you support negotiations with Hamas, even if this requires halting the war in Gaza? As the war dragged on, however, support grew for freeing the hostages, even at the cost of stopping the war. In August 2025, about 2/3 of the Jewish public supported a deal under which all hostages would be freed, fighting would cease, and the IDF would withdraw from Gaza. This is apparently the current picture. 2/3 of the public, according to several public opinion polls, supports getting a deal with Hamas as part of stopping the war and actually agreeing to a large degree with Hamas requirements. It can be assumed that this change in public opinion was heavily influenced by the war dragging on for 2 years without decisively defeating Hamas or ousting it from power in Gaza. A large part of the public was disappointed by the army's inability to achieve victory by military means and felt that under these circumstances it was preferable to free the hostages and end the war. Public opinion has also been influenced by the relentless campaign of the hostage families. The hostage families campaign has been quite effective, no doubt, in changing public opinion. Now it's, I think, important to look at Hamas motives if we want to see the whole picture of the situation of the hostages and the war. In discussing the hostage issue, it is important to understand Hamas motives for the factors and the factors shaping its behavior. 3 questions must be answered. 1, why did Hamas go to the trouble of kidnapping so many people and holding them? 2, what shapes Hamas' conduct in the negotiations? And 3, what led Hamas to agree to release hostages in the partial deals after October 7? So what was the goal of the abductions? Unlike previous abductions, whose main purpose was to free imprisoned militants and strengthen their status among supporters, this time the main goal of Hamas was and remains preventing the IDF from conquering Gaza and toppling Hamas rule. Knowing Israel's extreme sensitivity to hostages, Hamas leaders believed that abducting many civilians and threatening their safety could deter an Israeli invasion, or at least halt Israel's military operation as a condition for their release. The hostages were meant to serve as a human shield. That was the central goal from the outset. Releasing Hamas prisoners was only a bonus. And that is the situation now. It's quite different from every previous case of hostage taking, here and elsewhere in the world. Now, what shapes Hamas' conduct in negotiations? I think this is a very important point. Hamas' positions in negotiations are dictated by its assessment of its chances of surviving the Israeli assault. The factor pushing toward compromise and faster negotiations is the intensity of Israeli military pressure. The claim that military threat does not affect Hamas is baseless. Hamas wouldn't go into any agreement that includes release of prisoners had it not been for the threat posed to him by the IDF assault in Gaza. Hamas agreed to release hostages only because of military threat and its fear that this might end its rule in Gaza. No humanitarian considerations, not even concern for its own prisoners in Israeli jails, played a role. The factor pushing Hamas toward hardening its stance is the assessment that Israel cannot sustain high-intensity warfare for long because of internal and international demands to end the war. What led Hamas to release hostages in partial deals? Unlike earlier hostage cases, where the terrorist group was not under existential threat during negotiations, for instance, in the case of Gilad Shalit, who was held for over 5 years, while negotiations dragged on. After October 7, Hamas came under constant Israeli assault, suffering daily losses. In the first weeks after the IDF entered Gaza, fighting was intense, causing Hamas severe losses in fighters, leadership, and infrastructure. The intensity of Israel's assault caused panic among Hamas leaders who feared conquest of Gaza and the group's collapse. Domestic pressure in Israel to free hostages at any price was still relatively low. I'm talking about October 2023. It was the beginning. Under these conditions, Hamas agreed to a quick deal that gave it a breathing space. The deal was carried out only about 3 weeks after the ground campaign began. In November 2023, 105 hostages were freed. In exchange, there was a 1-week ceasefire. 210 Palestinian prisoners were released, about 3 per Israeli hostages, and fuel and humanitarian aid were allowed into Gaza. What drove Hamas to accept such favorable terms for Israel was the shock of massive Israeli pressure early in the ground campaign, coupled with hope that the ceasefire would extend into a permanent arrangement. But as the war dragged on, fighting intensity declined, and the IDF became bogged down, and Hamas recovered from its initial shock despite continued loss of commanders in targeted strikes. This recovery was reflected in raising its demands for further hostage releases. Additional factors bolstering Hamas confidence were growing public pressure in Israel to free hostages at any cost, and rising international pressure on Israel to end the war. Hamas hardened stance reflected in releasing fewer hostages and for more prisoners was apparently based on its hope that Israeli public pressure would force the government to accept deals more favorable to Hamas, which indeed happened. More than a year passed before the next deal, from 19 January to 26 February 2025, this year. This deal freed 33 hostages alive and returned 8 corpses. In exchange, 737 Palestinian prisoners were released, including 200 serving life sentences. This was the last deal to date. Returning to the Israeli government's conduct. In parallel with Hamas' hardening stance, the Israeli government deliberately torpedoed potential agreements by introducing new demands, such as continued control of the Philadelphia route during a ceasefire in September 2024, and later continued control of the Morag route, July 2025. These new demands were raised with agreements when agreements were close to fruition. The recent cancellation by the Israeli government of a deal near completion, which included the release of 10 living hostages and 18 bodies, in favor of intensifying the war at great probable cost is in hostage lives, Israeli soldiers' lives, Palestinian civilians' lives, and Israel's international standing. This clearly indicates that the current government is guided by motivations other than the best interests of the country and its citizens. In conclusion, in the unprecedented situation of the war in Gaza, the hostage issue cannot be dealt with in isolation. It is an integral part of a situation in which Israeli government policy has resulted in unnecessary continuation of the war at huge cost in hostages' lives, dead and wounded Israeli soldiers, Palestinian civilians, and far-reaching damage to Israel's legitimacy and political and economic standing in the world. The tragedy is that the war could have ended soon after it began by handing over the Gaza Strip to the Palestinian Authority, aided by forces from moderate Arab countries. Quite likely, the Palestinian Authority, with its long record of blood feuds with Hamas, could, with external aid, have dealt effectively with Hamas, as it has done in the West Bank. However, the Israeli government, whose guiding principle before the war regarded the Palestinian Authority as a danger and Hamas as an asset, failed to do so then and is unlikely to do so now. This is bad news for the hostages and for us all. Thank you.
Okay. I knew that was coming. and you have laid it out. It is, let me ask the members of the panel, I'm going to go right down the line here in terms of reactions to that or any of the other things that I've mentioned thus far, and specifically focusing on the Hamas issue now. That's going to be. By the way, it's 6:15. We are entitled to go to 6:45, and so we've got a half an hour. We started a little bit late. I'm willing to run a little bit late to make up for that time. So we shall see if they let us do that. So, Gersh.
Military pressure has killed hostages. Military pressure has not brought back the hostages. I started talking to Hamas on October 10th about releasing the women, the children, the elderly, the wounded, and the sick. I found out on October 10th, the number of Palestinian women prisoners, which was 59 if I remember correctly, and the number of minors under the age of 18 who were in Israeli prison, if I remember correctly, it was 190. None of them were from Gaza. None of them were important Hamas people. None of them had killed Israelis. In other words, a deal for releasing women and children at least was on the table. As soon as the emergency government was created and Gantz and Eisenkot were brought into the government, I communicated with them the number of prisoners that we're talking about, of women and minors, and the number of hostages being held by Hamas. Hamas, from what I understood, had no intention of taking women and children hostages. It happened. It was way beyond what they planned for. In fact, they never expected for the Israeli army not to be at the border. One of the Hamas people told me, if we knew there was no army there, we would have sent 10,000 Nukhba soldiers and we would have conquered Tel Aviv. And they might have. But they were not set up logistically to deal with women and children. I think that we could have gotten a deal for all the elderly, the sick, and the wounded as well. I was sitting with an Egyptian intelligence officer on the day that the Egyptians received a list of the Israeli hostages that Hamas was ready to release. It was the same day that the Israeli army announced that they surrounded the city of Gaza. I think we're doing that again. At that moment, Hamas froze the deal. And the military pressure, when the Israeli army went into Shifa Hospital and into the center of Gaza City, postponed the first deal by at least 3 weeks. There's a deal on the table now that takes into account Israeli defense needs. Hamas is willing to step down from governing Gaza. They have been for more than a year. There are 2 alternative governments ready to be established in Gaza, technocratic, non-Hamas governments, not the Palestinian Authority, as part of the deal. The Americans are willing to give guarantees, significant guarantees to Hamas, that the war will not renew once they release hostages. And there are different guarantees. I won't go into the details. They were presented to Hamas last Monday night. The deal can be made. But right now, where we are at this moment, is that Trump could go either way. And right now, he's gone the way of telling Israel, do what you need to do. Because Trump is waiting to hear from Hamas that they're willing to make the deal now. The Tuesday assassination attempt put Hamas into paralysis. It also questions whether or not the Qataris are going to play the role that they should, or whether or not the weight is going to move over to the Egyptians. The Egyptians are very involved as well. Hamas as an organization controlling Gaza is finished, and they know it. People in Hamas told me that their people are holding guns to protect themselves from Gazans, not from Israelis. Hamas has no support on the streets of Gaza today. They can continue to kill Israeli soldiers as long as Israeli soldiers are in Gaza. And they will do that. We have a guerrilla warfare going on, but Hamas poses zero military strategic threat to the state of Israel. And anyone who tells you that we're staying in Gaza to prevent another October 7th is lying. There's no other way of saying it. They are lying. Hamas is not a military threat to Israel. Hamas agrees to a security perimeter in Gaza that will be a no-entry zone of 500 meters to a kilometer wide along the entire Gaza Strip, as long as there won't be any Israeli soldiers there. But they agree that this perimeter will be kept for as long as necessary. There are all kinds of security arrangements that can be made, that are ready to be made. What we need to happen is for President Trump to do it. My proposal to President Trump is that he make a proclamation that the war is over and that he put an agreement on the table, which is already drafted, between Israel and Hamas, and tells them that they have a week to sign it. That's the only way this is going to end. The Israeli government and Prime Minister Netanyahu cannot be given a choice, because what's happening in Gaza now is not only destroying Gaza, it's destroying the state of Israel. It's destroying us. When he talked about Sparta, he was not making it up. What he didn't tell us is that Sparta lost. And that's where we are today if we don't end the war and bring the hostages home.
Well, following Gershon's comments, it would be pretty hard to challenge, but I'll do my best anyways. And I totally understand his emotions, as we as Israelis obviously observed during those rush times. I would like to comment on some of, I would say, the evolution of the process that started with the trauma. After, as Gershon described well, the October 7th really shocked us, and obviously the situation that got into I would say, the Gaza envelope pretty fast during those days was really a shock for us with the abduction of hundreds of our people. But as Gershon said, it was from Hamas' side kind of a miscalculation that caused to the trauma, obviously, and definitely not justifying it, just saying that the situation was so catastrophic that it really caused devastating results on the Israeli side. But on the other hand, we can say that once the process has started, so unlike some of the understanding in the Israeli public, Hamas was quite stable with regard to his, I would say, demands when it comes to the negotiation. Obviously, he hardened some of it and is not an easy client to deal with. Obviously, it has its jihadistic morals aspects. He has his obviously anti-Semitic or obviously looking for the demolition of the State of Israel. But setting aside all those aspects, Hamas was quite stable about his demands to end the war, to release most, at least it was at first, most of the hostages, and later on all of the hostages, as Gershon just mentioned now. And that, I would say, understanding was not getting into deep roots of the Israeli establishment, because at all times during the war, at least until now, the Israeli establishment was pretty motivated by getting the agenda for the military campaign in Gaza, which obviously had been justified and was for the first months or even the first year was quite justified. And as we can see, Israel is losing ground currently in the international community. And hence the military campaign as well is becoming less effective. That's first. And second of all, the way that Hamas has adjusted itself to the war and from a military organization well funded and well trained has become a guerrilla organization has also reduced the opportunities to get genuine achievements in the battlefield. Having said all that, what I wanted to say for the final remarks is that the military campaign at the end won't bring the hostages by itself. It can be the external impact of this negotiation at all times, and that obviously brought some achievements into negotiation, but at the end, dealing directly with Hamas, with the issue of the hostages, is something that needs to be dealt in more specific matters and more specific objectives that are set forth when it comes to a negotiation. So when we're concluding all those aspects, I believe at the end, there is currently a deal that is quite, I would say, effective, that has been transparent to both sides, and they actually conclude all the prices that have been discussed during last year. So unlike under negotiations that starting from zero and we need time to build trust and get a negotiation and get the details done, I think we're quite done with the understandings that this negotiation comes to an end and needs to be ended soon with the release of all hostages and the end of war.
Thank you. Shal?
I'd like to relate to Hamas from a different perspective. Of course, naturally, we are concentrating now on the war between Israel and the Hamas in the Gaza Strip. And I'm not going into the debate, the political debate, what is the solution at the end of this war in the Gaza Strip. But we have to take in consideration that Hamas is in Gaza. Hamas is in the West Bank. We are fighting the Hamas in a different type of war daily and nightly in the West Bank. And Hamas is abroad. And to add to it, if I look at the situation from the regional perspective, when we look at the region, you know, it's a kind of balance of power. When the axis of resistance of Iran became weaker, the alliance of Turkey, Qatar, Muslim Brotherhood is on the rise. So when you look only at the Gaza Strip, you can get only a partial picture about the challenges of Israel dealing with the Hamas. And it's necessary to take it into consideration in the long run. I mentioned it just in one sentence, that always we have to look at the overall picture and not just to the current most painful problems that we have to discuss.
I wish I could offer something that would be more brilliant than the things that you have all said, even though there's been a tension between it. And I'm not. I think if someone had an easy solution to this, I think we would have come up with it by now. War is always a really messy topic. In fact, I was talking to a young person who's going to Reichman University, And I hate to sound like I just graduated from the War College, because I did like 20 years ago, because I'm an old man now. But I commended to him Thucydides, the Peloponnesian Wars, because every time I open that book, I'm like, yep, this stuff is happening even today. And I'm mindful of coalition warfare. I'm mindful of maybe the desired end state. And I would say, and I would never even think of offering any advice to this current government or really countering anything that was set up here. And I look at Lior, we've had some good conversations about this topic too. I would simply say that the best way to progress from where we are right now is to take a hard look at where you want Israel to be in 10 years from now, your desired end state, and start building back from there to determine what you have to do in the next probably 12 months to put yourself where you want to be 10 years from now. And by the way, that will change in 6 months, and that will change in 12 months. But if you don't actually say your desired end state 10 years from now is an Israel with, and fill in the blanks. It could be regional support, friendships with Saudi Arabia, trade relationships with Europe, a healing of the fractured society of Israel, a healing of the soul of the country. If you say that's where you want to be, that's going to give you a better path of where you want to go. But I think when I take a look at a problem like right there before me, sometimes I can't see what the solution is because I'm dealing with that stuff right there. Again, maybe just to repeat it a third time, project out 10 years. What do you want this country to look like? What do you want your relationships with other countries to be like? What do you want your relationship to your government, your military, and the soul of this country, whether that's cultural, spiritual, religious, fill in the blank, fill in the blank, fill in the blank. And that's going to tell you how to progress. And maybe that's kind of a cowardly way of answering it, because I've absolutely stayed from saying anything political. At the same time, what I offer is from my heart, because when I look at the chess pieces or the Lego set before me, I don't see a solution. When I look 10 years from now, things start becoming a little more clear to me.
Thank you. Ariel, I know you want to make some comments back, and as I say, we're going to continue this debate. I really see myself now simply as a moderator, but I want to add one comment. Suppose the military offensive, this is hypothetical, suppose the military offensive continues with, let's say, growing Israeli idea of casualties as they push further into the city, which probably can be anticipated. And suppose, whether as a consequence of that or whether just as a casualty of the intense fighting, a situation occurs where the remaining hostages are all killed. What does that do for the future of Israeli society? If that is the ultimate outcome, is that they are all killed, when many here believe that there is some sort of a solution that would have an opportunity to get some of them back. But we have a number of comments to respond to, so the floor is yours. You're on.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I'll first address your question, Brian, and then I'll say something about Gershon's comments. I'm sorry that, well, first of all, it will be, okay, thanks. It will be, I think, a terrible shock, at least for a while, for Israeli society, if Hamas or IDF bombings kill all the hostages at 10 or all of them 20 living hostages. But let me mention the fact that of the 251 hostages and corpses, living hostages and corpses, originally taken by Hamas on October 7, 41 have already been killed in captivity by Hamas. So the number of living hostages now held by Hamas is half of the number of those who had already been killed by Hamas in the course of these 2 years. Well, we know what was the response of Israeli society to the killing of hostages by Hamas. It was a shock for a while. I don't think it's going to break Israeli societies or to affect it politically, I think, in a far-reaching way. It will have an effect, but not a far-reaching effect. I think, again, we have to see the Israeli public reaction. You know, the hostages are a symbol. They are a symbol for the resentment, the broad resentment of a very large section, the majority of the Israeli people. Resentment felt by the Israeli people of government policy in general, not only in the hostage, in the policy concerning hostages, but the continuation of the war, the losing of Israel's legitimacy in the world, and all that. The hostages are a symbol. So I don't think that the count of dead hostages in itself is the single most important factor affecting Israeli sentiments. I think it's the whole situation as a whole. As to your point, Gershon, I think you are too benevolent. You're for presenting Hamas in a too benevolent way.
No one knows them better than me, and I have nothing good to say about them.
Well, okay, it doesn't seem this way hearing your comment lately. Now, anyway, what I want to mention in relation to your points is that Hamas is still a danger. You present it as if it were, a whole devastated organization. Hamas is still recruiting, and that's at least what Israeli intelligence is telling us. Hamas is still recruiting people. They used the 60-day, the 42-day break for recuperating, for reorganizing, etc. That's natural, that's understandable. If you look at Khalil Shkaki's public opinion polls, the last one I've seen, I don't think that he published already, is September. He's supposed to publish one in September. The last one, I think, was in June, a few months ago, 3 months ago. And do you know how many, if you ask Palestinians in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, how do you feel about October 7th? Was it justified, Hamas attack? Do you justify Hamas attack on Israel? What do you think the Palestinian public say? In the West Bank, more than 50% say, bravo Hamas. It was a good thing you did. In the Gaza Strip, devastated as it is.
Not anymore. That's not accurate today.
Wait a minute. Devastated as it is. 37% still say bravo Hamas. Hamas is still a danger to Israel. And I think Israel is not as nice as you present it.
Ariel, I
Just
didn't...
Let me finish my, then you'll have your turn. I think the best way is to, diffuse Hamas danger is to get in the Palestinian Authority. No technician's government can survive Hamas pressure. And Hamas, despite of its willingness, formal, overt willingness to have, a kind of technician's government, still insists on having its arms, its weapons. Okay, it's still a danger. Don't take it lightly.
I just have to comment that I didn't say that Hamas was not dangerous. I said that Hamas is not an existential threat to Israel. There is no danger of another October 7th from Hamas. I'm not saying that Hamas is not dangerous. I will say that the only way, and I think you agree with me, of defeating Hamas is politically and diplomatically, and not only militarily. There must be a political diplomatic solution for Gaza and for the Palestinian question. There are also solutions that Hamas has already been talked to about by the Egyptians and the Qataris on the issue of disarmament. And there are potential solutions that have been talked about, and Hamas is willing to engage in those discussions. With regard to public opinion polling, Halil Shakaki will be the first one to tell you that his polls are not accurate. There was even documentation found by the IDF that his polls in Gaza were slanted intentionally. From what I hear in Gaza, and I talk to people in Gaza every single day, it's not scientific, but I think you have trouble finding people in Gaza who support Hamas today. Most Gazans want Hamas gone, and they never want to see them again. Most Palestinians in the West Bank as well today, the support for Hamas is on a sharp decline, accuse Hamas of committing national collective suicide of the Palestinian people on October 7th without asking the Palestinian people if they were willing to die or be destroyed by Israel. No one could have foreseen the amount of destruction that Israel has done in Gaza, and there isn't a person who's not living through that today who doesn't blame Hamas at least for half the responsibility of what's happening in the Gaza Strip today.
Let me interrupt here with just a question of fact. By the way, I'm mindful of time when we're in our last 5 minutes. I want to, with all of you here to inform me, did you indicate that it was not part of the plan for Hamas to take the women and children hostage, that was a spontaneous event, or was that directed?
What I said is this is what Hamas people said to me. Now, you don't have to believe them.
Okay.
But this is what they said to me, that it was not part of their intentional plan to take women and children. Those people who understand Islam know that it's also against Islam to take women and children as hostages. Not that Hamas is the great example of what Islam is, but within their own theology, it's not part of what they plan to do according to them. And it's obvious to me that from October 10th, they were very anxious to talk about a deal to release all the women and children. They were not set up logistically to deal with them, and they didn't want the headache of dealing with women and children hostages. And that deal could have been made a week later.
No, I would certainly agree with the point that the women, in fact, Roger and I discussed this at a dinner the night of October 10th, and I said, they will want to shed the women and children faster than the others because that is a diminishing asset, difficult to take care of. However, I am really stretched to accept the notion that the abduction of women and children was accidental or was...
No, it wasn't accidental, but you have to remember that a lot more people crossed the border on October 7th than just the Hamas Nukhba soldiers. There were thousands of people who crossed the border that day who killed and raped and burned and took hostages, including dead bodies as hostages, not only Hamas.
All right, thank you.
Women and children was in the orders. The Nukhba commanders got from Hamas leadership, period.
In the interest of time, because we only have a couple of minutes here, Avi, Show, last words.
Yeah, I would just say two comments. First of all, about Hamas, with regard to October 7th. We need to understand, as Gershon said, the population is invaded also to Israel, and this is, and due to the barbaric actions taken by Palestinians, this is another, I would say, substantial example of the indoctrination of the Palestinian population against Israel for the last at least generation in Gaza, ever since Hamas have taken the role in Gaza, and even before, obviously, we know. So that's one of the, I would say, genuine problems when discussing about future solving of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and that's why I believe, at least, and I believe most of the Israeli consensus is now in this area where the two-state solution currently is totally irrelevant, because the Palestinian society cannot handle the state. It is too heavily indoctrinated against Israel, anti-Semitic and other aspects that we don't have time to share with. But definitely it's not enough developed to take the lead for a territory that is so close and so nearby and can set, by the way, as a state, an existential threat on Israel. So that's about it. And the other comment, the last one, Brian, from my end, is about the moral grounds that mentioned here earlier, and you have asked about it. While you mentioned about the possible disaster, obviously, that we obviously definitely wouldn't like to see about hostages getting killed during this military campaign or even later. Will be, if a disaster like that will happen, this will definitely traumatize the Israeli society. The moral grounds, the Jewish religion grounds, even the legal aspects of it will be so heavily that it will set a burden for the society to thrive later on, and it will set further another bad angle for the development of the state of Israel when we're looking forward for a prosperous state, a Western democratic state that we all wish to live in.
With the People's Army.
With the People's Army, correct. Thank you.
So, I hope that your scenario will never happen. And I would like to remind you that the release of the hostages is still one of the top goals of the IDF in this maneuver. So I believe that the IDF will do almost everything possible, at least to release all the hostages that it will be possible to release. And anyway, you have to take in consideration that the Israeli people are strong. So we will manage with any situation, but I'm more optimistic than your scenario. I believe that at least a big part of the hostages will return home.
All right, thank you. Roger, last word, very quick.
To be the contrarian again, my last word, this thing does not work, does it? Anyway. My last word is, you'll notice I took a lot of notes. I do this for a living. I did it for a living. I taught it at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. So this is my world, and yet I took notes because we are sitting among some incredible experts, and I'm sure they fired a lot of thoughts in your minds. You all certainly did mine. So my last thought, Brian, is nothing other than to say thank you for the honor of being on this stage with these experts, and thank you for this discussion that you led today, and I appreciate that Reichman University supporting this, and Lior with your chair supporting this discussion today. And for you all, I know you're probably supposed to say this, right, Brian? And for you all for engaging in this and paying attention today. So thank you.
No, I want to. It has been a learning experience for me. You know, in listening to a problem like this and listening to this, I tell people I have been studying terrorism for 50 years. Give me another 50 years, I'll have it all sorted out. I'm less optimistic about that now, but what we have heard, and I appreciate my colleagues on the panel here, we have heard what I really wanted, was not political speeches, not propaganda, not political agendas, but really candid expressions, objectively reached, and I think we have had that. And for that, I do thank my fellow colleagues, and I thank all of you for being here as participants in this. I don't know how long the war will go on. I don't know what will be the fate of the hostages. I'm not recognized in the field of prophecy, but I probably can say that whatever happens, terrorism, terrorist tactics will remain a danger. I believe that that threat has evolved. I think right now in the world situation, it is a greater danger now than it has been recently. It's much more complex, much more fragmented, and that we will, sadly, see more hostage situations, whether they will replicate the situation of Hamas or whether that's a unique situation, but we will see different hostage situations. That, I think, is a virtual guarantee. So none of you will be free from this subject going forward. Again, my thanks to all of you. My thanks to all of you.